and also on Twitter. Our handle is @TalkYourOwn. You can also reach us through text messages, and the number is 070-8282-1279. The number is 070-8282-1279. Thanks to our panelist, Mr. Ibrahim Alamba, Zonal Manager Abuja from the Bank of Agriculture, and Mrs. Ngizan Chahol from the Nigeria Association of Women Farmers. And my beautiful people in the audience, please a big round of applause for yourselves. I am Afyong Basi. Join us next week on this same station for a fresh edition of Talk Your Own. Make Niger better.
Talk Your Own is made by BBC Media Action Nigeria.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tuned to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've
got.
Now,
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. People.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. There's Beckham. Time, Tyson gets rolled all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
trending sports stories. Always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
I'll tell you all the time, it's time to debate. We gotta rise above the power, the pain, the pride, the fears, the lies. Assume the position against the tide. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. The only limitations are the ones you wanna see. Cause our dream is so deep and so flight, tastes so good. Be careful, you might choke on it. The higher you go, the harder it gets to breathe. The deeper the roots, the higher the tree was free. So don't just talk about it, go on, be about it. Scream and shout and make the haters wanna cry when they read about it. And to everybody going astray, put your hands in mine, let me take you away.
After enjoying so much quality programming on the radio dial today, 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt since the morning hours up until this time, it's about time for us to take you away from all of this discussion and drive you down through the thick and thin world of sports where there is ever exciting stories and breaking news coming up from that scene. As much as we do have actions across different scenarios in the field, courts and octagon, even in the boxing ring, so much the talking can always be, the arguments, the banter and everything can be anytime sporting discussion is back on the radio. Today's Sports Live, it is the marathon edition of it, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. My name is Reliance Udanyin, and together we shall be having a deep conversation in the world of sports. It's football, precisely European football. From the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have talking points regarding Nigerian football, and you know what's on the front burner, don't you? Unless you did not pay attention to Nigeria yesterday. But if you did, surely you know what the second part of the show we were all about. But we're not here for that at the moment. We are here to discuss European football and look at the international window where teams and national teams are engaged at the moment, playing friendly matches, and of course those who are preparing for qualifiers, as we do have the African Nations Cup qualifier here in Africa, as well as the Euro 2024 qualifiers going down. Lukaku was on a hat-trick against Sweden that saw the return of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, 41 years old, although there is a man who is 4 years older than he is, so it's not just about the only person with that age when it comes to the oldest player to feature in a Euro qualifier. And how about Kylian Mbappe? The first match, he's becoming captain of the French national team. The 2018 World Cup champions is called a brace in the thrashing, 4-0 thrashing against Netherlands. Much to talk about on the show this afternoon, and I'm grateful that you've tuned in to join us and have the conversation. We had to come in a little bit behind schedule. Apologies, but Uzochukwu Uduma joins us. Good afternoon to you, brother.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Reliance, and good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Welcome to today's marathon edition of Sports Live.
And sitting very close to him is Henry Ogugwo, the engineer of sports. I don't know what happened to that affiliate. Have you've dropped it finally? Spanners
I never drivers. I never drop them. So
you never took it. And you never dropped it.
It was given and I accepted. The people
and the people that gave you took it away. Now they give, now they collect.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues, also our lovely listeners out there. Great to be here. It's been a while since. Well, I think it's been a while since I was on the marathon edition, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought there were reports, in the news media that you had an ACL.
Yeah, I had an ACL. It wasn't easy.
So I was thinking you're probably recuperating from the injury.
It was physical therapy. I'm out on the grass now.
But I know. When I saw you, I saw a video of you doing some light warm up, preparing. There was a closed door friendly match in which you participated, which I saw. So I knew that you were going to come back.
Yeah, I scored the hat trick here.
In that closed door friendly match.
It was very good actually. I needed that. Seriously.
Imagine a defender scoring a hat trick. That's what it is. By the way, Kante might be back soon. He participated in Chelsea's closed door friendly match. So Chelsea fans should be happy that they will be seeing the return of the French international anytime soon. Talking about French internationals, Blessing Andrew joins us. She's a Nigerian international, by the way, but there is that French aspect of her. Bienvenue, mademoiselle.
Merci, Reliance. Bonjour, notre adorable auditeur. Bonjour, mes collègues. Reliance, I don't live enough for Nigeria.
Is it safe to say that you're not a France international?
Can't you see? Didn't you watch what my country did yesterday? Not your own country, my country, okay. France, 4-0.
Okay.
That's what it's supposed to be. Nobody one way on a go do. Let me just seal my lips.
President Muhammadu Buhari is listening. We also know where you belong to. Victor Oguji is part of the conversation. Great to have you, man. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, Renas. Blessing. Can I borrow your French a little bit?
Please.
Bonjour, Macron. Macron.
Bonjour, Emmanuel Macron.
You know, when Blessing speaks French, I don't know. The French, the R, the stress is so much that you think she's only pronouncing letters involving R. But welcome, hello to you, Reliance. Hello to Henry. Hello to Blessing. Hello to you, our esteemed listeners, also listening to us. I mean, it's good to be here.
Okay, so feedback platforms there for your reactions on the show this afternoon. There's a message on WhatsApp also double at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Once it's about time for us to take your reactions with the phone lines open. That's the passcode, of course. But in the meantime, let's let you in on the conversation proper. And we're watching the replay of that match, France against Netherlands. At 3-0, it was at the 70th minute until the completion of the defeat was made at some point in the match. But let's get things underway proper.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Bringing the hit, making you dance like an African. Holding the mic in my hand like a prophecy. Sitting on top, what, like I ought to be. Lucky days with mine, let us start to connect. It's about that time, let us start to reflect. They said we'll never live, they said we'll fall and die. But through the struggles and the pain, my people will arise. And when they try to hate us, we'll work them every day.
Takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah. I'm doing it on, so you wanna swallow my hand. I put my love on, I show you that.
Today
was surely no need for batteries for Romelu Lukaku of Belgium, same with Kylian Mbappe of France, as both contributed 5 goals for their respective national teams during the Euro 2024 qualifiers. Both teams emerging victorious over their respective opponents, Netherlands for France and Sweden for Belgium, despite the return of arguably the oldest, although there's a player who is 4 days older than he is in terms of participating at that age in the Euros, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. But we're not starting from there. More of that to come later on the show. We're not starting from there. We're starting from assessing centre forwards in modern day football. And the guys in the building will be telling me who they think or what is their own thoughts, because it has sparked so much controversy after Harry Kane surpassed Wayne Rooney's number of goals for the English national team. 54 he has scored, needing just about 18 more matches less. I'm going to have to confirm that what Wayne Rooney he scored his 54th goal from the spot when they defeated Italy. That's Harry Kane, and that was his 80th appearance for the English national. I think Wayne Rooney scored 53 in total, and that's over 100 appearances for the English national team. I'm going to confirm that. So that led to the conversation of who is a complete striker, who is a proper striker, who is a proper centre forward. I'm going to start with you, Victor. Who do you consider as a complete centre forward or a complete striker?
In terms of qualities or individuals?
When the word comes, complete centre forward or complete striker, what are the qualities, maybe I should put it that way, of a complete centre forward or a complete striker?
In modern day football, strikers are all. This rule tends to go to football way back in the 1990s, where they mostly play in a 4-4-2 formation, where there are 2 strikers, and those 2 strikers, one striker is expected to always drop deep. You drop deep, make up the 3-man midfield when it comes in terms of defending, and then you have the one striker who always distributes the ball. When Rooney, for example, is that kind of striker. That's why when he's been put side by side with likes of Alan Shearer, Harry Kane, Sergio Aguero, these guys always get the edge ahead of Wayne Rooney. Even Robin van Persie, in most cases, they always get the edge ahead of Rooney, because these guys, they play in a system where they are the point 9. They always get to feed. They always get fed by other strikers. And in these days, we have strikers. Teams no longer play more like a 4-2-2 formation, 4-4-2 formation. They go with 4-5-1 or more like a 4-3-3. But two outright wingers to support the striker, and then there's a number 9 who your job is basically don't drop deep, stay behind, stay at shoulders of the defender, always get those run-ins, and sometimes do the hold-up play like an Olivier Giroud would do. You don't have to always run with the defender. Your back should be at goal. When the ball comes in, you have your chest. That's where you're a hold-up striker. You're very tall. Most of them are like 6 feet, 6'2", 6'3", or even 6'5", as most cases. In most cases, you chase the ball, and sometimes you do the little flick-ons like Giroud or even Lukaku would do. But in a complete striker sense, I think it has to do with you being able to do most of this job at any given time. Wayne Rooney wouldn't hold up for you, because first of all, he's not got that height advantage whereby he can easily outmuscle defender. He's more like pick up the ball, shoot from any angle. Harry Kane has seen that kind of tag being placed on him as most complete striker. Or maybe a Robert Lewandowski, where Lewandowski tends to drop deep, pick up plays from anybody at all, and can easily distribute the ball. Same as Harry Kane. We saw him 2 seasons ago where he won the Playmaker Award. I think he's one of the strikers to do that in the Premier League, getting Playmaker Award and also the Golden Boot Award in the same season. So in modern day football, a complete striker should be able to hold up play when it's required, put in the crosses when it's required. But if you also say that means you're being unfair to some kind of strikers who we know from Adam that strikers are mainly known for scoring goals.
All right. So in summary, Just pinpoint what you attribute as the characters, the qualities of a complete striker in the complete sense of it.
It could come in both ways, Reliance. It could come in, you're a striker, your job is to score. And then if you can hit 10 of 10, you're as complete as any other striker in the world. If not better. If it also comes in a way whereby in a season you can get double figures, and at the same time your goal contribution, not just goals now per se, can be good. Your passes, you play more passes or more crosses, or you create more chances. But if we are going to classify it that way, then we are also being unfair to another striker whose all-round play.
And that's why I'm very particular with the question. You know, definitely when you define a complete striker, some will not fit into that category.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to carry everyone along. So that's why I'm very particular with what are the qualities. Just pinpoint them for us.
A striker for me, a complete striker, is a striker who can hit 10 of 10, 10 chance, and you get me 10 goals, then you're a complete striker.
All right. So it's basically about
the goals.
Your proficiency.
It doesn't matter if you can pass the ball very well, as long as you get a chance inside the 10-yard area, and then every single time you get that opportunity, you're clinical with it.
All right, Henry Ogugbo.
Look, frankly speaking, it's very difficult to term anybody a complete striker. There are very few individuals, because I think it's very unfair, because when you're talking about strikers, there are different categories, and now you're saying that for someone to be classified a complete striker, you have to tick all the boxes. You must be a predator inside the penalty box. You must be a poacher. When you think of poachers, you think of people like Filippo Inzaghi. Even Victor Osimhen is a predator in the box. You look at how Erling Haaland is in the box. You have to look at someone who is always willing to run on the shoulder of the last defender. You talk about Sergio Aguero. You talk about Fernando Torres. Even Braut, Osimhen, go on and on. You can mention names. You have to have that quality. Someone who can drop and link up play with his midfielders comfortably and join into the play. Not many really have that skill. Harry Kane has it, no doubt about that. He's also a predator in the box. You see him portray such, and you won't say speed is not his greatest strength, and it's one of the reasons maybe why running on the shoulder of the last defender is not necessarily his biggest strength, but you still see it from him once in a while. But there are a lot of factors. How comfortable is he with the ball at feet? Can he walk his way into the box? With all of Sergio Aguero and his prolificness in front of goal, and Aguero wasn't the most comfortable in dropping deep and linking up play. It was more of your pure out and out striker. How good is he aerially? You can call many strikers that aerial balls were not their strength. So I think it's very difficult to classify somebody as a complete striker, because if you're looking at a complete striker, there are very few players that tick that box.
Let us know these boxes. These boxes that one ought to tick.
Your aerial dominance.
Yeah.
Your aerial dominance. How good you are with the ball at feet. How much of a poacher you are. How good you are on being on the shoulder of the last defender.
Yeah.
Those true balls. How well you position yourself. How well. And now we talk about the first line. How well you're able to drop and link up play. So all these are some of the boxes, are very important boxes that you actually tick. So I mean, a player who doesn't tick a lot of these boxes or doesn't tick all these boxes can't necessarily be classified as a complete striker. Because I mean, look at some strikers, you push them away from the top 9 position, or you try and make them look at their play. It's not all round. A player that comes to mind, Peter Crouch. Let me bring Peter Crouch as an example. He was good aerially, he had good footwork, could link up, but his strength wasn't necessarily running on his shoulders of the last defender. It wasn't necessarily the strength of Peter Crouch. So you can't say he's a complete striker, but he was a good enough striker in his own days. And so I think, like I said, it's very difficult to classify somebody as a complete striker. For me, very few players tick that box today. You're talking about probably the likes of you're talking about Harry Kane and Robert Lewandowski currently for me.
All right.
Football.
All right, Blessing, let's get to you now. Who is a complete striker for you? What are the boxes, those qualities that a striker must possess to be classified as this one complete as a centre forward?
Football is no longer the way football was, because presently now there's an evolution in football in all areas. You see, goalkeepers are expected to play from the back. Defenders are expected to be able to drive in and drive through and make correct and good passes. Strikers now are not just expected to score goals. They've gone beyond scoring goals. Now they are expected to hold play, go back, give assist, and sometimes even defend. So who is a striker is different presently. But for me, a striker should be someone that can command play. It's not just about scoring the goals. Because anybody can even score a goal presently. Anybody can score. We've seen midfielders scoring goals, defenders scoring goals. So it's how well you can even play. Like, look at this man, Gabriel Jesus, before he got injured in Arsenal. It was not just about the goals that Gabriel Jesus was bringing to that team. It was more than the goals. So the primary job of a striker, the primary definition of a striker is someone that can give you the goals. But at a point, it will be that this striker that is giving the goals can also be seen as an hindrance to the team. Because I remember when Cristiano Ronaldo was still in Juve, he was bringing in the goals, yet he was still seen as an hindrance to the team. Even in Manchester United, he was giving the goals, yet he was still seen as an hindrance. So strikers, it's beyond scoring the goals. Look at City. Haaland is giving them the goals, fine. But some people will still come out and argue that Haaland is part of the reason why City is not doing as good as before. That's the argument for some. Some will tell you that it's not about Haaland. Some will tell you that strikers must score goals because why are you there? Like, for example, Vegas in Manchester United. You are brought in as a striker, but you cannot score the goals. Ten Hag said something. He said it's not just about the scoring of the goals for him, that there are other jobs that Vegas does, and he sees it. That's why he keeps playing him. So who is a striker? It's like, it is relative.
Okay.
Who is a striker is relative. For me, a striker, you should be able to score goals because that is your primary job. Give me the goals. That's why I brought you in. I did not bring you to come and defend for me. I have people to defend. Give me the goals, which is very important. And also help and assist when you can. And if, as a striker, you do not have the ball, what do you do at that time? Do you just sit back and relax, waiting for the ball to come? So it's relative. So that's just it for me.
All right, what's a Chico?
A striker should be one that has at least a physical strength. He should have this level of physical strength because as a striker, more or less you are a kind of player that is placed between at least two defenders. And for you to be able to pull through, you have to have that physical strength on your own to be able to muscle yourself in and out of the box. Also, if you want to be a complete striker, to me, I also feel that you should have some level of confidence when you are with the ball. Sometimes we see some strikers, whenever they are with the ball, they are really confused on what to actually do with the ball. Is it that I don't feel that their level of confidence to hold up play is a bit low. They don't really have that confidence to hold up ball and see what they can do with the ball. Because sometimes you see some of the strikers, whenever they don't have this person that is there to always give them that ball to put into the back of the net, they just appear to be useless in the team. They don't really give in anything as far as that person that is supposed to give them that ball is not there. Will you have that confidence to come back, hold up play with your midfielders and see if you can able to move with them into that 18-yard box when you don't have that person that is going to we see what Hurricane is doing now. He's not just that standing nine we are seeing in quotes. He is a kind of striker that comes back to play with the ball. He also distributes. So I also bring in creativity here. You also have to be creative to some extent because you might meet a particular team that might match the way your own team is playing, and you might not have that opportunity to just stand there. To get those passes. So you have to come back and see if you can even. Because if you're a goal poacher, all eyes will be on you, right? And everyone knows that if they don't stand you down, you are going to bring that goal into, or you're going to bring those goals for your team against them, right? So you are the point man, and all eyes are on you. So you don't expect the defenders to watch you stand like that or watch you score goals. So they want to come to, let's say, mark you or man mark you. So your ability to pull out, to come play with your team is also something nice, right? I also feel that you should have speed. As a striker, you should have speed. You shouldn't be a dull player.
That pace is needed.
That pace is always needed. I was watching, I think it was yesterday. It's this France versus Netherlands. And I saw a particular ball that was given, and the France guy, he paced. And I was like, if this was were to be some strikers or some players, you won't see that pace there. In fact, they I didn't mention anybody's name. It might come to a particular point. You see him trying to draw back, but that confidence is there. That is why you see someone like Mbappe always making way, because he has that speed. If Mbappe were to be a striker, he's going to also be a complete player because that pace is there too. And I want to also talk about finishing. Your finishing too. As a striker, you need to be one of the best finishers in your team, if not in your team. Because you must be the best. You should be the best in your team. Everyone might be trying their outside 18-yard shot and all that, but you should be the best in finishing, because sometimes you see what Haaland is doing at Manchester City, right? Most of the balls that come to him are just tapping in, and if he wasn't to be a good finisher, you might see some of those balls either going over the goal or going somewhere else or into the hands of the goalkeeper. But see, he has this good way of finishing, so he puts the ball into the back of the net. Also, you should be a good shot taker. Don't just wait for tapping in, because a time might come. That tapping in it won't be there. When I mean shot, I don't mean inside the 18-yard box, outside the 18-yard box. We see Harry Kane do it most times. When the play, let me say the defense is this tight and he can't do anything inside the box, he tries outside the 18-yard box. Some of the strikers we are seeing today, they are just waiting for that ball to be given to them inside the 18-yard box. Where will they just choke one leg, or they'll fly up, or they'll bend down. You know, use your tongue. You don't touch it and go inside the net. What can you do outside? So if those your wingers or that midfielder that is being that creative player for you is held down, so what else are you now in the team? Are you just standing there? Sometimes, Haaland is a very good player, but I tell you, there are sometimes if you can hold up Bernardo Silva, you hold up De Bruyne, it's just like he's not there, because these people are the ones that feed him so much. So when they hold him down, does he come back to see if he can play with the team? Because sometimes I was talking with Eva today, and I was saying that if Mbappe scores 20 goals in a season and Haaland scores 50 goals, if you ask me who should deserve that award best, I should still give it to Mbappe, because Mbappe doesn't just stand for someone to give him the ball to score goal. He makes the move, he makes the run, he makes the passes too when necessary, and he still scores the goals. So this is what a striker should do. Don't just start to wait for someone to always give you ball to lick it into the back of the net. Sometimes hustle for your ball, get it. That's why Drogba was there. Drogba hustles for his ball, he gets it, he puts it into the back of the net from anywhere all. Outside the 18-yard box is there, inside the 18-yard box is there. His head is working, his left leg is working, his right leg is working. So all parts of your body should be goal poachers. So in a sense, are you saying that Erling Haaland is not a complete striker? To me, he's not a complete striker. He is not.
Haaland is not a complete striker.
He's not a complete striker.
He's a good striker, but he's not a complete striker.
If you put Haaland in a Chelsea team, not a Chelsea team. A Chelsea team, they normally
even
create.
Chelsea team, they don't feed enough. They don't feed strikers enough.
They don't create.
Else Lukaku would have.
I know. Yeah, some people will probably come for me after I say this. But Jesus is more of a complete striker than Haaland.
Gabriel Jesus.
Yes. With all due respect, Haaland is a good striker. I'm not saying Haaland is a world-class striker, but when you're talking about complete, you're talking about someone that ticks all the boxes.
Reliance.
And there are very few,
or at least most of them.
Or most of them, and there are very few strikers that actually do that. Most strikers are actually just geared to play in one particular way, and that's their strength. But like how I talk about Harry Kane, the only disadvantage you see Harry Kane has in his game that he lacks the speed. But every other thing, he ticks every other box, and that's why you can classify Harry Kane as a complete striker. Robert Lewandowski, a complete striker. A lot of people felt he might not be able to fit in or play well to the way Barcelona or Xavi wants his team to play, but Lewandowski has fitted in, and even when you watch him at Bayern, you could see that he thrived even under Pep. He thrived. So I mean, definitely he has all the traits and characteristics to be a complete striker, and he shows it and he exhibits it every time. But very few strikers actually tick that box. Okay, you can classify Drogba as a complete striker.
I can also classify Benzema if you ask me.
Yeah, Benzema is another player you can classify as a complete striker. Gabriel is another player you can classify as a complete striker because they tick all the boxes. That's what is important. Benzema is look, as much as Benzema is the top line, Benzema has fantastic footwork. He's comfortable roaming around. He's good aerially. He has the speed to thrive as a top line. So he has everything.
Back when Ronaldo was there, he more or less marks for Ronaldo. Sometimes he drifts toward the wings and allow Ronaldo to come in.
Freedom. Like, so Benzema had everything. He had all the traits, and that's what we're looking for. That's what we classify as a complete striker. Not, with all due respect, not somebody who is waiting for the box, waiting in the box, or is waiting to finish off balls and for you to link up play, or for you to actually drift to other positions to actually effect play when it's not necessarily going well for you in the box. You can't do it. We see Harry Kane roam around a lot. He's their top line, he's their main striker, but it's like he's never in that position at all times.
All right, Blessing. What is it? I'll get to you in a bit. Blessing, let's have your thoughts. I think in the direction of Haaland not being a complete striker.
Okay.
Maybe, but if that's not what you wanted to talk about, you can start from where you wanted to.
I wanted to add something. Like, another attribute of a good striker is positional awareness, and I can bring it down to Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland, we can see that time and time without number, this man knows how to position himself. Sometimes I'll ask myself, like, how in take no say they won't give on this boy? He knows how to position himself. And if you look at him, it is very hard to catch him in an offside position. Osimhen, like, I feel like he should go for a special class for that, because he keeps going offside like, as a striker, you should know how to position yourself.
I hope you're not saying
well.
this based on the Nigeria match last night.
No.
He was offside in most of the times in that match. First half, he was caught offside.
Sometimes,
and it's not like it's the first time. I'm not even saying about that match now. If you watch Haaland closely, I'm not trying to compare both. I'm just talking about positional awareness, and
which is something you think Haaland does better than Victor Osimhen.
Yes, and saying Haaland is not a complete striker, like I said before, it is relative. Your definition of a complete striker is quite different from my own definition. The primary attribute, the primary of a striker is to score goals. If I bring you in as a striker and you're going to defend, you are going to play from the midfield, that is not my business. What I want from you is for you to give me the goals. So to me, Haaland is a complete striker because he scores and he also gives assists.
All right, Jose Moreno will think differently. Victor Obuji, let's have your thoughts. I know you wanted to react to the assessment that Erling Haaland is not a complete striker.
Yes, I don't know how about I don't know who coined the phrase complete striker, because we don't have complete defenders, and I've never heard of complete midfielder, because midfielders are known for variations. Can pass the ball. Some are specific in passing the ball. Some are good at marking. Some are good at transition, moving the ball. That's why they call it box-to-box midfielder. You can easily move the ball from your position, from your own half to the other half. Matiko Vakic. Some can pass the ball without even thinking. Messi to Ozil.
Andres Iniesta.
Anytime you give them the ball, they know when to pass the ball. Some are also good at marking. You can run around. N'Golo Kante. Some can sit deep in the midfield. The third play, Marco Carrick.
But you know that when you specify regarding the midfield, you want to look at the categories, because in midfielders we have attacking midfielders and defensive midfielders. For instance, when you bring in N'Golo Kante, you might not want to speak of qualities that N'Golo Kante would take compared to what Andres Iniesta would take, because these are two different
positions.
No,
midfielders.
For strikers, if it was an era where we play 4-4-2 formation, then we can say, okay, you as a striker, you take this role, you take this role. In this, at least for the past 10 years or 15 years thereabouts, strikers, most teams play just one man up front. The reason for them playing one man up front is there are so many backup to the strikers. So you have two wingers. Sometimes some teams play just one winger, and then sometimes you have some teams playing 4 midfielders, a diamond formation where you have 4 midfielders. So I think we are being unfair to. I think we are being unfair to strikers because you have just one striker, and the job of that striker is score the goals. If you want a striker to do the marking, if you want a striker to shoot, if you want a striker to always create goals for you, then you should have 2. Then one can score the goals. The other striker can be as a sacrifice.
We have what's called second strikers.
Yes, second, and the second strikers these days, they don't exist. They've gone into extinction because teams.
Pesero disagrees. Did you watch the match last night? No worry, continue.
I don't know.
Continue.
Because teams these days they go with just one striker, and what's the sole job of a striker? It's to score goals. You don't expect your striker to drop deep. Now, these deficiencies come from teams are lacking. A complete team wouldn't need a striker to always drop deep.
Okay.
A Pep Guardiola's team wouldn't need Haaland to start. Let me not use Haaland. Sergio Aguero to start dropping back. Maybe Haaland. Haaland wouldn't need to start dropping back all the time because Kevin De Bruyne is always there to hit the ball.
Now we've seen matches in that Manchester City team where Haaland plays and Pep is the coach, where Erling Haaland is more or less useless.
Yes.
Because
it happens.
It's
it
not
happens
coming from the midfield.
It happens to everybody.
So at that point, what do you make of Erling Haaland when the passes are not forthcoming and he's just there and he's more or less he should be substituted? So fans will even say, "Oh God, remove him."
Every team operates on tactics.
I'm taking you based on what you said. Well, I'm coming. I'm taking you based on when you said a complete team wouldn't need a striker to do all of that, and you cited Manchester City under Pep Guardiola as a complete team. And I'm saying we've seen matches in the Premier League this season since Haaland was signed where Erling Haaland is more or less useless because
it is not his fault.
Every team.
So at that point, what do you make of Haaland?
Every team operates on tactics, systems. They are before they go out to the pitch of play, field of play. They know what to do. They take instruction from the coaches. If it doesn't work, it depends on the coach right there in the dugout to say this doesn't work. Erling, you're not working. Drop deep or you've been taken off. But you can't take him off because he's your focal point of scoring. If you take him off and you bring in someone else who is inefficient, you've totally ruined your team tactics. Yes, and he can go blank. It happens to every striker. We've seen teams scoring.
They score in every game.
We've seen teams score 4 goals, and then the number 9 doesn't even score. We've seen teams score 5.
Liverpool Bournemouth 9 goals.
Salah,
no goal, no assist.
Who is the conduit of goal scoring in the team? Goes blank, no assist, no goals. I remember a game a few years ago. United scored 4 against Leicester City, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who was scoring for Fonden, didn't even score. So those situations are situations whereby the team tactics for that day failed. If it's a day where everyone reports to duty on a good wakes up from the right side of the bed, and then you go out there, you do your duty. Because even in games where let's say Robert Lewandowski, who can play the ball, he still blanks, and he scored 15 goals this season in the La Liga with about I think 5 assists or 3 assists. You compare that to Haaland, who quote and unquote is not a complete striker, has scored 28.
Now here is where I'm gonna give you the floor very soon, Henry. So that's where the word complete striker comes from. Team football is about maneuvering, changing tactics. A journalist asked Pesero, I don't know why I keep mentioning Jose Pesero, but it's what it is. I mean,
you like the man so much.
A journalist asked Pesero yesterday post-match that when a match goes against what you earlier planned for, you tweak tactics to get result. And so Pesero, what was the brain behind you bringing in Paulo Nuachu and then Murphy and all of that? So I don't want to go to the response. You hear more of that in the second part of the show. So so there's that dynamism in football, and that is where the word complete striker comes in, because when there is need for dynamism, where everybody don't turn to the party as usual at the level, at the expected positions, then something is changed. Something ought to change. You see what I'm doing? Yeah. This is, Pep Guardiola for you. Something ought to change.
Like Pesero didn't do yesterday.
No, something ought to change. And then a complete striker, in the sense of it, changes and something happens and a goal is scored.
Yes, something can change. We can move from playing the ball around in the midfield and go to wing play. Okay, Yao Cancelo, you can get the crosses. Rico Lewis, you can get the crosses. Go out to the wings. I'll play from the wings. Haaland has got the height. Play the balls inside the 18-yard area.
Doesn't work.
No, if it doesn't work, then we'll try from.
Now every day go
try
something
else.
Sometimes
when people say tactics,
it's down to team tactics. It's down to team tactics because in a system where the striker now, I think we're actually forgetting the role of a striker. The role of a striker is to score goals. Now, if you're saying a complete striker, there's nothing as a complete striker. Haaland is faster than Harry Kane. Yes, Kane can shoot the balls and hit those long balls, can pass the ball, but Haaland is more pacey than Harry Kane. So Kane doesn't tick the box of pace.
Now, it's just one over.
Not just one. Efficiency. We're talking about efficiency as well.
Kane is actually an efficient striker.
Yeah, Haaland is more efficient.
No, but he ticks the efficiency box. So
look,
it's side by side. Look, that's what I'm saying. That's why even when I brought the club talk of Gabriel Jesus, you can tick the efficiency box for him. It doesn't mean he's the most prolific of strikers.
Then he's not complete.
No. Understand? Any striker that can give you double figures in a season is a good enough striker.
How about a striker that can give you 40 goals in at least?
No. Understand? I think we're even getting the whole talk wrong, because when you talk about, like, you bring up defenders or midfielders or even forwards, some are hard men, some are ball playing, some are general, like they tick literally almost all the box, but you barely see few defenders that are actually general defenders. You're either a stopper, a hard man, or you're a ball playing defender. You either cut across one of those two.
Lawrence Agbo, Rivers United. Continue.
So, but I think the word that should actually be even used in this term is not even complete striker, because like I said, every striker has their own profile of play. Haaland is a prolific striker. He has his own profile. Giroud has his own profile. Lukaku, go on and on. They have their own profiles. But the word that should actually be used, maybe if you're looking at the term, if there's is a complete footballer, who is more of a complete footballer, I think that's where you can even term, because now you're taking it beyond just the striking position, because actually the job of a striker is actually to score goals, and that's the simple truth. So as long as Haaland scores goals, even if he doesn't defend, he's doing his job, and that's the simple truth. So when you're not looking at the term, who is more of a complete footballer, and we start knowing what we're looking for,
I think that's going to be very broad.
No,
bringing the goalkeepers, the defenders.
It helped. I think it helped better, because when you say striker, Inzaghi was a fantastic striker, but people Inzaghi he will be lost in a game for 90 minutes and he scores a hat-trick. But he has done his job because he's a striker. And what is the definition of a striker?
So here's the thing. We earlier on, guys established something about modern day football. So here's the thing. Now, the sole job of a striker is to score goals. But with the way football has evolved, just like Blessing mentioned, you're looking at other boxes that ought to be ticked for somebody to be described as a complete striker. And in a case where that your sole responsibility, because what do you need from a team? To deliver, to score goals, right?
Yeah.
Your work for your team is to score goals and make sure the team scores goals, right?
Yeah.
Because, any attacking player, your job is to make sure the team gets a goal, either by assist to an assist, or even scoring the goal yourself. So when it goes blank beyond you just getting the balls into the net, as a striker, what do you do at that point with the evolution and all the terms considered? What do you do at that point to ensure the team scores goals? I think that's where the term completeness comes in regarding strikers.
I think, number one, a lot of things, like now, whatever sort of striker a team goes for, it depends on the way the coach wants to play. That's very important. Look, I might decide to play in a way I don't need my striker to be scoring goals for me. I just need him to be there to link up play. Firmino was never there to put the ball into the back of the net for Liverpool. Yes, he did score he has scored a decent amount of goals for the club, but he was never there to do that. His primary job was to link up with Salah and Mane properly. It now depends. Look, there are very few times you can actually create a complete striker or a complete striker. Okay, let me use basketball as an example. I mean, you're either a big guy, a postman, or you're either a point guard.
Is it because you're watching?
I remember using basketball as an example. Steph Curry is a
complete basketballer.
Steph is not a complete basketballer. He's not a big guy. Steph cannot man by post and I'll be confident that's the coach. And it's the truth. But now there are certain players that you say tick almost all the boxes, but still you can't necessarily tell them quote and unquote complete. That's why I say it's very difficult. There are very few strikers you can tell that are very close to that term if you want to actually bring up that term. That's why I said Harry Kane and Robert Lewandowski. Okay, basketball, you have Nikola Jokic, but Jokic isn't necessarily good with the 3-point as well. It's decent enough. But it doesn't mean, so it's very difficult for anybody to tick all the boxes. When you're saying about you're putting certain players side by side, you can now start comparing certain boxes, but it doesn't mean that because of one player ticks more boxes, it diminishes what the other player can do. It makes him better than the other player.
All right, let's have your participation via the SMS on WhatsApp portal. Who do you see as a complete striker, and is Erling Haaland a complete striker? It's more or less a divided house here. 2 for 2. 2 for Erling Haaland being a complete striker, and other 2 against him being a complete striker in the context of the boxes being mentioned by the guys here in the building. So do you see him as a complete striker, Erling Haaland? This discussion is stemmed from Harry Kane surpassing the record of Wayne Rooney when he scored from the spot for England when they played Italy in the Euro qualifier yesterday. The SMS on WhatsApp portal is double at 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. I'm going to get to you now, Uzochukwu Duma. Who between Victor Osimhen, these are the two most I think Victor Osimhen is the most sought after striker right now, because there are no conversation about Erling Haaland leaving Manchester City, right?
Yeah.
There are no biddings for him, so it's safe to say that Victor Osimhen is the most sought after striker now. So let's say the two most hottest at the moment will be Osimhen and Erling Haaland by way of number of goals scored.
Yeah.
In all competitions, Haaland has scored more than Osimhen. So after Haaland, the next is Osimhen. So if you have these two, a choice between these two, who would you pick as the most complete striker for your team between Erling Haaland and Victor Osimhen?
Well, I have so many reasons why I'm going to pick the person I'm going to pick, because I'm also going to look at the particular attitude the person possesses while on the pitch of play. Because there are certain let me talk about yesterday first of all. When I watched that match against Guinea, and I was watching Osimhen. I just saw that Osimhen brought in all kinds of emotion into that game, because there was a particular game. I think there was a particular ball he was supposed to head, I think, and it got to a point he was complaining, so he didn't even see that. But when the ball came to the front of him, just because of his complaint, so I feel that Osimhen has to work on a lot of things, because as a player, as a striker, you need to focus on your gameplay and not always complaining, because that complaints might even reduce the morale of even your teammates, right? So I think an Osimhen might fit into a team because of how he moves and how he plays. But I want to go for Erling Haaland, because Haaland is he's the man that's going to give you those goals, because what's like Blessing has said, the primary objective of a striker is to get the goals for you. So I'm going to give it to a Haaland, because Haaland is a kind of player that if you have a nice set up team play and they can be able to create, then you see him giving in the goals. But for an Osimhen, if I don't know how to for Osimhen, what I saw yesterday, Osimhen.
Are you using what you saw yesterday to judge him?
Yes,
it's more like what you've seen over time.
See, what I've seen in Napoli,
didn't start playing yesterday.
In Napoli, let me say, Napoli is a complete team, and he has everything in that particular team. So it's just like everything he does works for him, right?
Okay.
But he came into another team play setting yesterday, and I didn't really see him doing those things he was doing at Napoli. Sometimes you see Osimhen trying to hold up balls and trying to see if he can get into the 18-yard box. I mean, when he was in Napoli. But he came to Nigeria, will I say he was just eager to score. he didn't have that composure. He didn't have that confidence again. He even missed a one-on-one yesterday.
So that's more
right?
like a one-time thing. That's instantaneous, more like it.
No,
is it good enough a sample space?
No, that simply means that
use as a criteria.
Listen. It simply means that if you are removed from a Napoli team and you come to a struggling team, right?
Like Chelsea,
But you come to a team like Tottenham Hotspur, right? That is still trying to get their foot very strong on
Who's
on the
better
ground.
off in terms of struggling between Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea?
I don't know. One has been on 10th position since God knows when.
Okay. I see. Want to use the Tottenham Hotspur.
But who struggle? You're talking about struggling team, and she mentioned Chelsea, and you went ahead to mention Tottenham. So I'm wondering who's struggling the most.
Then they should be talking about sacking Conte if Tottenham was not struggling. And they don't sack Potter. If Osimhen is in that kind of team setting, I might not see him doing very well because.
Was that Leo?
Huh?
It was at Leo.
Yeah. Maybe Leo has same setting with Napoli, right? maybe he has. You understand?
He suffered in Lille. He just graduated to bigger brothers of Insigne and Politano to Spalletti. It was Ikone and Bamba were Insigne and Politano square. They know they pass. They know they pass ball.
Yes, so for me, I'm going to go with an Haaland.
All right, Henry Ogubo.
Look,
in the sense of let's stick with the sense of completeness. Who do you pick, Haaland and Victor Osimhen?
Look, I say it's based on preference. Both strikers are both very similar in their style of play and in how they approach things. Look, it depends on preference. If I want to use Nigerian sentiment, I'll say Osimhen. But look, when you look at
Nigerian sentiment,
that's what I'm saying. If I want to use Nigerian sentiment, but when you look at the goal ratios, you look at a lot of style of play, they are very similar. Like both, I look at Victor Osimhen, look at Erling Braut Haaland, they are very similar. But when you look at the goal ratio and maybe one or two little other factors,
record the boxes you mentioned.
So, I know. When I think they are very similar strikers.
Okay,
very similar. I didn't say they are exactly the same thing. Okay. I know, but when you look at other factors, like when I say very similar, they are different. So Erling Haaland has some edge ahead of Victor Osimhen. That's definite, and that's that's a fact, and it's the truth. And when you look at the goal ratio of Haaland compared to Victor Osimhen, I'll go with Erling Braut Haaland.
All right, Blessing. Before we open the phone lines,
Reliance, I would consider my style of play first if I want to pick. Like, what is my philosophy? What kind of system do I use? Because it's the system that would influence who I would bring in. Because if I'm bringing in Erling Haaland, I know that I must have people who are there to create and to feed him. So, like, if I have a system that's like City, I know that Haaland would work. If I have a system that's like Arsenal, Haaland would work. But if I have a system like
Napoli,
no, Liverpool now, because Liverpool, they do not play from the midfield. Is Haaland good from scoring from the sides and all of that? That is one thing I would also look at. So it's like, what is my philosophy? And if you look at Haaland, like I said before, Haaland is good with positional awareness. He understands that this is where I am supposed to be and this is how I am supposed to score. Osimhen is also a very fantastic striker, and they have similar qualities. Henry has said it, but look at the conversion. If you are given 10 balls, how many can you convert? That is what I want. My own definition of a striker is someone that can give me the goals. So I will be sticking with Haaland because he going to give me the goals. Woto.
Okay. All right. Victor Buji, I want to open the phone lines. Let's have your thoughts.
I think we clear on this. Erling Haaland, fine. Osimhen is good. I mean, Osimhen is that kind of striker where you are sure that you can get goals. But I think in this conversation, Haaland gets it and clear of Osimhen. You go to Norway, 21 and 23 for Norway. Yes, Osimhen has similar numbers. I think 15 and about 23 for the Super Eagles. But you look at Haaland, Salzburg. Many persons would say, some school of thought would say City is in a complete team where he's being fed all the time.
Today,
but at Salzburg in the Champions, his first season in Champions League, he scored in 5 consecutive games.
He scored 9 in the group stages.
And in those games, they were in the same group with Liverpool. Yes, they were knocked out of they were knocked out of the group stage, but he made a statement, and that's in the winter. That was in December, and then at the winter he made a move to Dortmund, and Dortmund, we're forgetting Haaland. Even at Dortmund, he struggled with injuries. It's not a City that maybe he's being managed in a way whereby his injuries have been curtailed. He still struggled with injuries at Dortmund, and he scored goals. So Haaland takes it over Osimhen.
All right, so here is someone's thoughts. Who knows what it feels like to be a striker, because he himself was once a striker. DJ Drogba talking about who a complete striker is before I open the phone lines who are buzzing at the moment. He said, for me, a complete striker is someone who can create an assist as well as score. Someone who can change the game within one action. I'm going to tell you how I became that type of player myself. But I don't think there are many of them at this World Cup. It was making a reference to the World Cup, by the way. Some teams even prefer to play without a striker at all. But in the big moments, I always think you need someone to finish the actions as well as start them. England have Harry Kane, who I love to watch. But France Kylian Mbappe is the player who stands out as being the best at doing all those things I've mentioned all together. If you put Mbappe in a centre-forward position, he will score goals, but still come back and try and make chances for other people. You can see he was doing that a lot in France in the first 2 games in Qatar. He can expose defenders one-on-one with his pace, but I think the fact he has played in different forward positions for his club, Paris Saint-Germain, has helped to make his game more rounded, to become more complete, if you like. That is how it worked for me. I became a complete striker, if you allow me to call myself that, because I learned how to develop my game and give myself more tools to use on the pitch. Now, he was asked, how many complete strikers do we have based on his own definition in modern day football? He said, right now, there are only a few players who do all this. Mbappe, France teammate Olivier Giroud can do part of it, because he's a good finisher and always in a good position inside the box, but he's not too mobile. I like Manchester City and Norway forward Erling Haaland, who is not at this World Cup, because he's an excellent finisher and he can make long runs with the ball, but I still want to see him being a bit more creative as well. You cannot be a complete striker without doing that too. Of course, when a striker is not scoring, people quickly forget about this other part of his game. We are supposed to watch to score goals, so when that doesn't happen, then people think there is a problem, like that. Like with, say, Harry Kane at the start of this World Cup. I disagree. We all know Kane is a proven goal scorer and a guy who will destroy goalkeepers if you put him in the box. But I love what he's doing for England. So those are the attributes of a complete striker. And Didier Drogba doesn't think that Erling Haaland is. He wants him to be more involved and more creative. What do you think? Who is a complete striker, and how many of them do we have in modern day football? And do you think Erling Haaland is a complete striker? Phone numbers to call are 0817 000951 and 0810 9510 951. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Apostle of Love from Abba. Let's have a contribution.
Thank you. I agree.
We greet you too. We greet you too. Apostle of Love, are you there?
I'm there. I said, first of all, that was a kind of causing problem, because even what somebody is saying can be used as a yardstick to say somebody is a complete striker. You know, because in football, if I'm to say, we'll be talking about a complete player. That's what Robert, I think he wants to say, or something like that, because it's just a blessing and the victor is saying. His main job, his main assignment in football is to score goals. So if a striker begins to assist and also defend, is addition. Just like a defender. A defender's main ability.
Apostle of Love, here's what you're going to do for us. The line is breaking, so you're going to end it and then try the other number possibly, or try the same number again, because it's punctuating and we're having difficulty putting your thoughts together. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, my name is Loki.
Go ahead.
I think for sake of those that study something about maybe football, want to go and write exam, I don't think that there is anything like a complete striker. What I know is a complete footballer. With due respect to the driver. Because of I'm not seeing a player that will assist.
No photocopy, are you there? Okay, I'm praying so hard. This is not coming from our ends. Hello, can you hear us? All right. Do well to try to call again. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rian, Reliable Reliance.
This is Rinny Evans Dixon.
Yes, my brother. Good afternoon, everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon.
Reliable Reliance in short was, let me just ask you, you are in the studio and you are talking about sports. And whenever you put music and you start dancing and the other people are not dancing, does that separate them from them not being journalists?
Music your analogy is entirely different from the context. Maybe you would have said something about maybe writing and talking, which are attributes of journalism, not bringing in music.
Okay. Because I'm saying, okay, let's assume we have journalists and we have journalists that write. Does that mean that the journalist who does not know how to write a episode about a particular thing is not a journalist? Because there are some journalists that know how to analyze their mouth, and there are some journalists who know how to analyze throw right. I don't know if you get me. So what I'm trying to say is that what is the primary duty of a striker? That is what you ask. There is a difference between a primary duty of a complete footballer and a primary duty of a complete striker. A complete striker needs to have the pace. A complete striker needs to apart from who even have more chances to score goals. It is only a striker, because before a match finishes, a striker will either have highest shot on target or have to miss a lot of chances. So it depends. Let's say, for example, you call Wiggles. Wiggles, Manchester United keep using him not because he's a complete striker, but because Manchester United have no option. Any other thing he's doing there apart from scoring of goals is outside being a complete striker, and that is why people will continue criticizing him. You can't compare somebody who is a complete striker who holds the ball. My brother, whether you hold the ball or you don't hold the ball, the most important thing is that as a complete striker, you need to have the pace. That is, you have to run behind defenders. You have to make sure that you are ready to run 100 meters, 200 meters with a defender and make sure you score. And that is what a complete striker is. That they criticize Cristiano Ronaldo in Juventus that he's not a complete striker, or maybe it's one of the problem, just like Queen, your colleague Blessing says, does not still stop him from being a complete striker. That the people complain about Erling Haaland being a problem of Man City not doing well, not performing well in their league, does not still stop him from being a complete striker. Vijay Joba might come out and tell me that he wants Haaland to do this and do that, but I can tell you, Haaland is complete striker more than Gabriel Jesus. You can't compare Gabriel Jesus to Erling Haaland. Gabriel Jesus is not a complete striker, and that is why he can never be compared to Erling Haaland. So they have the pace that Erling Haaland has? Absolutely not. Can he be able to take chances that Erling Haaland have been able to take? Absolutely not. Both of them have been played in Manchester City, but then one of them have been chopping bench and the other person have been playing consistency. So why comparing Gabriel Jesus and telling me Gabriel Jesus is a complete striker and Erling Haaland is a complete striker? In what way? The complete striker has to have the pace to run and also have the ability to score goals, and that is what you need as a complete striker.
And Gabriel Jesus equally has the pace.
He has the pace, but you can't compare that with the pace Gabriel Jesus has to Erling Haaland. I'm not saying he doesn't have the pace.
Okay. Will that be all from you?
That will be all for now.
All right, for now. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for airing your thoughts. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Kingsley calling from Port Harcourt.
Kingsley, go ahead. Let's have a contribution.
Well, for me, let me start with a striker. A striker is someone who scores goals, who delivers by scoring goals for you. It doesn't matter if you are your striker, fall back to midfield. His own job, primary assignment is to score goals. Then a complete striker to me is someone who can score with both legs, and you score with your both legs, you score with all parts of your body. You don't have a kind of
score with your hand, though. Bros.
I know that's a striker. Even if you
hand of God. If he's coming, hand of God, joy.
That's a striker for a complete striker. So right. Just like Alan now. You know, Alan is a left shooter, but most people don't even know that. You know, so that's what makes him a complete striker. He can start with his shoulder, head, leg, anywhere.
Okay.
So that's just it for me.
Okay.
Then if you can see fall back and help, that one is just an addition.
Okay, it's not more important to you, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So dropping deep to assist the team, hold up play is not so important to him, he said. That was line 1. Let me go to line 2 now. Hi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
I'm Michael calling from Owerri.
Michael, from where?
Owerri.
Owerri. All right, glad to have you all the way from Owerri. Go ahead.
Okay, my coach, this striker prince people are talking about. Striker. You cannot compare Haaland to other players. Look at a striker playing just in a season, scoring 40-something goals without the season ended. It's not a complete striker. So.
Michael, do what to call back. Probably that was network. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, no photocopy, call back.
All right, let's have your contribution, no photocopy.
Like I said before, don't buy that idea of a complete striker. The reason is this. For example, now, when Firmino retired from football in Liverpool and Giroud, and Salah retired, when they look back to their scorecard and their record, you will see that people will cherish and appreciate Salah more than Firmino. So a work of a striker, firstly, is to score goals. Some coaches will tell you to be selfish. Score the goal. That is the work of a striker. All these nomenclature and what have you that make football look like so technological and what have you. The primary responsibility of a striker is to score goals. If you have the ability to fall back, hold up, and what have you, that is Jara. So at the end of the day, like I said, when Firmino retired from football, how many goals did he score for Liverpool? Because he was brought to be a striker, but he played more of fall back. I don't appreciate that fall back and hold up play and what have you. I appreciate you to score goals as a striker. But when you check at their record, they will always appreciate Salah because he gave the goals. While Firmino did the hold up and this other guy, Giroud. So I didn't buy that idea. What I know is that you could be a complete footballer, but when you did a lot of things, you fall back, you support, they see you in the box and what have you. But when they say complete striker, so if I did the hold up work, I do the running, I do the hold up play, I assist and what have you. At the end of the day or the end of my career, I didn't have up to 10, 15 goals a season. Will people appreciate me as a striker?
No. The answer is not no. The answer is not absolute no. Let me take you back to the France national team during the 2018 World Cup. You know the player I'm going to mention?
Yes.
Olivier Giroud. How many goals did he score in that World Cup?
I can't remember now.
Good. But did he play almost all the matches for France till they win the World Cup?
I think so.
If he did, so that's what I'm saying. The answer is not absolute no. That people will not appreciate you doing some other work because Didier Deschamps stuck with him from the beginning of the match till the end, despite not getting. I'm not sure he scored up to 5 goals in that World Cup. I don't think.
Here is the thing. When you retire, when your career finishes as a footballer, people begin to look at your scorecard. Look at the man called Alan Shearer and the goals. People didn't forget that there's only player that scored 34 goals. But there were a couple of, if I want to count striker from that 1994 till now, we have in Premier League more than 20-something strikers. Before the era of Chicharito, Van Persie, and Ronaldo and Drogba, we had a couple, but those are the few names, and Thierry Henry you always remember, because they make the mark, they drop those goals. So that issue of a complete striker, this is human running, not a robot or computer. You run, you go back, you assist, you did this. I've played football to a certain level. It's not an easy task. Stand your position very well, they give you the goals.
And isn't that, it's not an easy task. Now, isn't that why strikers who are able to do this should be exceptional?
And where are they? How many of them? When you check their
my analysts have mentioned now. They've mentioned Harry Kane. They've mentioned Robert Lewandowski. They've mentioned what's his name? Karim Benzema.
Yes. I don't. When you check every season, how many assists do they give? Even a goalkeeper.
They give assists to Harry Kane. Harry Kane, they give
Okay.
assists to. Have you forgotten? He combined with Song Heung-min during Jose Mourinho too. I think he won the highest number of assists that season in the Premier League. He got the highest number of assists that season in the Premier League. As a striker,
that is once in a while. It's not a consistent something. Because
okay,
when they bring that into, let me round up with this.
Yeah.
Because you said something concerning Haaland and Osimhen.
Yeah.
That comes out once in a while. It's like Alisson Becker assist. How many players done that after the Chile fit of the Paraguay used to do it and a few couple of goalkeepers? It is exceptional and extraordinary something. It does not come consistently. We will use and rate and say this and this, this and this. And how far Harry Kane done that year? Have he done it again? But when you talk of issue of Haaland and Osimhen, Haaland always played in a well-prepared team. There is no striker in that stars box that have never scored a goal. The same way the Haaland scored, like Tyson Daka was in that team. Go and check the record. In Dortmund, there is no striker of Dortmund that has not scored a goal. Müller was there, Lewandowski was there, Mario Götze was there. Go and check their record. They are prepared team. Haaland played in a team that is prepared. They do the work for him. Haaland cannot play in a team, Napoli, that the same is playing now and get the same number. He cannot play in Chelsea, Liverpool, and get the same number. So for now, Haaland is very fresh. Let us allow him to repeat it. Season maybe 2-3.
What are you saying? No photocopy. Have you forgotten that it's this same Haaland that we're talking about? He's got 9 goals during the on the 20 days in a single match. This same Haaland at Red Bull Salzburg. Have you forgotten? Go and check the numbers. The same Haaland at Dortmund.
Every Salzburg striker has 4 goals. I can count them. I said Tyson Daka. He scored the same. Every Dortmund striker has 4 goals. The of Müller, Mario Götze, Lewandowski, they score a goal. Every Man City striker has scored a goal. So let him play 2-3 seasons in this Premier League. Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil, for the copy, for your thoughts. Lost that call. Do well to call back if you can. We appreciate it. And SMS and water portal is still up and running as well. 0701 933 9962. Back to the phone lines now. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name and your location, please.
Amen.
From Delhi.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Everything the Drogba had just said, I think they are the things that define a complete striker. And like just as Blessing said, that a complete striker is a striker that will give you the goals and positional awareness. Now, if we should look at that, what kind of goal do you score? Is it just a goal within the box? Can you score a goal from outside the box? Can you score free kick? So these are the qualities that one can look at and say, this person is a complete, because you can't just be scoring the goals and your teams are gone. Your team, they are conceding. For example, can't you see the effect of Erling Haaland on Man City? When he was not there, there's a difference now. Yes, he's bagging the goals, but where are they in Premier League? That's the question you should ask.
They are second in the Premier League, chasing Arsenal bomber to bomber.
No, don't say bomber to bomber, because right as I speak to you now, Arsenal is about 8 points ahead of them, so that's not bomber to bomber.
And so if you don't call that bomber to bomber, what are you going to call Barcelona 12 points ahead of Real Madrid?
It is not also bomber to bomber.
Or Napoli's, is it 18 points, 19 ahead of Lazio?
Elias, it is not bomber to bomber.
With 8 points?
Yes. 8 points is a whole lot.
Okay,
yes.
Alright, no problem.
As big as Man City, come on, Arsenal of yesterday is stopping them with 8 points, and you are telling me they are chasing Arsenal bomber to bomber. No. So, as a now, the reason why I respect Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo is that these two guys, for me, although when they started, they were not strikers. They were playing from the wings, and all of a sudden they were converted to strikers. And these people, they are the player you look at and say, yes, they are complete strikers, because they can score from outside the box, they can score in the 18-yard box, they can score so many kind of goals. They can stand and play free kick, and it will be a goal. So it can't even decide. For example, now, I was just watching a replay of that match. Haaland scored about 9 goals. All the 9 goals, no one was outside outside the 18-yard box, so just within the box. And tomorrow you tell me he is a complete striker. No, now he's not a complete striker. So as a complete striker, you should also help your team and also score goals from outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest from Dele. We appreciate your contribution on the show. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Reliance.
This is from Rumo Dumaya.
Okay, you have forgotten my name, okay?
Honestly, Simon, I don't know why your name wanted to play Bangula in my head. I really don't know why I wanted to dance a lantern in my head, but I caught it with my fish hook. Welcome to the show, Simon.
Thank you. Anyway, my own, if you can ask me who is a complete striker, for my own opinion, and I will not go with the Drogba. I will say that my own complete striker is just a player that he can score goals on both legs. You'll be also good on air. You can also get that skill in you. In case of you meet opponents, this thing that you like to pack balls, you block everywhere. You can have that skill to take on defenders, dribble defender to create space. You understand? It can also be good on outside the 18 shot. Because there is some thing that we need. The only thing that will save you and your team that day is when you strike from outside the 18. Not only tapping. And you, last off, you will be good in positioning. Because that tapping is also a quality. That tapping is one of the quality of a strike, because so many strikers these days, they are not even good in tapping because they don't know how to position. If those goals that we are calling keep goals, just tapping. So many strikers who cannot score it because
Simon?
Striker.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Simon, thank you. But in the end, Simon, are you still there?
Yes.
So in the end, you've mentioned the attributes, quite all right, I'm appreciated. How about giving us a name that fits into this category or that ticks the boxes you've mentioned?
In this current now,
yeah.
I will still use that Mbappe.
Okay, Kylian Mbappe.
I will use that Mbappe now.
Okay.
Yes, I will use Mbappe.
All right. Thank you very much, Simon from Rumo Dumaya. Yeah, maybe I'm so used to you calling in the second part. Probably that's why your name wanted to cast a spell on me a little bit. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Please, what is the headline about?
What is what? Hello?
Hello, it's Ability Abby.
Okay, Ability. Let's have a contribution.
Yeah, good afternoon. So, which headline are you about?
The headline is, who is a complete striker? Who do you describe as a complete striker? And in modern day football, how many of them do we have? Can you mention them? And is Erling Haaland a complete striker?
Yes, but see, number one, is Victor Osimhen. The striker, even in Nigeria, I don't think no score, but today, Haaland in Man City is a striker too.
No, yes, they are strikers, but complete striker. Complete in all sense of it.
Even number one, the point is Haaland. Yes, because Haaland can score from left or right. Because he's a striker. Number two, even Osimhen, number two is Osimhen. Osimhen can score too. Also can score. Even yesterday that he does score, because nobody is supplying the pass, the midfielder, even when in 5 minutes time. But Victor Osimhen is complete.
Ability?
So that is my own opinion.
All right. Thank you very much, Ability, for stating your thoughts on the show. Hi, good afternoon.
Let me just ask you a question.
I'm listening, yeah.
Right. Is Marcus Rashford a striker?
Is Marcus Rashford a striker? Yes, he is.
He's a striker?
Yes. What team be? Now defender? Or midfielder?
And but he's not a complete striker.
I didn't say that. He strikes for his team. The striker is somebody who strikes.
Rashford is not a striker.
Okay, so what is he?
Rashford is a winger. You just don't hear my talk.
Why you call because they ask me that kind of question?
Yeah, what I'm asking is that
just make your point.
Harry Kane is a complete striker.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but the difference between Harry Kane and Marcus Rashford is I don't think there's much difference, because if Harry Kane do much of hold of play, yes. Did he take on defenders? Yes. Did he have the pace? Yes. And all these things Marcus Rashford has it. But the only difference between Harry Kane and Marcus Rashford is their positioning. I don't think is their positioning. Harry Kane, yes, he plays from flank, but his main point of play is in front. He plays in the middle of the park, in front of the middle of the park, as a complete striker, and all other things. And what did he do? He scored. What did he do? He had the pace to run. And what else do you need? Extra things, all these other things that you are mentioning about hold of. Let me just give an example. Vegas, he doesn't have the space to run.
What did Vegas do you, brother? What did that guy do you?
Vegas, he can't take chances compared to Harry Kane. But let's say, can Vegas take hold of play? He do that. Can Vegas charge defenders? He do that. Can he come back? Can he pass? He do that. Can he assist? He do that. But because he doesn't have this space and he doesn't know how to take chances when it comes to scoring of goals, that's these two things are completely as a striker, not even to talk about complete striker. So that's why I still come to tell people that if you can tell me that striker needs to pick all the balls, my brother, there is the reason why we have midfielders, there is the reason why we have defenders, and there is the reason why we have attacking midfielders, and there is the reason why we have wingers. So the primary duty of a striker is to have the pace and score the goal. If you don't have the pace as a striker, and you don't have to score the goal, forget about it.
All right, thank you very much. So in your Olivier Giroud scores the goals despite doesn't have much of the pace. Okay, so I'm going to take. I think I can squeeze in one or two more calls before we move on to other matters. Hi.
Yeah. Afternoon once again. It's
Ernest, can you? Okay, just go ahead.
Okay. That takes us back to argument we made certain time. I think that was last week when someone said here in the studio that because Haaland has done it in Salzburg, Dortmund, Madrid, at Man City, he can also do it at Fulham. And I said that's a lie, because there's a team you go to.
He can't do it at Fulham.
Yes.
If he do it for Nigerian national team.
Hello?
If he do it for Super Eagles.
Who?
Haaland.
How can you do that? I'm coming. That's why I'm coming. I'm coming. Now.
You do it for Norway. Norway get better players. I mean, better team for Super Eagles.
Well, now, can you compare Super Eagles and Norway?
And now they ask you now, who shall get more quality than?
No, we have quality players now compared to what we have here in Nigeria.
Anyways, Ernest, just go ahead. That was on the lighter note. Don't mind me. Okay,
now you see why because you are doing it in a good way. You think it cannot be that. For example, I see what happened yesterday. Vito Osimhen, he became a complainant yesterday because the passes were not coming. So one thing that helps these players is when they see the player that can supply them the pass. So it makes them to be good. And again, this thing that makes football game to look at as if you don't score goal, you are not a striker. It's making all these strikers to be selfish. And what is always in their mind that let me just score this goal so that I can place my name on a high pedestal. So it's making them to lose selfish, and wherever they don't score goal, they become a complainant at the end of the day. So for a complete player, please, you should also help your team. At least, even if you score the goal, there should be a protection. So they don't equalize. Because whereby you are -1 in your team, you just want to get the goal. You might as well concede, and when you concede, you can't win a match. So a complete player should be that kind of player that can also create. Yes, see the way Lionel Messi and it's easy to score 800 goals and 300 and something assists. It is not easy. You don't score 100 goals, you have one assist, and I say you are a complete striker. Never. A complete striker should also create and score from long distance also.
All right, thank you very much. And so I'm going to take one call and then we move forward. We'll still come back to this matter later on for your reactions. Hi, good afternoon.
Elias, I called back.
Apostle of Love, I pray the network allows you this time. Go ahead.
Are you hearing me very clearly now?
Loud enough. Go ahead.
I greet everyone in the studio once again. You see, like I was saying, I think that drama statement of complete striker, that trouble they look for. The primary assignment, just like Victor and Blessing, is to score goals. If a striker is doing another thing, it's an addition, just like a defender. His primary assignment in the team is to defend the post. So if it happens to score goals, addition to the team. So if you're talking about the complete striker, if there's a word like complete striker, you can be talking about complete player. I think that's what Robert would have said. The complete striker, because Robert is a quality striker. In fact, in Premiership, I think one of the best African strikers we have. So when it comes to scoring goals, a striker score with left, right, he can score with anywhere. Like the last, was it one of the callers said, but not with hand. Though Maradona did that, and it was called hand of God. So that clause, complete striker, I don't think it is, especially in the modern football. So a striker's assignment is to score, and once a striker is scoring goals, is a complete striker to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Apostle of Love. We appreciate your contribution. The phone lines are still buzzing. The SMS and WhatsApp portal equally too. I've seen your messages. I'm going to take them. But let's move on at this point. Permit me to go to the next matter on the bulletin, and we will return to taking reactions. And of course, we're not going to do that without still taking reactions regarding the first topic being discussed, regarding who is a complete striker and how many of them do we have in modern day football. So you will still have the opportunity to weigh in on that even after we're done discussing this. So in the meantime, let's switch our attentions and talk about something different from strikers. Do not forget that we are currently in the FIFA international window, so that's why you see many friendly matches and of course qualifiers both on the continent of Africa as well as Europe, and we'll give you updates of how the matches we expect today, and further development regarding football in its entirety, except Nigerian football that will be discussed from the 4 p.m. hour to 6 p.m. But for now, let's move on to discussing other matters on the show.
Yeah, I know sometimes things may not always make sense to you right now, but hey, Daddy always tell me, straighten up, little soldier. Stiffen up that upper lip. What you crying about? You got me? Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad when I'm gone, but I'm trying to give you the life that I never had. I can see you sad, even when you smile, even when you laugh. I can see it in your eyes, deep inside you wanna cry, cause you're scared. I ain't there, Daddy's with you in your prayers. No more crying, wipe them tears. Daddy's here, no more nightmares. We gon' pull together through it, we gon' do it. Laney uncle's crazy, ain't he? Yeah, but he loves you, girl, and you better know it. We're all we got in this world, when it spins, when it swirls, when it whirls, when it twirls. Two little beautiful girls looking puzzled in a daze. I know it's confusing you. Daddy's always on the move, mama's always on the news. I try to keep you sheltered from it, but somehow it seems the harder that I try to do that, the more it backfires on me. All the things growing up is daddy had to see. Daddy don't want you to see, but you see just as much as he did. We did not plan it to be this way, your mother and me, but things have got so bad between us. I don't see us ever being together ever again, like we used to be when we was teenagers. But then of course everything always happens for a reason. I guess it was never meant to be, but it's just something we have no control over, and that's what destiny is. But no more worries, rest your head and go to sleep. Maybe one day we'll wake up and this'll all just be a dream. Now hush, little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Stiffen that upper lip up, little lady. I told ya, Daddy's here to hold ya through the night. I know mommy's not here right now, but me too. Why we feel this sports toys always
always listen to Today Sports Life on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Honey, mommy wrapped the Christmas presents up and stuck them under the tree and said some of them were from me, cause daddy couldn't buy them. I'll never forget that Christmas. I sat up the whole night crying, cause daddy felt like a bum. See, daddy had a job, but his job was to keep the food on the table for you and mom. And at the time, every house that we lived in either kept getting broken into and robbed or shot up on the block. And your mom was saving money for you in a jar, trying to start a piggy bank for you so you could go to college.
Eminem with the track titled Mockingbird. I'm very certain that there are people listening to this show right now who were not on the planet when Eminem or when this song was making waves. Now here is me feeling like one big daddy like that, you know. When I know they oppress me too much, at least I don't see things. I've seen things. Alright, let's move on the show. Sergio Aguero believes Lionel Messi will make a dramatic return to Barcelona, stating there is a 50% chance his former Argentine teammate will resign for his former club. Messi ended his 21-year association with Barcelona in 2021, moving to Paris Saint-Germain on a 2-year deal and Barca's financial difficulties. That deal comes to an end this summer. That's this August, right, Henry?
June. That should be June.
Okay, that should be June, yeah. Summer is June. And there is growing belief that Messi won't extend his stay in Paris, meaning the World Cup winner will be a free agent at the end of the season. The 35-year-old has been heavily linked with a move to MLS, David Beckham, and MLS, that's in David Beckham's Inter Miami, as well as joining Cristiano Ronaldo by signing a lucrative deal to play in Saudi Arabia. However, close friend Aguero has stated that he thinks Messi would find a temptation to return to Nou Camp too hard to resist. I take that again. Aguero feels that the possibility of the privilege or the chance of Messi returning to Nou Camp or make that a temptation to return to Nou Camp will be too hard to resist. Speaking on TYC Sport, the former Manchester City striker said, I think Leo Messi should retire at Barca. Barcelona is his home and he should finish his career there. My feeling is that there is a 50% chance that he will return. Now, earlier on, Barca president Juan Laporta has made no secret of his desire to bring the club legend back to Spain, but any potential emotional return would be impacted by Spanish giants' continued financial struggles. Guys, let's build this conversation around this. Who supports Lionel Messi returning to Barcelona and who doesn't? Let's start from there. It's an open question.
I mean, it's down to the man, but I don't support it, frankly speaking. First of all, his salary is part of the reason why Barcelona find themselves in the best days.
This time around, I think he's going to accept a pay cut.
No, it's not even about accepting a pay cut. Before even Barca can sign or register new players, they need to generate $190 million by the transfer window. That was according to Javier Tebas, La Liga president. And where do Barcelona start generating that kind of money? You're looking at offloading some players and doing some other things or using some of those economic levers. And we've heard Tebas say that such levers will not be accepted again. So you now begin to wonder, where's Barcelona going to raise the money? And keeping Messi on your wage bill is not easy. No be bills. It's not an easy feat. It's no mean feat. I mean, even before PSG did the deal, their lawyers and their accountants had to start doing the maths to make sure it was possible so that they're not breaching FFP because they already have a huge wage bill. And we know that as much as Barcelona is trying to reduce or cut their wage bill, it's still quite huge. That's one of the biggest paying clubs in Europe. So, I mean, I don't see Messi going back to Barcelona. It's just wishful thinking. If it happens, it will be a miracle, frankly speaking, or frankly saying. I think it will be a miracle if Messi goes to Barcelona. I'm probably thinking he's most likely going to extend the PSG for another year at least, or maybe end up going to the MLS or to the Saudi Pro League. That's it.
All right, Uzo, how would you rate Lionel Messi's 1 year plus? Is it up to 2 years? June will it's going to make it 2 years. How would you rate his should I say his performance at Paris Saint-Germain? Or before we even get to that, which would you say will be more profitable or more given in terms of where he retires? A return to Nou Camp, play at Inter Miami, or even any club in the MLS, or join Cristiano Ronaldo at Saudi Pro League and sign a mega money deal that might possibly even eclipse what Ronaldo signed?
Well, I think going to Saudi Arabia would just be cool for him. I think it should be good for him because I don't really know because if he wants to go back to Barcelona, the world will expect him to do what he was doing then. They start comparing him again. He'll start being under so much pressure, right? But if to some extent he goes to Saudi Arabia, the way Ronaldo is now, Ronaldo have gone there, and then the only thing we hear now is Ronaldo scoring goals. We don't really hear about his errors. We don't hear people, media coming against him. We don't hear anyone saying that he's the problem of the team. He's just there to break records, right? If he goes to Saudi Arabia, I feel it will also help the Saudi league too, because so many media houses now focus on Saudi Arabia, and maybe you see the clubs there doing very well because they have two giants in football joining that side. So it will even pave more ways for other leagues to come to limelight. Going to Barcelona, even when you were there, Barcelona were already passing through some financial issues also in the team play. Now you coming back, I don't know what he's going to bring to this team at this point in time when they are still trying to get together with the younger boys. The Pedri is there, Gavi is there, Rafinha is there from the left-hand side, and other players, right? So this team is still trying to stand on their own without someone, because when Lionel Messi was there, the team was built around him. But now, since he's no longer there, they are trying to play as a team, not really having a point man somewhere, or the man dictates how the game is going to be. Whenever he's not there, just like the team is like an average team just trying to play football. They are trying to grow. So Lionel Messi coming back there might now make okay, look at what happened in Manchester United. Cristiano Ronaldo coming back. The beast in Rashford that is there now was not there because we saw so many of the players just trying to pass the ball to Ronaldo to get the ball into the back of the net. Now, if someone like Lionel Messi comes to Barcelona, you might see these boys that had this confidence. The confidence might not just be there. They will just want to play for Lionel Messi. They want to give him the balls and all that. So Lionel Messi is not really going to bring anything into a Barcelona team. I know it's old now. If you watch the last game, the Champions League match against was it Bayern Munich, right?
Bayern, yeah.
Yes. Lionel Messi was there, but he was just like in the shadow of himself. He was not really doing anything in that pitch of play, just walking up and down from the beginning of the match to the end. I didn't say Lionel Messi is not a great player. He's a good player. He can bring to the table at any time, at any given point in time. But I think at this retiring stage, he shouldn't go to too competitive leagues, because at this point in time, you might start making some silly mistakes now, and you know, humans, we tend to forget the good you've been doing, the 7 Ballon d'Or you've carried. At the twinkling of an eye, the next thing now you will start bashing you. So I feel you should go to Saudi, leave the Inter, leave Barcelona, just go there, make your money, bro. You need, because of you requested for pay cuts, they don't if you pay the same way you go. You understand? So you don't go where the money breakers. Go there, collect your money, rest. In fact, everybody will play for you. You'll be a lord. Just go where you be the king. Not come back to where they'll start looking for a way to compare you again with people. You go to Barcelona, everybody here, they have just young stars, and you want to compete to play with them. And then when you make one silly mistake, you say, oh, Messi, because he was doing well before he left. Thank God he left on that note, on a good course, right? Now coming back there, they will expect you to even play better than the way you were.
I sure he left on a good course.
Hey, he left on a good course. Yeah.
I've always heard his father come out to castigate Laporta that they stabbed Messi in the back the way he left. Like, he was ready to even cut his salary by 70%. But for that 70%, Laporta said Barcelona could not go with it. So that tells you.
I can remember there was this open interview, this statement he made. I think it was one match that he and his teammate will fight and they will bring Champions League back to Barcelona. He never fulfilled that until he left. After that interview.
So is it now he's coming to do that?
Look, I think.
No, I'm just saying. You say he left on a good
he left on a good.
For Barcelona, I think you just move on. Go ahead. This second coming might just end up being a total disaster. I know it's Lionel Messi, and we all love Messi and what he does on the field of play, but it might just end up being a total disaster. Barcelona itself has to move on. I mean, this club has been there for, you're talking about over a century. I mean, they've had very fantastic and good players. They've had the likes of Ronaldo de Lima come and go. They've had the likes of Pep Guardiola, Johan Cruyff, Ronaldinho come and go. Xavi and Iniesta have come and they've gone and they've moved on. So the club will move on without Messi. Messi is out now, 35. He'll be 36 later this year, and come on, he's not getting any younger. I mean, I think it's even bad business for Barcelona if they do this. I think they need to move forward. They need to look ahead, build a new team, build the future, because Messi comes back to that team, they become over reliant on Messi, and we could see Barcelona start. They've regressed, but it looks like they are trying to build. They are taking steps forward now. Now signing Messi is probably like taking a step back or 2 steps back now currently. So I don't even think I will encourage it if I'm Xavi, but we all know how these things tend to happen. It could just, in the blink of an eye, the twinkle of an eye, you could see Messi holding up a Barcelona shirt. But first, they have to raise only £190 million. That, even if they raise it, is it enough to accommodate Messi? Because Messi is not any footballer. Messi is not Frank Kessie or which of the names is being leaked. You can go look at Bella.
Reliable Reliance.
Reliance will sign you for £1.
Are you underrating what I can offer? Go ahead.
Messi is not any of those players. Messi is Messi. And we know what Messi commands. So I mean, that 190 might not even be enough to accommodate Lionel Messi on its own, raising those sort of levels. So I think Barcelona should just move on. They should try and manage their situations financially and try to see how they build the team without the man.
All right, Victor Buji has been fixated on the screens watching Philadelphia 76ers against Golden State Warriors in the NBA. But let's bring him back to football now, because more of the NBA to be talked about tomorrow on other sporting section of the marathon edition of today's Sports Live. So, what's your thought on this, Victor? A return to Barcelona, a move to the MLS, or joined his eternal great rival Cristiano Ronaldo at Saudi Pro League and make mega $1 million?
I'll go for the last option for some controversial reasons. I think if Messi makes a move to the Saudi League, I think it will be best for not just him, for football. We have that rivalry being rekindled where everyone talks about it. In fact, we might have some big TV stations or organizations go over there just to cover the Saudi League, and we in this part of the world can just have the Saudi Pro League at the tip of our finger. So him going back to Barcelona will be more like a recipe for disaster, for not just Messi, for Barcelona as well, because we've seen it time without numbers when big players come back to take up a role in their former club. If they're not coming as bench warmers or just to be as a passive member of the squad, then it's most likely a situation whereby it turns tragic, because if you're coming in there as a regular starter, 25-year-old Messi and a 35-year-old Messi is different. And at Barca already there's Robert Lewandowski, who is same age range with Lionel Messi, and then you're having 2 players play up front. Also, I did mention Messi playing for in that game against Bayern Munich, where yes, you could see those spark of Lionel Messi, but he basically did nothing. Like, you could just see him stroll. That's the right word to use, stroll. And you don't expect Messi at Barcelona to do the same thing. He won't do that. Neither will Robert Lewandowski also do that. And it means Barca are 2-man short up front with just 9 players left to defend in situations where they are required to defend. Yes, goal scoring, they might get you the goals, but as you age and your proficiency reduces as you age. So if it goes to the MLS, yes, the MLS is a good breeding ground for old players. When Rooney did score good goals right there in the MLS, Zlatan Ibrahimovic as well, David Beckham as well, all these guys, and they actually did make their cut right there in the MLS. It's a good one for him if he still wants to play competitive football. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, after that stint in the MLS, came back to AC Milan, still play for AC Milan these days, even for his injuries. But if he goes to Saudi Arabia, I think he will rekindle that rivalry between him and Ronaldo. Everyone will be talking about Ronaldo. We'll start putting back the stats, who will play better. Now, Ronaldo have scored, I think, 8 goals in the league, in Saudi League this season. Lionel Messi goes there and start talking about who is the best. Everyone, recently
the Saudi Pro League win the Ballon d'Or.
Honestly, that might increase the coefficients. Coefficients of the Saudi Pro League.
Up to now, we hardly see a player from the French League win the Ballon d'Or. And Lionel Messi goes to the French League, and all the odds are turned around, and just because he's Lionel Messi.
I beg, no vex, stop that thing again. You get why? No.
Before now, nobody wins Ballon d'Or from the Ligue 1. You can hardly pick out any player from the Ligue 1. They will tell you.
I'm going to blame you very seriously. Why didn't you tell Neymar Jr. this thing? Why didn't you tell him? Okay, now you have the chance to save someone's future. Why didn't you tell Kylian Mbappe this thing? Have you told Kylian Mbappe?
No.
Why? What are you waiting for?
They are not Messi.
They are not Messi.
Yes, Messi is Messi.
You cannot tell Kylian Mbappe that this place where they not going Ballon d'Or. Change. You not going to tell him?
No, I won't.
Continue.
So, for Lionel Messi, I think if you ask me, he should go to Saudi Arabia. He'll get huge amount of money, more than you even get at Barcelona or at Inter Miami. You go there, you play against. You're likely to play against Ronaldo at least once in every 3 months, and then we'll have everyone watch Ronaldo and Messi again, just at the point where they're about to leave football.
Okay. So where would you favor Lionel Messi returning to? His contract will be up by June. An extension at Paris Saint-Germain, a return to Barcelona at the Nou Camp, a deal at the MLS, or join eternal great rival Cristiano Ronaldo at the Saudi Pro League and make some mega bucks. They already report that about 170 to 190 million pounds a year deal is already on the table for Lionel Messi. And guess which club? It is Al Hilal, where we have Odion Jude Igalo playing. So where would you favor? Before we go to the phone lines, let's look at Blessing. What is your assessment of Lionel Messi's 1 year plus stay at Paris Saint-Germain? A success or a failure?
I'm trying to look for a word in between success and failure. I think I would say average, yeah, because given his past antecedent, like given his record, you would rate his stay at PSG a failure, because this is a man that we've seen give the goals, the assists. Like Lionel Messi was the player that was carrying Barcelona. Basically, he carried that club throughout. He carried that club for years. He was the main man in that club. He was the player that was not permitted to have a bad day, because if he has a bad day, the whole team would crumble. So coming down to PSG, in his first season, he struggled. Like, he could not even do half of what we knew that this man can offer. And it was quite painful, because him making that move was like, everybody thought that this man would give us something new. Let us see him play in a different league, bringing the numbers and banging the goals, and at the end he could not do that. This second season is even better than the last season, because he has had double figures this season, and we still have about 10 to 12 games to go. But if you look at Messi in PSG is suffering, not just even because of Messi, they are also suffering because of Neymar. If you look at them, I can remember the game against Bayern at Parc des Princes, where they lost 1-0. It was as if PSG were playing with a shot of 2 men, because basically Neymar and Messi were just standing. You do not expect a Lionel Messi to start running for balls. You do not expect him to make the tackles, to run to go and defend. Like, he just stands and waits for the ball to come. If the ball does not come to him, then fine. Like, it just feels like if una no give me ball, una never ready. And at that time, PSG were being pressed. They needed players that could press, needed players that could contribute. So his stay in PSG, I would rate it as an average, and that's why the fans have been calling for him to leave the club. The fans have not even made it easy for him, and his first season he struggled with the fans, the backlash and all of that, and this season he's still struggling with it. In as much as we can say that this season is better, Reliance, there is a standard for some certain players. A player can go and give 10 goals and 5 assists, and we'll celebrate that player. A player like Kai Havertz. No, Kai Havertz. Okay, Kai Havertz can give you 10 goals in a season, and you say, "Wow, this is magnificent. This is nice." But a player like Lionel Messi giving you 15 goals and assists in a season, you would say no. There's a standard that this man has set for himself, and when he falls short of that standard, you can say that he has failed. So, given his standard for PSG, I would rate him average. Like, I would give him like 45.
Yeah, it's 45. That's a failure by this
45
is a failure.
45 Nadina.
Now it's I just this today. Okay, now I know that E where they scrap come out after I come out for school.
They don't scrap E
at the university level. For
so,
that time, I see the final year. They will see romancing around it, commenting E and all that stuff. Commenting is not a good English, by the way. Not pidgin English. Now I speak here. So if you go by 100%, 45, that's a failure.
No, it's not.
But
entirely. No, seriously, it's not a failure entirely, because I said there is a standard he has set,
and by his standard,
that is below standard. But for a footballer, it is not a failure. But by Messi's standard,
the discussion is on the context of by Messi's standard.
The funny thing is that when you're judging a footballer, I will not judge Messi or Ronaldo or Rashford standards or Sadio Mane standards. I will judge them based on their own standards, because what happened in the past, it was Ronaldo that did it. It wasn't Sadio Mane, it wasn't Rashford, it wasn't Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang that did it. It was Cristiano Ronaldo. So if I'm judging you now, why will I judge you based on that standard? Yes, the numbers you're posing now, if you give it to any other footballer, it's fantastic numbers. But you, what standards have you set for yourself? Is it good enough? But although you also have to look at the factor of age, return diminishes. There's nobody, you can't play the same way when you're 25 or when you're 35. It's not possible. Human body, it will tell body no be firewood, body go begin the show, it go show for body say time don't they reach. Like, so I mean, it's one of the reasons why Messi is no longer the Messi we know today. And let's say it as it is, most teams in world football today can only afford to have one luxury player in their team. PSG have the luxury of keeping 3 up front, and it's as simple as that. Players that won't offer much in the press. I have no issue if one player that is your main goal threat is not even bothered with defending. You see Mbappe in the French national team, he's not bothered with it, he's literally not bothered with it. We see Salah in Liverpool, he's not bothered with pressing or marking. We see even when Messi was at Barcelona, he wasn't bothered with such. Ronaldo at Real Madrid and Juventus at Man U, because you know what those players offer up front. It's very important. The goals they bring is very important. So let the others do the pressing, let them do their job of do what they are very good at. It's normal in everything. We always have that one player that it's not stressed or bothered or hindered with the responsibility of defending or pressing. But now it's now a problem when you now have 3 of such players in your team, and it now leaves one, because of he is Lionel Messi. He has set and he has antecedents in the past that have he has done things in the past that nobody thought was ever possible or seemed so superhuman in world football. And it now being in a team like PSG, everybody expects a lot of magic to happen. I remember when the deal was being done, everyone was like, Messi, Neymar, Mbappe, one forward line. They will kill people, they will destroy people, and I was one of those people. They are going to kill and destroy. The moment they gel or they click together, they will destroy, kill, win, destroy everything in front of them. But it has not worked out because of certain things. Although you say PSG as a team as a whole, there's a lot of problem with that PSG team. It's written all over them. It's even beyond the front row. But those players, having such players in your team is like, it's just having too much luxury up front that somehow inhibits the way your team played with the way football is today. In the past, it's not an issue having Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe in your forward line. But the way football is today and works and is played today, it's a big issue. And now Messi will not get most of the blame and most of the stick because he is Lionel Messi. And it's the truth.
So what's assessment?
Messi's performance.
Yeah.
Messi, I'll give him let my people go. Because he has still won all the... Did he win the Coupe? No.
He won last season.
He won the Coupe. Did he win the Coupe de France last season?
Yeah, I think so.
I know they won the Coupe de la Liga. The Coupe de la Ligue was the trophy. Pochettino just came days after that's the Coupe de la Ligue and the Ligue. Oh, I don't think they won the Coupe de France. Was actually Nantes that won the Coupe de France. This season they didn't win the Coupe de la Ligue. They're not in the finals. They are topping the Ligue. Or I think Coupe de France they are out. So I mean, it's not. It might not even be led like Blessing. It might not even be led by people. It might not even be 50% because trophies PSG have been used to winning regular trebles in the season. They've not even done the treble in the last 2 seasons since he came. So, and the Holy Grail, which is the Champions League, they failed to cross the round of 16. Messi's stay in PSG is like a 40%, 40 to 45%, and it's a simple truth. He's not trying to hate on Messi, or Messi is a fantastic footballer, but it just hasn't worked out in PSG for numerous amount of factors.
All right. 40%. That's not average.
That's failure.
That's failure.
Yeah. I know that. I say I wanted to give him an average, but I started even the cups they win with the Ligue 1. They're not winning them.
Okay.
So you can't tell me that it's been a success. It's not been a success at PSG at all. Even giving it an average is like sugarcoating it, making it look some average is sugar. Yes, maybe this season you say his personal stats look very good.
At least compared to last season.
Yes, compared to last season. But based on Messi standards and what effect it's having on the team,
all right, who's Chico Juma?
Well, Messi at PSG, I'm going to give him a 50. I want to give him an average because even though he's not really bringing what he has to bring to the table, because Messi going to a team like PSG, we expected them to at least carry a Champions League, right? But right now, we just see PSG still struggling. They just have more of individual players and not really a team. Or they don't have a team. They don't have team players. Neymar is there, he plays very well. Mbappe is there, he plays very well. Then Messi comes, plays very well. But how can they coexist and play like a team for them to have this synergy to win any competition, especially a competition like the Champions League where other teams play together? Like a Chelsea team, they don't really play very well, but when you see them in the Champions League, they all tend to, even the striker turns to a defender. Everyone goes to the post. They try to play like a team. So Messi for me.
Can you use Real Madrid in that sense?
Yes, also Real Madrid. Real Madrid is also, in fact, Real Madrid is the best when it comes to that.
Regard.
Yes, when it comes to that, they are the best.
Okay.
A particular player might not be doing very well. Like in 2018, the finals against Liverpool, right? Yes. That final, Ronaldo was not really doing anything. He was just walking up and down until Bale came in later on to give Real Madrid that 2 goals against Carriers, right? Yes. He was not really doing anything, but the team was still playing very well. So Messi at PSG, there was something spectacular that I thought that Messi was going to bring to that team, but I still see everything on Mbappe's head. Just like Mbappe is still the one carrying the team despite Messi's presence. So I would just rate Messi as any other player there. He just there. Even Di Maria was even bringing more things to the table, self. So let me give him a 50. He's just a normal player at PSG that hardly catch bench. So
all right,
she just keep playing.
At 50. The moment, 4 minutes played between Scotland and Cyprus on our screens. And Temo Kesbaya is the coach of the home side as we monitor some international football on 3 Sports Live. By the way, Kabaya is actually the coach of Cyprus, not Scotland, who plays at home in this match. Thank you very much, Henry, for picking that out. Victor Buji, before we go back to the phone lines and give us some international update. By the way, for Manchester United fans, the 2 front liners for the takeover or the buy of the club have submitted their bids Sir Jim Ratcliffe was the early bird, even though there was an extension. I didn't even. I was wondering. You want to sell a club and you're giving people deadline. What if they don't bring money? like that deadline of a thing. It was 9 p.m. Wednesday.
Yeah.
It was somewhat hilarious to me because I have a commodity I want to sell. And I'm not saying if you want to buy this commodity, you have to pay by so time. If you don't pay by that time, if nobody can bring money by that time, as it eventually happened,
If transaction has been done.
what thing go happen? What you want seller? What thing go do? To carry your team back, have it? You be like no one seller at first.
It's like the no one sell. Like they are just playing games, different antics. They don't want to sell. Imagine like this our no cash stuff and all of that.
You know, caught up with them. You know,
you understand?
Are you trying to transfer
the thing?
You don't drop for the other side. Who does that? Give me a deadline. I want to sell something. I give somebody a deadline
for my own money.
For my own money. You don't be like those people just. You don't be like they intentionally said. You see this deadline, we not go meet up. What see what they want.
Look,
don't be somebody there. They say maybe they extend them. But before we get back to that, yes, Sir Jim Ratcliffe have submitted his bid alongside E-News in the region of £6 billion. We hear. The Qatari bid Jassim, Sheikh Jassim, submitted his last night before breaking today. So those are the two frontliners. It's about 7 days before they will get back to them. The Rain Group, the brokers for the Chelsea deal, are also the ones in charge of this. More will be we'll give him more update, but let's have the thought of Victor Obuji on the assessment of Lionel Messi. We're done talking about where he should go back to. Yeah, I think it's more or less anybody differ that he should he should go to Saudi and join Ronaldo and make the mega $1 million. Was that your thought too, Blessing?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, you didn't say anything?
I feel like it's a personal decision.
And you have to advise him. Now, I just want to take your talk quickly before I go back to Victor.
You should do what's best for him.
Okay. No, Allah. So apart from Blessing, who's sitting on the fence, others have said go back to Saudi. Not go back, go to Saudi. Join Ronaldo. Make better money. We see also they analyze Saudi Pro League. Already they don't say
we'll start watching Al Hilal Al Tawoun.
You understand?
Etihad Al Nassr.
They don't send me updates already for my phone.
We're going to call out
Saudi Pro League. Imagine Messi can't join. You know,
I will always
like from there, we win Ballon d'Or.
We're going to analyze Salem Al Dosari for you.
You understand?
One time, immediately.
So we talked about that aspect, but what's your assessment of Messi at Paris Saint-Germain?
Average. I mean, totally average.
Totally average sounds like a little bit below average.
Or below average. If I'm rating it by 100, I would say 35, 40. Because Ronaldo at Man United wasn't particularly bad. But I think Ronaldo got most of the stakes because United didn't win any trophy. And Lionel Messi is not getting the stakes because PSG will always win the league. They will most likely win the Coupe de France or the Coupe de la Ligue, either of these trophies. And then PSG had every season that the front runners for the league. And then you have in England where there are so many competitors. City will compete. City are clear favourites, and then United will always play second fiddle to anything that will win the league. But Lionel Messi has been average. Him coming into Paris Saint-Germain is to at least cement their hopes of winning the Champions League alongside Kylian Mbappe and Neymar, and he's not done that so far. Yes, they will always win the league. Lionel Messi, aside Paris Saint-Germain, aside I think it was 2 seasons ago where Lille won the league. Aside that, PSG are always favourite to win the league. Let's leave his stats out of this now. The goals, fine. He's aging, and we don't expect his numbers to be like 5 years ago or like that of 10 years ago, but his contribution is at PSG. His main purpose at PSG. What was he brought in there to do? To at least get PSG the Champions League. This season they were knocked out of the round of 16. They didn't even score a goal. They didn't even score a goal against Bayern over both legs. Last season, I think that was the quarterfinals they were knocked out last season. it's been abysmal for Lionel Messi. Let's take the league out of this. Let's take the statistics out of this. His overall input to that PSG team has been average, really, really average for Lionel Messi. And I think the reason for him not getting the stake is just because maybe he is a likable player compared to Cristiano Ronaldo. But Lionel Messi at Paris Saint-Germain, I think the man, when he retires, he will go back to time and say, maybe me joining Paris Saint-Germain wasn't even the right decision in the first place.
All right, so those are the thoughts of Victor Obuji. Let's have your thoughts. What do you think about, what's your assessment of Lionel Messi's stay at Paris Saint-Germain, and where do you think he should return to after his contract expired at Paris Saint-Germain this June? It's time for us to go back to the phone line 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951.
Right. I'll never forget that Christmas. I sat up the whole night crying because daddy felt like a bum.
I'm on to it. Me, I don't get anybody.
Hi there, good afternoon. Hello there.
Mao with Today FM.
Yes, please. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
It's a Sports Republic.
This is today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it on Today 95.1 FM.
Okay. All right.
Hi, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. What's your name? Where are you calling us from, please?
Ernest.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe returning to Barcelona, it depends on what Barca wants or what they need. Yes, I cannot totally say that him going back to Barcelona will be a disaster. No, because, the way he was allowed to leave the club wasn't nice at all. And maybe bringing him back would be a way of salvaging the ill treatment that was given to him when he left. Then for the problem of PSG, you see, I always get angry when someone says that Lionel Messi in PSG is below average and all of those that people are just saying. Come on. Before you judge a player, did you ask what is happening in a locker room? Lionel Messi, as I see him in each time he plays, he's not playing with happiness because of what is going on in PSG. And again,
what's going on in PSG? What's going on in PSG?
I will tell you that even that Messi is a player who don't talk anyhow. He talks when it is right time for him to talk. I can tell you that Messi is not happy. He is so disrespected. He can't be in a team as big as Messi. There's no respect. Instead,
who is the person that doesn't respect him?
But in fact, the board don't respect him.
How do you know that?
I don't need to tell you that, but I
No. You need to tell us that. You need to tell me that you've stated it already, and we need to know how you know that the board don't respect him.
Fine, let me tell you now. Okay, fine. Since you want to hear. Now tell me, Ronaldo, the moment he left to Juventus, you could see the respect that they gave to him. Every player, the board and the Italian fans, they worshipped him. Can you remember that? Hello?
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Now, when Messi came to PSG, every little mistake, the fans will boo him. And the respect that's supposed to accord to him as a big player was given to Kylian Mbappe. Because maybe he was there or he's an indigenous player. And so every respect is given to him. And when Messi will be in a match, there will be a penalty. Whether caused by him or someone else. They hand it over to Mbappe. And see it again. When Ronaldo went to what is this club? This Saudi Arabian club. He's a captain now, but I'm not talking about they should give him the captain, but they should give him the respect that he desires as a player.
Hold on. Okay, now you've made it beyond. Earlier on you said the board didn't respect him. That was where I picked you on. Now you've left the board. You're making it about the fans. Is it the respect that's making him not to perform? Is it because he's not respected? According to you, that's why he's not scoring goals and he's not making decisive contributions.
Okay, for the issue of the board, it is the board that decided who the respect should be accorded to for the whole players. Is it not? It's not the board that decides.
No, it's not.
Huh?
No, it's not.
Who should
How do you decide who should be given the respect? I mean, you that seated there, you that talking to me now, do you decide who should be respected in your family? I'm just saying, or among your friends?
Yes.
Okay, so you choose one person and say everybody respect this one, and everybody just follow.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Do you know the problem that happened when Captain Amban was given to Kylian instead of Kepembe? Can you remember that?
Instead of who?
That the French defender, is it Kepembe or I don't know.
Kepembe, okay, yeah, Kepembe, yeah. So what happened? What happened?
Do you remember what happened?
Remind us.
That the young man wasn't even aware. He wasn't even approached. They did this on their own without even letting a player that was meant to take over the captainship. So it's handed to Kylian Mbappe. That alone can destabilize it, can cause problems in a team. So I'm telling you now that it is see, I told you earlier before, that was last week, that you don't go to market without defining what you're going to buy. It is high time the board of PSG should come out, define what they want in their team, and augment it. If it is to do away with all these players and work with the player they desire, let them do it. You don't pack area of stars, and you know a player of Messi pedigree deserves respect. He should be worshipped. Can you compare Messi's performance in PSG and what he did in Argentina? Did you watch Argentina against Panama?
And all of these you're saying, the deficiency in his performance is because he's not respected.
He's not respected and he's not happy.
Okay, because he's not respected, he's not happy, so he can't perform.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Ernest. Would that be all from you?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
Yeah.
Nigeria should not let us down. Our player, what is his name?
We never reach there now. At 4 o'clock with that one, no, Ernest.
Okay.
You will come up by then. Thank you very much. Thank you. Blessing. You didn't know respects me. Don't expect me to do well for this show. Just to say that day I go just come on mic.
You go just on mic, they play music.
No go do nothing. She not respect, and they say not respect now, and they decide who performs and who doesn't perform. All right, I don't really like much comparisons, but there's a comparison analogy I would have loved to make, but that would create something different interpretations. So let's leave it at that. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hi, good afternoon.
Reliable, where Messi think they go again?
Huh?
Where Messi think they go?
Who, Messi?
Hello?
I didn't hear you. You say where who saying they go?
Where Messi think they go?
Where if he saying they go? You never talk where in they go. Now in friend, now in talk say
he's going nowhere.
50% chances they saying they go back Barca.
Like make it 100% chances. If you extend it, for me, the best advice is if you extend his contract. You know why?
Tell me why.
Because legends don't give up. He's a legend and he's a hero. So he shouldn't give up. Let's just see the main try. One of the people why he was brought to PSG was the champions. And for me, he should not give up. After all, Mbappe extended his contract. So he should extend his contract until he won the Champions League in PSG. You can't disappoint Barcelona and telling them that you either win the Champions League and end up not winning it. Go to PSG, tell them that you are yet to win the Champions League and end up not winning it, and you want to run. So yeah.
Okay.
He must win the Champions League. I think he won't win Champions League for PSG. He must win the Champions League. Either Ballon d'Or, whether they give him, then go give him until they win Champions League. Because I could remember, was it few months ago, that was around last year, when Messi was about coming to Manchester and to PSG, and Ronaldo was about coming to Manchester United. It was EU reliance that anchored the show. And the conversation was about if Messi won Champions League in PSG and Ronaldo won Premier League in Manchester United, we should be given the Ballon d'Or. And today, just like life turns out, Ronaldo ended up not winning Premier League in Manchester United, down in Saudi League, and we are here talking about Messi giving PSG. We either follow Ronaldo the same league so that they will make the league competitive, or he either goes to his home club, or he goes back to Barcelona. Going back to Barcelona is not even, he's even making the case because Barcelona fans, they are in a very confused state. They themselves, not to talk of bringing another confused player, doesn't know how to take his career further. But as it stands now, any same mistake from Messi, people start criticizing, and it dampens his morale. So he has to be careful in taking choices.
All right.
Because general wise, for me, failure. People giving him that himself, they are even trying to sugarcate or just make it so that people will not take offense. For me, I'll give him 20.
20.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
20 I'm talking about. Give him 10.
All right. I think it's on time. Thank you very much. By the way, John McGinn gave Scotland the lead at the 21st minute in this Scotland-Cyprus match, and the goal is being reviewed for a possible offside, even though from the replays we've seen on both angles, both passes, the players were onside. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, Today FM.
Yep, and the goal has been given. John McGinn, Scotland 1, Cyprus 0. Go ahead with your contribution. Go ahead.
It's one thing not to like Messi. It's another thing to just be totally biased in your assessment. The previous caller, I don't even know how to. Let me say my own. And first of all, Messi never promised PSG the Champions League. He never. He should go and bring out the interview and Messi said he will win Champions League for PSG. And Messi has ruled Europe. He has completed football. He's at the liberty to make whatever choice he wants at this point. Because the only thing he was waiting for was...
Which Europe? How did he rule Europe?
So even if Messi says he wants to go back to Argentina...
Sorry, did you get my question? He said he has ruled Europe. How did he rule Europe?
He has won 4 Champions League. He has won 6 European Golden Boots.
Hold on now. Him win 3 Champions League for a start. But does that mean do you know what it means to rule Europe?
What does it mean? What else does it mean? Individual achievement, he has it.
Okay, that's
club achievement,
he rules Europe based on individual achievement.
Club achievement too, he has it.
How many leagues has he? Okay, anyways, don't worry, just go ahead. 10
titles. He has won 10 La Liga. How many do you want again? 10.
Okay.
10. 1-0. 10. He has won 4 Champions League. He has won Golden Boot.
Okay. Go ahead.
So both individual achievements, both team achievements, both any achievement you want to think about, he has it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. 4 Champions League to Messi's belt. But when you say he has ruled Europe, this is the first time Lionel Messi left the La Liga to another club. All right, in a different league. Unless there's another context of ruling Europe that you mean. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Lion.
Yep.
How are you?
I'm okay. What's your name?
Okay, my name is Desire.
Desire.
Yes.
All right. Where are you calling from?
Okay, what I call here.
Go ahead, Desire.
I greet your guest in the studio. Listen, people they talk about Messi. Long way away Messi go wrong because I tell people I tell my father who is there we are travel with show. I tell my father say because my father now one strong fan of Messi. I tell him say Ronaldo better pass Messi. My father no dey agree. Ronaldo see
What makes Ronaldo relevant than Messi is that anywhere Ronaldo the manager. Messi no go this time when Messi want to this place when Messi want come out now. Anything when make can come out there in career don't end. Because no place when go where they will give and this support privilege that they give them. Already they were already PSG they were organized. Everything they okay. You know the stress in say where you want to go China where everybody they kill there. So you don't see stuff away they happen there.
Hold on. Everyone is not killing themselves in China.
So what are they doing?
I don't know, but it's a fact that everyone is not killing themselves in China. Go ahead.
All right. No, when we are talking about when we are talking about Ronaldo, when he was in Man U, win Champions League, he go to Real Madrid, he win Champions League, he win Ballon d'Or. What is always giving me a little shock is that Messi have won a World Cup and Ronaldo is still playing till 4 years coming. We should Ronaldo must surely win the World Cup. So Messi, if Messi leave PSG, Reliance, now you anchor this show today, I will still call you that same day, another day, still tell you. Anytime Messi leave PSG, draws in career don't end. Thank you very much. I like your show. We keep on listening to you.
Thank you very much for always listening to my show, and we appreciate you for liking the show. We like you too for calling in. We appreciate you. He says if Messi leaves Paris Saint-Germain, that will be the end of his career. Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon. No to talk up the call back.
Go ahead from Romegbo.
I think we should judge Messi state in PSG. Based on what he achieved, not based on personal sentiment or love that we have for him. Every big player such as Messi with 7 Ballon d'Or or 6 moving to PSG, people expected him to make a mark, whether he said it or not. He's a John Cena of football. And you go to PSG, you cannot win the Golden Boot. You cannot do anything tangible. You cannot do anything special. People said that you were angry. So we were catching you. Before he said that the weather was catching him. Now the code has left to the city. Now he's coming back in a club like PSG, which is not among the first three. It's not among the first three in Europe. It's a relegated side that he's supposed to make a mark. As scored those, it's 50 goals, 40 goals here. He could not do it. And the career is
they say no photocopy. They say they need to respect him now. Why?
What do you mean by nobody gives you respect? You respect yourself, then respect comes to you. People don't give you respect. If you position yourself in a situation, in a level where you have respect. If Messi has scored hat-trick that he used to score, that was what people heard about him, and the PSG brought him to PSG. That hat-trick, that monumental effort, that unusual, out of nothing, he gives back a winning and what have you. That was the record and the stat that makes them go for him. It's not respect that makes them go for him. Should they build a royal chair for a school for him to sit down or build his monument on the street to know that they respected him? He has done nothing since he came, and people don't even know how much his salary. Educate some of us. Well, after I'm done with this call, let people know how much Messi earns a week. You will be shocked and compare it to our currency, and he has done nothing. He stays in this 1 year. Even money to Bayern is worth it than he stays in a PSG. Imagine PSG, it's too late. They could not score 1 goal against Bayern, and people are making excuses for him. All I have to say in this regard is that let him stay and prove himself, and prove some of us who prophesy that he cannot make it apart from Barca. Let him prove us wrong that he can make it outside Barca. He can do more than this in any other club. Imagine if he were in Premier League. There is no profile to due respect to the League One. He could not even win the Golden Boot for once. He could not even do any monumental something. What is the new thing that Messi brought to the league, or he has done to the league as a high-profile player that they paid him hastily? PSG helped him. When Barca wanted to cut his salary into he was no way to go to. The PSG now stepped in and helped with his career and paid him hastily. And he done nothing. He said that he wanted to go. He should not go. He should prove us wrong and did what he did in Barca in PSG. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much enough for the copy. Talking about Lionel Messi's weekly wages, it stands at I think 700 million plus pounds a week. He's second only to Kylian Mbappe, who is earning about £1 million a week, 700,000 pounds a week. I meant to say about 700,000 pounds plus a week. I'm going to confirm the exact figure. And Mbappe is around £1 million plus pounds a week. Good Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, Reliance. Good afternoon.
What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
It's Desire. Call back.
Okay.
And do you know that after calling you, I don't know that my father was listening to radio. You hear where I was telling when I was talking about Messi. I want to talk against you that you also hear. Like
wait. Wait, let it happen for house. If you like say daddy don't tell you something, now you make it call back.
My father says always want me to be giving Messi respect. He always says when I'm talking about Messi, I just
that's what we are talking about here. I can't Messi some respect. People don't want to. I want to make my guy know they play well. You know, the surrounding is not so respectful for him, you know.
So you are supporting my father. What are you trying to say?
I'm not supporting anybody.
So you are my father now is not doing
I'm not supporting anybody. There's always that wisdom when an old man speaks. At least I'm supporting anybody. I'm only, stating a proverb, something like that.
See, I know that my dad is listening to me and he's listening to this radio. You're listening to devices on listening. Eh? Messi say let them give her respect. What is the legacy?
No be Messi talk am. No.
Now you talk am.
No be me talk am. It's one of our listeners. Hold on now. One of our listeners thinks. No, to be serious, one of our listeners think that the environment has not been comfortable for him because he's not respected. So much of the respect goes to Kylian Mbappe because according to him, he said he's a homeboy. So since the environment is not comfortable for him because he's not being respected, he's not being worshipped, that is why he has not been able to perform at the level he did at Barcelona.
Okay. Okay, let me come in now.
So you've been there outside before?
When we talk about Mbappe has kept a lot of legacy that he deserves the respect. Yes, he has made it to the point that he deserves the respect. When you go to PSG, for me, let me tell you the truth. My father is calling me. When you go to PSG, this man is trying me trouble today. Me, I don't ready for him. Listen, when you go to PSG, do you know what Ibrahimovic told? Ibrahimovic said, if I cannot win Champions League with PSG, then nobody will win. Listen to me. Ibrahimovic is the god of football. It's my boss. I respect him so much. Because of Ibrahimovic, I fan AC Milan. Anywhere Ibrahimovic got to go there. He said, if I cannot Champions League with PSG, then who is who? So, if Messi comes, Messi is an old man. Number one, he have nothing to offer against.
He's 35. Okay, maybe in the football sense, right?
Yes.
An old man in the football sense. Okay, all right.
Yes. He's 35, so he's an old man in football team. Let him go and rest. Let him go and stay with his family and take care of the younger ones. Let the people that know how to do this thing. We know how these things. You see Ronaldo is here right now. Ibrahimovic, people that know how to do these things. Thank you very much. Let me listen to my father. I will call back.
All right. Thank you very much. By the way, talking about Zlatan. Zlatan wouldn't be a yardstick or the general reference to who wins the Champions League pay which team. At AC Milan, did he win the Champions League with them?
No, he has never won.
He has never won the Champions League. So I mean, why should that be? Why should the statements be so much of a central focus when it comes to deciding who wins the Champions League? Because he said, according to you, that if you couldn't win the Champions League, I mean, there are people that can say that. People like Sergio Ramos, who has won numerous Champions League trophies. If these ones will say that, then you know. Let me see the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Let me take some reactions as we will now look at the international window, and I'm going to be briefing us on what's going on. Okay. All right, trying to sort the portal. So why the portal is being sorted out, 0817-0000-951 and 0810-951-0951. Those are the phone numbers to call. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Please,
Desire.
Yes?
You don't take daddy call?
Please, I want to be frank. If it happens
wait, please, nah. Shebi say na daddy been call you.
I don't type for him.
You know what answer daddy call?
It's a man they talk about Messi again.
Desire, please give daddy some respect.
But my dad knows that Messi is no good now. He just want to die there. He Just what to say, just. You know that. See, let me come through. See, Nigeria, our players really formed my hand yesterday.
All right. So what's going to happen, Desire, is that by 4 o'clock, the second part will take care of that. So you have more opportunity to discuss Nigeria's performance against Guinea-Bissau last night.
So, Reliance, if Nigeria happen to be my girlfriend, for those
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Tell that to Osasi Hiwi and Ivalidu. They will be part of the conversation by 4 p.m. Thank you very much. Let's keep it there and make that by 4 p.m. It's going to be a hit by 4 p.m. when the second part comes calling. So let me take some messages now from the portal. I'm starting from the WhatsApp portal. Good afternoon, Reliance. I'm from Boba. How can you guys be talking about complete strikers and not mention Luis Suarez? He's easily the most complete center forward of all time. Thank you very much for sending that one in. Awesome from Boba. Anonymous from Port Harcourt says, a complete striker is not someone who only scores goals, but also get involved in the play and build up play. A goalkeeper is not only expected to keep out goals, but also to contribute to the team's effort, like starting a counter attack. What's his name? Alisson Baker gave an assist at some point. Osimhen has his speed, scores with his head, legs from all angles, draws penalties, hold ups, play, and gives assists. The numbers might be astronomical, but he definitely is complete. I hope you went to write it might not be astronomical. Mbappe, Harry Kane, Giroud, Benzema, Lewandowski are all in the list. Haaland is definitely one of the best strikers based on the numbers, but he's not a complete striker. He's not complete yet. All right, Anonymous from Port Harcourt, thank you from the WhatsApp portal. Okay, your number ends with 3693. You want to put me in trouble with this your message. Even though you're talking about Super Eagles meant for the second part, but the later parts of the message, if I read it, I'm in trouble. I am in trouble, so I'm not going to read it because I don't want to be in trouble. First, in trouble with my management. Secondly, in trouble with NBC. And do you know what that means? That means my company will be in trouble. So don't put us in trouble, please. Let's try and avoid trouble. Good day to you. Trust your day is going well. Please, I want to know if you're... Okay. Okay, this is not for us. I'm thinking this is for the program that was held before the 12 o'clock news. And this is definitely what it is for. It's health situation. So you might want to listen. I'm sure the program, the person that was on the guest side of things gave contacts for to be reached out to in case of situations like that. So I'm going to leave that. Good afternoon, sports presenters. Yesterday game, I will point out 3 things. 1, I will blame the players and the coach. 1, I will blame the players. 2, the coach. 3, the NFA. Look at the pitch they played yesterday. It is embarrassing. Giants of Africa, wow, it's bad. If we can use 360 billion to get beavers, if we can use 360 billion to get beavers that didn't work, why can't we use same money to fix our pitch? By the way, if you don't like the result, Simeon from Abuloma, we appreciate your contribution, but who told you that 360 billion, you didn't even add the currency, was used to get beavers? And by the way, this is not a politics show. Okay, this is sports, so let's keep things within sports. Thank you very much. And if you want to contribute to the match played yesterday and air your thoughts, the second part will take care of that by 4 p.m. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Well done, classical gentleman. Thank you very much. You see, to me, I think, first of all, in football nowadays, I don't think there is anything like complete striker. Just like Victor and Blessing are saying, the responsibility of a striker is to get goals. So any other thing a striker does outside scoring goals is addition. So in modern day football, I think we should be talking about complete player or footballer. You see, when a defender or midfielder scores, it's an addition. It's simple as that. Thanks, guys, for your fabulous analysis. Thank you very much. Apostle of Love from Oba. So Apostle of Love, I'm thinking, when a striker does these extra things, doesn't that make the striker exceptional? And then bring in the tag complete? That's the question I keep asking, because these are additions according to you, but someone is able to do the primary job and even able to do the additions. And the complete footballer thing. If we want to discuss complete footballer, we'll finish the show today, because many will be looked into. Good afternoon, House. I think a complete striker is one who should give me the goals by whatever means. If the team isn't doing well, I expect the midfielders to step up and create chances. Your number ends with 8246. Thank you very much from the WhatsApp portal. Good afternoon, guys. I'm Ryder from Iwofe. You know, when
all my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa.
All right, still taking your reaction. Sorry about that. You know, when a car company is producing a car, there is something they do. They produce standard and full option. Haaland is a standard and Hurricane is a full option. Anywhere Hurricane goes to, he will score. Haaland is even a Man U. He will score. Haaland in even a Man U will not score over 30 goals a season. He doesn't create. He can't even score from outside the box, just tappings. The same thing they said Ronaldo was doing and called him Tapinaldo. But no, Haaland is doing it. Okay, I hope that was meant to be. Now Haaland is doing it. And everybody's shouting, bad. He's a world class. He drops double love emojis. Okay? Thank you. So Haaland is the full up. Hurricane is the full option for him. All right. So let's see what we have from the SMS portal before we come back to the conversation. By the way, it's still 1-0 at the 42nd minutes between Scotland and Cyprus. Let's see the messages that we have. We still have one or two to talk about before we make way for the second part of the show. We're going to update you on how things are at the moment regarding the FIFA international window. Reliance. Okay, thank you very much. He's talking about the music I played. I don't want to use the word you use in capital letters because I'm not sure how that will be treated by others. So, but I can take the all day ahead. This music was a hit. Yeah. I hope that's Eminem, Mockingbird that you're talking about. Thank you very much. Your number ends with 2326 from the SMS portal. Appreciate it. So we're gonna move on. Let's update us on how things are at the moment and the matches played yesterday, international window, and all of that.
For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa. For my life, every day.
FIFA president, for the best of sport, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. Akina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sa. dance Kongwasa. For my life every day my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow.
This is still today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. My name is Reliable Reliance Udonyin. I have Uzochukwu Duma in the house. I have Henry Ogugwa, Blessing Andrew, and Victor Buji, and I equally have you from your different locations listening to us who have contributed via the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well as the call lines, and those who are listening without contributing. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for being there. Let's give you some updates at the moment. I've told you about the Sheikh Jassim new bid for Manchester United alongside Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Now, for Chelsea fans, Reece James is out of England's squad. According to Chelsea, they say Chelsea posted a statement on their social media handle that he has been recalled to the club for an assessment on an issue. That's how they put it. So we don't know yet what the issue is and what he's going to be assessed on. And then we'll also report to you that Kylian Mbappe scored a brace yesterday when France defeated Netherlands 4-0 in their Euro qualifier. On Friday, Harry Kane was on the score sheet when England defeated Italy in their Euro qualifier as well. Then there's also Romelu Lukaku, who scored a hat-trick when Belgium defeated Sweden. That match ended 3-0. So yeah, he more or less scored all the goals in that match. Julian Nagelsmann has been fired as the Paris Saint-Germain, as the Bayern Munich coach. Julian Nagelsmann has been sacked as the coach of Bayern Munich, and Thomas Tuchel, the former Chelsea boss who has been out of job since was fired by Chelsea, I think September last year, has been announced as the new coach to take over the reins from Julian Nagelsmann. But there are reports that Nagelsmann is being targeted by Tottenham Hotspur as a possible replacement for Antonio Conte, who's under fire at the moment with Tottenham Hotspur. Alright, now there are 7 players that Arsenal might let go this summer. 7 players on the list that Arsenal might purge their team with this summer. On the list is Pepe Demgang, Nicolas Pepe. Arsenal don't pay money finish.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Was a record £72 million deal, and he might be let go. He went on loan to Nice in the Ligue 1, but of course hasn't contributed as much as he did. And there's also Ainsley Maitland-Niles, who is currently on loan at Southampton. There's Albert Sambi Lokonga, Nuno Tavares, Pablo Maris, Cedric Soares, and Alex Runarsson. These are the players that Arsenal might let go this summer with a view to reviving the squad and putting in more players. All right. But where did it all go wrong for Nicolas Pepe? I mean, it was one of the hottest players at the time when he was signed to Arsenal, Victor Buji. Is it that he can't just fit into Mikel Arteta's style of play or something?
I think it was more
it wasn't Arteta that signed him, by the way.
More about change of coach. I think the change of coach really affected him because he didn't do badly under Unai Emery. He did score some goals. He scored a couple of goals for Arsenal, and then there was a change. Maybe if Emery had continued, Emery had still given him that confidence that he needed, and maybe to build on his confidence, like we were seeing with Jack Grealish last season, played poorly last season, and Pep Guardiola kept on saying, "This will see the best of Grealish." And this season, we're actually seeing Grealish win penalties for Manchester City, score goals for Manchester City, and even sometimes assist. So next season, we might even say better Grealish. Jadon Sancho as well played badly last season, and then this season we're seeing some flash of Jadon Sancho. And for Pepe, Arteta coming in replacing Unai Emery didn't favor him. Arteta preferred Bukayo Saka, a younger player who the club spent nothing on, to an older player, a more experienced player. But for Pepe, I think he just, or maybe he couldn't just control the huge price tag. We've seen players over the years struggle, especially players with big price tag. The list goes on and on. Neymar is an example of it. He hasn't lived up to the hype at Paris Saint-Germain. Harry Maguire, Antoine Griezmann, João Felix, the list just goes on and on and on. And it's just unfortunate for Pepe that he fell into that category. But I think it was more about Mikel Arteta coming into the club and then dropping him back to the bench and then trusting the likes of Gabriel Martinelli and Bukayo Saka to take up those important roles for Arsenal. Maybe if Unai Emery has still remained at Arsenal, Emery will have been a little bit patient because he signed Pepe, and Arteta comes in and says, I don't want you, I didn't sign you in the first place, so you go on loan and see if you improve. And deals like that, Memphis Depay at Manchester United, Jose Mourinho didn't just like the man and sent him out on loan and eventually sold him.
Alright, so if Romelu Lukaku could score a hat-trick in an international duty, Uzojuku Duma, probably this man could add some more, returning to Chelsea after his loan spell at Inter Milan ends. This could mean that Lukaku is not as finished as people may think in terms of his goal-scoring abilities.
Yeah, well, I don't really know for Lukaku because he's been off and on. I know he scored a hat-trick in the last match, but he's not just wearing the number 10 jersey of Eden Hazard coming to Belgium. Chelsea is another style of football when you come there, because Chelsea has, let's say, for over some period of time after Diogo Costa left, we've not really Chelsea have not really had that striker that they've ever needed. When he came into Chelsea at the first match against Arsenal, he was being spectacular. He played very well from the beginning of the match to the end, and also I think his first 5 games he played very well. But after then he started having some issues. So returning to Chelsea, I don't really know, because Chelsea, the kind of stars they have now, they've not even played them. The ones from the youth competition that came in, the ones they bought, some of them are still catching bench. Modric is catching bench. Some of them, they've not even tried them. And then Lukaku is coming back. Well, if he comes back to Chelsea, Chelsea is going to, he's a Chelsea player, yes. When he comes back, I think he has to fight his way into that team. You can't just come and you feel everything is going to be left for you in the plate of gold. The man Kai Havertz, even though he's not really playing well, at least he's getting some goals for Chelsea, and I think Chelsea is being comfortable with him.
3 goals also.
How many goals? This is some goals.
He's getting some goals for Chelsea. Yes, he's getting some goals for Chelsea.
Some goals.
And Chelsea is being comfortable with him, because even when Thomas Thomas Tuchel was there, you know, Thomas Tuchel preferred using a Kai Havertz than a Lukaku. And then we've seen Graham Potter. He's also trying to also use Kai Havertz, despite the fact that he has Broja is injured. Fofana is there, but he's not really using him. He's also benching Aubameyang, preferring a Kai Havertz. So when you come, you have to break this yoke of Kai Havertz at that Chelsea attack. You know, sometimes you begin to wonder if there's something they've given to the coaches that will make them always play a Kai Havertz. So you need to fight your way into this particular team. Maybe I know when he comes in, they will want to try him again, yes. So this is a new coach now, so he wants to try his new player. So when you come in, try to impress the coach, not just in a particular match, in almost all your matches. Just give it a 70% trial. Then I feel that he can fight his way back into the team. He's not yet finished though. What he played in the last World Cup was so poor, and then in the European qualifiers, I see him trying as much as possible to get himself back into the football space, because I think he was gone. So he's coming back. I think he's also reducing. Yes, maybe now he might be weighing 98 kg, because he was weighing 100 like I heard then. So he's coming back too.
Kazakhstan 1, Slovenia 2. These are the Euro qualifiers played on Friday. Bosnia-Herzegovina 3, Iceland 0. Denmark 3, Finland 1. Italy 1, England 2. North Macedonia 2, Malta 1. Portugal 4, Liechtenstein 0. Ronaldo scored a brace and a free kick in that match. San Marino 0, Northern Ireland 2. Slovakia 0, Luxembourg There was also a match between Argentina and Panama, and the 2-0 in favor of the Argentine side. Messi scored a free kick in that match as well. So the rivalry continues. Now, in the African qualifiers played on played on Friday. I'm going to start from Friday before we head to the ones to come. DR Congo defeated Mauritania 3-1. Uganda 0, Tanzania 1. Cape Verde 0, Eswatini 0. Ivory Coast 3, Comoros 1. Nigeria 0, Guinea-Bissau 1. South Africa 2, Liberia 2. Burkina Faso 1, Togo 0. Egypt 2, Malawi 0. Equatorial Guinea 2, Botswana 0. Mali 2, Gambia 0. Senegal 5, Mozambique 1. Cameroon 1, Namibia 1. Guinea 2, Ethiopia 0. Tunisia 3, Libya 0. If you look at that result, all the big boys placed their opponents in where they belong, except one team. Bulgaria 0, Montenegro 0 from the Euro qualifiers. Austria 4, Azerbaijan 1. Czech Republic 3, Poland 1. France 4, Netherlands 0. Kylian Mbappe with a brace. Gibraltar 0, Greece 3. Moldova 1, Faroe Islands 1. Serbia 2, Lithuania 0. Sweden 0, Belgium 3. Romelu Lukaku with all the goals in that match. Those are the ones played yesterday. So let's see what's to come today as we look to make way for the second part of the show. Meanwhile, we can take a couple of thoughts before we leave the studio. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. The SMS and WhatsApp also is double at 0701 933 996. How about the reintegration of Lukaku into the Chelsea squad? He scored a hat-trick in the match against Sweden. So who sees he can do it? All right. So at the moment, it's Scotland, half time between Scotland and Cyprus, and still a lone goal to report from there. All right. So that's just about that from the matches that we saw and monitored from yesterday up until today. There's a match in the MPFL, by the way, Dakada against Niger Tornadoes. The Rangers Bielsa match has been postponed according to what I'm saying here. Well, let me take this call. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony. I'm calling from Calabari.
Go ahead, Tony.
Please, I want to ask international friendly under 20, France and Netherlands. Please help me for the result.
All right, I'll do that for you.
And Gabon and Cameroon.
Gabon, Cameroon, under 23.
Yeah.
Okay, take it again. France under 20 against
Netherlands
under 20. Okay.
International friendly and Gabon, Cameroon under 23. Cup Nation League.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna get that for you before we walk out of here. Meanwhile, it has been an interesting first part of the conversation, and trust me, the second part is not gonna lack any of it. Still gonna be feisty and interesting conversation. As Himi is in standby for the second part of the show as I try to sort my results for Tony, who wants to know what France under 20 played against Netherlands under 20.
Nobody really knows sorrow. Akina the days we dance for my life every day my dream is just to win. Me I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the board. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Akina the days we dance for my life every day my dream is just to win. Me I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the board. Nobody really knows tomorrow. For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa, kongwa. For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa, kongwa. For my life every day, my dream is just to win.
All right, for Tonya, the France under 20 against Netherlands under 20 ended 1-2 in favor of the Netherlands. So France under 21, Netherlands under 22. Then for the Cameroon and Gabon under 23 match, I think the match has not come up just yet. Oh, the match is currently ongoing at goalless. Yeah, that's what it is. The match is currently ongoing at goalless. So that's just about it. So many thanks to the guys who were parts of the discussion and the first part of the show. Blessing Andrew, Victor Buji, Henry Ogugwo, and Uzochukwu Uduma. We appreciate you all, and we equally thank you from the SMS and WhatsApp portal for being part of the conversation. Thank you very much. Osas, here we on standby. Osas, what's up for us in the second part of the show?
Okay, in the second part of the show, we've got a lot to talk about Nigerian football. We already know what happened on Friday. We'll be talking about the Super Eagles and everything that went down there at the Moshood Abiola Stadium in Abuja. We'll also be talking about the under 23 as well as the MPFL. It's back.
All right, so that's what you expect to hear for the second part. All right, thank you very much. My name is Reliable Reliance Udonyan. I remain your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman, urging you to always give it a little bit of a sacrifice in anything you're doing, because trust me, there is no success whatsoever without a sacrifice. Catch me on social media at Reliable Rely across all social media platforms that you can find me. Thank you very much. Let's have the same spirit in the second part of the show. Good evening.
For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa, kongwa. For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa, kongwa. For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance kongwa, sa. Kongwa, kongwa. For my life every day, my dream is just to win. Yeah. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I got the bodo. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, 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 sa. Kina the days we dance.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson get right all the way. Look at that.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wankwo, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Be square. Okay. Yeah.
Very good evening to each and every one of you out there. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. It is your premium talk news and sports radio station Today 95.1, right here in the heart of the garden city of Port Harcourt. And it is Today Sports Live, the second edition, where we get to talk everything Nigerian football. You know what happened yesterday? Yes, we will be talking about it right here in the studio. The show is packed to be interactive, so we will be entertaining your text messages as well as your WhatsApp messages. They will be coming in handy, and we will take them as they come in. Later on the show, we will open the phone lines to get your reactions as they come in. A lot to talk about today. We've got a lot on the menu. As I said before, we will be talking about the MPFL as well as the Olympic Eagles, the under-23. Also, we'll talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This time, the weekend show, we have a lot in the studio. We have so many persons in the studio. Won't be the only one here doing the business of the day. I've got the guys right here with me in the studio to bring to you professional analysis as the case may be. I'll be letting you in on each and every one of them. My name is Osas, the demigod of sports. I will be the man to drive you through the ever amazing world of football. Call it Nigerian football. When we come back from this brief interlude, I'll be letting you in on all the guys in the studio, and we kickstart as usual. Okay, welcome back. As I said before, I'll be letting you in on all the guys in the studio. Right here close to me is the one we call the midfield maestro, Ival Edu. Ival, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Osas. It's raining goals already in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Niger Tornadoes have taken the lead against Dakada Football Club. So it looks as if the guys didn't want to return because we had goals in the first stanza of the season, and we're having goals already in the second stanza of the start of the second stanza of the season. We should expect much more fireworks because it's going to be fight to the finish. Clubs for qualification for the Super 6 clubs to stay alive. In the MPFL for next season, when we'll have the full version of the Nigerian Premier Football League. So it's good to be here, and let's talk everything Nigerian football.
Yeah, a great one for Nigerian football. Sitting next to him is Izine Oti, the Duchess in the world of sports. Izine, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening. Good evening, Osas. Good evening to my guys in the studio and to our lovely listeners out there. Great to be here in the studio.
Okay, we've also got Chukwu Zitain, the Young Chooks. Young Chooks, good evening to you and welcome.
Also, good evening, Eva, good evening, Izini, good evening. Good evening to Port Harcourt City. Nigerians and under 20 really gave Nigerians heartbreak yesterday and gave us, it really was bad yesterday for the Panthers and for those that did not eat money yesterday from the sporting board. Kudos to them. We have to come back stronger.
Okay, as we proceed, definitely we'll be giving you everything that you need, but we'll continue when we get back.
If you try me, you go chop breakfast. You go chop breakfast. Why am I feeling so high? I know you feel that vibe, 'cause I know get your time. Say that money in my mind. Yeah. If you don't make a move, wait till you get, brother, wait till you get. So put your hands up.
Okay, as I said before, we will be starting with the MPFL as the match days have already returned back. It is match day 10, the second half of the league, and already games are ongoing. We've got Dakada FC up against Niger Tornadoes, and that game is 1-0 in favor of Niger Tornadoes. That's a win. They are having a win away from home. I wonder how it's going to be right now for Dakada FC. Ival, what's your take on it?
Well, it's raining goals already. It's the live score as at 6 minutes in that particular encounter. Tornadoes away from home have taken the lead against Dakada Football Club. Am I surprised? I think not, because Dakada have suffered losses already on that ground this season. I think twice in 2 occasions already this season in an abridged version of the league where you have not even played more than 8 matches, on your turf, and you've already suffered defeats in 2 occasions. So, but it's still early days. It's just 30 minutes on the clock. David Okoromi has been in great form for Tornadoes even before we went on break. So it's more like he picked up from where he stopped. Maybe during the holiday period, the man was busy hitting the gym and hitting the streets, to keep himself fit. Some of us would have lost focus and taken a lot of rice and stew to return a little bit lethargic. But David Okoromi has stayed true to himself. The form, I think he has gotten about 3 or 4 goals already this season. So he adds that to his tally. But it's still early days. It's just 30 minutes on the clock. Dakada is one team that can come back. They have some brilliant players there. The inspirational captain, Anyeka Nekpe, is one player I love watching, in the MPFL. His ability to spread the passes, he scores from free kicks. He's a dead ball specialist as well, so expect him to conjure the magic for Tornadoes. But if they don't get a result, will I be surprised? No, not surprised, because they have not really had a foothold on the season just yet. They've lost games in front of their home crowd this season.
They're actually bottom of the league table there for the Group B standing.
And it tells the story all season long. In the MPFL, if you want to stay alive or you want to, punch above your weight, you must be ready to make your home ground a fortress. Then pick the hanging fruits or the ones that have dropped on the floor when you go away from home. But that's what they've not done this season. They've even been very porous at home, and they've continued such bad forms, form away from home. So it tells the story of their season so far so good. I think this will be the 9th match of the campaign, and
no, that's 10th.
The 10th match of the campaign, and they are languishing bottom of the table. So what time do you now have to start garnering points here and there to move out of the foot of the table? I feel they've been lucky. They've come close to relegation, I think twice or thrice now this season. They might not be that lucky.
And ever charges for Dakada is now 2-0 to Nigeria Tornadoes, and I keep wondering
just
how
new to the coffin.
How on earth did you survive relegation? You cannot pick up points on your home turf. It's saddening for Dakada fans, and I think one of the youngest promising young sides in the MPFL, and if they go down, I think it's a big worry for Dakada fans.
Okay, a big worry for Dakada fans there. Isn't it? You had something to say?
They also lost one of their good players, Emmanuel Ayeosu. Yes, Anya also has left Dakada now out of the shores of the country. I can't remember the name of the club. I saw that yesterday, so it tells you maybe even why some teams might have done some recruitment is either Dakada has been left nipping on that, or maybe not much fun, or the coach felt he could continue with what they have, but they've already shown they have kind of the whipping boys in that team. At first it was Niger Tornadoes at the start of the season, but Dakada became a team that was want to beat. Rivers United went there and got all 3 points, something they were able to do last season. So it's been bad for them, but it's been very difficult for them to pick themselves up. If this game ends like this, that means they have just 8 matches left to redeem themselves from the season. It's very difficult because the gap between them and Rivers United is 18 points. That's Lobby Stars has 19 points, and if you look at the gap you require, because you know that the 3 teams from that group is going to make it to the Super 6. For Dakar, I don't think Super 6 has ever been the ambition for the side. It's always been let us stay alive in the MPFL, but that dream too might not come into fruition from what we are seeing in how consistent they've been struggling in their games. Even the break did not do them a lot of good, because now they are also starting in their own home front on a losing note.
Okay. Tomorrow definitely we'll be having more games to look at as the days continue to wind down. And some of those games we have Eyimba coming up against Bendel Insurance. Isn't I'll stick with you. What are your takes?
And that was the cracker for the first stanza of the season, where we saw big heavyweights. We'll talk about Bendel Insurance. Yes, they are coming from the NNL, but we know that they have been the most consistent of the team. If you compare it to Group A or that to Group B, they've garnered most points, 23 points in 9 games played. That shows you how prolific and how consistent they've been in the season. In the reverse feature of this game, they defeated Eyimba at home, 1 goes to nothing, and this time for Eyimba to be for them trying to rewrite the wrongs. What did they get right, knowing that the coach of the side, Finidi George, this game is 1-2, that he has to show what he knows how to bring into the table. After the little back and forth we knew we had from the national team, where Finidi George was not invited, even with that of Ike Shoromo, he might want to use this and show that these are things I can do. I'm not just a coach by paper, I also know how to do it when it comes to the pitch of play. The players have to step up, and Eyimba too has gotten themselves a new player in the person of last season highest goal scorer of the league, Chijoke Akune. So that means they have more firing power with the addition of Chukwuemeka Obioma. That means they expect Eyimba to keep scoring, because Obioma has 7 goals already, currently the highest goal scorer in the ongoing season. So you add a Chijoke Akune, so that is another threat for when it comes to your position box, because these players know how to score goals. I think that's a good addition for Finidi George, but surely we'll wait to see if this player can replicate what he did last season, because he had not been with any club. We don't know how his fitness level might have been, but for Eyimba signing him, that means he must have been in the best of condition. I'm sure they must have done the minor medicals required in that level. So for insurance nights, can we make sure that the break does not disrupt our fine form? Because the fear was, what if they go to they have this break and then we do not see them perform optimally as what we saw them doing the first stanza of this season. So we want to check now. We want to see what's going to happen, but I think it's surely going to be a cracker the way it's served in the first stanza, so as well to be in the second stanza. After the game, we'll surely judge to know which of the team had a better break period.
Okay. We also. Okay, you want to say something?
Yes, it turned out to be a big game, a game of history. I saw that the both teams play at the Super 4 Invitational Tournament, the Mobile C competition. It ended 4-3. It was a real cracker. Eyimba winning that one by the odd goal in 7. The even goal in 7. If I can use the right word to qualify. But I expected something much tighter in that game at the Samuel Bomeda Stadium in Benin. But I was surprised that Bendel Insurance easily won that one, although it's just a 1-goal margin. I wanted to see if Eyimba can replicate what they did in that Super 4 tournament in that particular game, but the form throughout the season, it doesn't lie. Just like when you watch Arsenal play and you look at where they are on the table, then you shouldn't get surprised when they get results in some kind of games, because it tells the story of their season so far so good. Such was the performance of Bendel Insurance, and have been the performance of Bendel Insurance so far this season. Getting results away from home, beating teams at home, and they still remain unbeaten so far after 9 matches played. So this will be a real test of character, for this Bendel Insurance side. Just like Ezine said, that breaking momentum, that little bit of legs away from action, that little bit of go back home and relax, let's return back to training after 2 weeks. Will the boys still be in the same mental shape? How are their opponents preparing? How have they also gone back to the drawing board to correct their mistakes for the second half of the season? She has also talked about the firepower that have also been, gotten by various sides. And you look at that of Eyimba. That is what they need. A person like Chijioka Kodeto. We cannot tell about his fitness, but I feel I've seen pictures, enough of pictures on the internet to tell me that Eyimba have been in closed door camping and really working their socks off behind the scene to make sure that they have a very fit team heading into the return of the season. So Chijioka Kodeto is one man who is not really a striker. He's not really a midfielder, but he arrives late, sometimes early into the box to just put that foot in. He plays like Aaron Ramsey for me. You can't say Ramsey is an out-and-out midfielder, neither is he a striker, but he gets into the right places at the right time to apply the right finishes, and that's why he was able to pick, the top goal scorer gong last season in the MPFL. So if you have that kind of man sandwiched between the likes of Obioma, Emeka, who has since led the league with 7 goals, they should be assured of getting goals all around the field of play. Goals can pop up from midfield, tap-ins from goalkeeper parrying the ball away. So he gives you all that in terms of attacking. So it's a big boost for Finidi George to finally get a man like Chijioka Koneto into his side, because I feel he's gotten a very good attacking firepower to add to what he's got already this season.
Also, I think you are talking about Eyimba's firepower a lot. You talk about the Bender Insurance defensive line and all those about defensive line. They win you titles, they win you trophies, and I think the addition, yes, is a good addition to Eyimba, but we have to give credit to this Bender Insurance, and they have defended a lot. They have kept their back tight and they're able to get you grind results even away from home. So I think it'll be a tough game, but Eyimba can pick up the points.
Okay. And this second stanza, I think, is really going to be interesting because we have a lot of ex-MPFL players returning back to the league. We have the likes of Junior Lokosa, we can't forget him, the man that has the highest goals, that's 25 goals scored in the MPFL. Also Ifeanyi Anemena that left the shores of the country to ply his trade elsewhere. For Junior Lokosa is for Remo Stars. Ifeanyi Anemena too, I think it's also Remo Stars. Both of these players are now Eyimba having Akuneto to read. I think a lot of stories will be told. We want to see if they can bring in the experience that they had to bring it back to the league and kind of improve it to some certain level, because while you travel out, you don't just travel out to play, you also travel to transfer knowledge and also the information you have to your own club side. So I really want to look at Remo Stars to see if those additions were necessary. Were they the additions to add up to the goal scoring prowess or to add up to the quality of the team, or were they added to add to the marketing status of Remo Stars?
Okay. Somewhere Mfonudo will be sitting down in his house in where is he now? Iraq or Bangladesh, and I'll be frowning at you for taking his record and giving it to Junior Lokosa. And Mfonudo holds that record with 23 goals.
Yes,
Junior Lokosa scored 19 goals that season to earn as top scorer. But the merry-go-round continues, and that's the interesting thing now. We don't know what to expect in the second half of the season, and that's why the MPFL is beautiful. That's why it's unique. You look at teams that struggled in the first half of the season, they might return and put in a very good shift. Teams that did so well may return as well and fail to perform. We saw the season where we had the Abridged League in 2019. That particular season, we had a certain Aqua United who were very hot. All through the season, they were beating teams with reckless abandon, but they got to the Super 6 and they were an eyesore. Eyimba, who just managed to qualify for the Super 6, went there and were amazing. And they took home the trophy at the end of the season, end of the mini tournament that was played in Lagos. So it's a whole new dynamics that will be thrown up on here, especially when you have that break. I don't like breaks. See, if left for me, I will play the season the way it was. But we had a very important electioneering season in Nigeria, and so we had to take that break. If not, I would have loved to see the teams continue to flow as it was.
There would have always been a break. There's always going to be a break.
They were also involved in their various state co-federations.
Federations Cup, and they all won the trophy.
Yes, I was telling you
that
this Federation Cup.
All of them are snapping pictures.
Even Zamfara United, everybody's carrying trophy. Everybody's carrying trophy, but I think there'll always be break. It's yes, those things can come in and disrupt your whatever you do, but it's inevitable. It's you must surely have that break. And even the Premier League we look at, there's a time they get to the level and the players have a little break. Mostly those international friendlies and all, but those things will surely come, and that's when we'll test your character, because a team that is doing well, you should be able to replicate that from whenever you have been. That's what's going to differentiate you from a team that is doing poorly in the season. I know those things, we've surely seen those kind of struggles in the MPFL. We can't forget that season that we had this side that is struggling,
Kwara United.
Yes, Kwara United under coach Abdullahi Bifo. That was 2 seasons past. Yeah. They were doing quite well. They were topping the table, and then after the break, all of a sudden it changed. That season they even ended fourth. And that was the season that Aqua United won the title. Rivers United had that verdict against them. That they got a verdict against them. That's Jigaba Golden Stars, where they were giving a point that took them to the continent, and then Kwara United dropped to 4th position on that day. So it's surely going to say different level of form, but I think some big teams will still remain consistent as how we've seen them. Like even Rivers United, will know that despite them playing the continent, we'll still see them in the league to make up for the lost time. In the act of the, I think, 3 outstanding matches that they played, they drew 2 and they won 1, and that was able to get them back to 2nd position and just 1 point adrift of Floby Stars. That means you still have enough time to catch up. You can even top the group, but topping the group might not be the priority for teams, because we're talking that the priority has to be the Super 6, but most important thing, qualify. The qualification to the Super 6 is the one. I want to see if Bayelsa United can find a way to rally themselves back. Rangers International, I saw them play against Rivers United. If there's anything we know about, I think that teams might struggle against Rangers International is when it comes to their defense. Even they had a very good defense. I think that was one thing that Coach Usman Abdallah was able to build during the break, because we know that Abdul Mekaba, because for Rangers International, they have conceded a lot of goals this season. They are one team that even at home they still concede. So I think that's what we have to. But we have to see these first games play, and when we see most of the games being played tomorrow, if not all, for the match week 10 of the MPFL, then we can really ascertain which of the teams have maybe a better sort of break period while we had the elections.
Tell them it's the body. Peace go make you study. Even though we do get money.
Okay, tomorrow also we'll be having Rivers United up against Abia Warriors. It's a game of the 2nd on the log against the 3rd on the log Chooks. Rivers United coming off the back of qualifying for the group stages, for the quarterfinal stage of the CAF Confederations Cup. How do you see them would I say replicating the good form in the MPFL as it returns?
I think it's a clear way for Rivers United, considering the form of how they've been succeeding in the past 5 games, and they keep up the performance, and the chemistry of the team has increased. And for Abia Warriors, I don't think they can be able to put any magic across to Rivers United in game today. And considering the fact they're so 4th in the table, so it's like 3 points away from Rivers United, and it's going to be surprising if they get all 3 points here at the stand-up and leave Rivers United at 30 points, and it makes sure that Rivers Stars has a right to increase the lead on the table. So it's a dicey one for Rivers United, and their group. Anyone that's drop points at this stage is dropping out of the top 3. So it's a dicey game for Rivers United. They have to pick up the points.
Ivan, it's always a very cagey game when you have Rivers United up against Abia Warriors, especially here in Port Harcourt. You know, last season they were the first side to draw first blood.
No, it was Sunshine Stars.
Not the draw itself.
Okay, to score
first. Yes, Rivers United rarely concedes here first in Port Harcourt, but Abia Warriors were the first side to draw first blood here in Port Harcourt, and they were almost running away with the points. Even though that the game turned on its head.
That was dramatic. We had a lot of time.
Time wastage and the rest. I could recall speaking with Chijoka Kuneta and asked him which game was his toughest this season. He said it was the Abia Warriors game, that they told them before the game that Abia Warriors are a very stubborn side when they come to Port Harcourt to play. And just like what they told them, the game turned out that same way. Abia scored first, were carving them open, but they just had to dig deep to get that 2-1 victory. Albeit we had some issues at the end of the day that hinted of controversy, but it was not an easy game for Rivers United. But we shouldn't forget that this season Abia Warriors have done what they used to know, what they know how to do best. Under Erasmus Onu, they have. Is it Erasmus Onu? Yes. Under Erasmus Onu, I think he has panel beaten them into shape.
Remember that game that they had and they lost? He said, "You go and ask his players what happened."
What happened? He said, "We'll ask players what happened after they lost that particular encounter." But I feel they have a very funny season. I don't know how to put them into place because they win games away from home, they come back home, and they drop points. So you ask yourself, where are they really proficient this season?
Away from home, definitely.
Away from home or in front of their home crowd. And we had the reverse picture of this game already played in as a rescheduled game, where Rivers United went to Umahia to play a goalless draw against Abia Warriors. That day, Darlington Ovunda was the man of the match. He had to save a late penalty to ensure that the scoreline remains stood at goalless at the end of regulation time. So it's an interesting matchup here. I would have loved to be in the stadium tomorrow to see Abia Warriors take on Rivers United. For Rivers, I feel this mentality of playing in the continent has helped the team. They now chop and change, and the boys still retained the confidence. That team that played against Enugu Rangers was a much changed team. If you look at what the
goalkeeping
from the goalkeeping department,
defense, and
midfield,
also in the
attack.
wings.
So they had to, chop and change, bring in some new faces to freshen up the team a little bit. So I won't be surprised if I see Samuel Guma rigging the changes again and possibly go full force.
I think during the week also, Rivers United were able to get the services of a new striker. I think he's from the NNL. It's certain Mohamed Shiraz from the NNL.
I think that's around 19.
Yeah, it's from the NNL.
Yeah, it's from. I think it's around under 19. So
okay, so
would
he be brought into the main team?
Eguma will not give any. According to his philosophy, he believes on experience and exposure. So
though Ima Wagwa has actually picked up
a good form. So dropping him now will be the deadly mistake for Eguma. He knows what he's going for, and that second place is not any not for Rivers United fans, and so they want to be at the top of the table considering the caliber of players they've had over the past 5 years. So they have to just maintain momentum. You have seen. I think the difference is them keep continuous playing games and competitive games and making big guys over there in the continent, and for the MPFL other teams they'll be resting. So it's more of how are they going to continue this chemistry. See, when the Cup Foundation Cup returns, you have to start seeing your big boys. You have to start seeing the big boys so you can get results over there. Rivers United are our main focus for Nigeria over there in Cup Foundation Cup. So it's how they strike a balance between the MPFL and the Cup Foundation Cup.
And that's why you've got to, win your matches, take advantage, create that gap between yourself and the teams coming behind, and relax. Look at the point disparity between Rivers and Lobby Stars. I think they are running away, looking at the field behind them. So if you can run away and you start cherry picking, okay, we can go strong with this one. Okay, we can relax players because we have a game this Sunday. Because I don't feel we should be affording them these postponed matches, except the fixture were to be played on that particular day where they have a CAF game to play. If not, they don't really postpone matches when fixtures are already done in recognized league. You either play before or you still play after, but the fixtures still stand, because when you keep on having these accumulated matches, at the end of the day it has a toll on the season. That's why we had that argument of points per game and weighted points per game, because somebody had 4 outstanding matches or 5 outstanding matches due to his involvement on the continent. So if you're to play a Sunday fixture, please play on a Wednesday or play on the Tuesday so that you can leave for your continental game. You understand? So I'm looking at it from the angle of, if they can create that gap between themselves and the guys who are jostling for third position, then it will be good. The coach can now, know how to ring the changes, freshen the squad, drop some players to the bench, give some players some game time so that they could also earn their money, because some people are paid salaries and they don't get to play due to how good the guys in the first team have been. So they need to get to that situation where they are now free, based on the fact that no matter how bad it is, we don't fall below the top 3. I feel that would do them some whole world of good.
Okay.
No, but because the team is results oriented, most times it's very difficult for you to talk about chopping and changing so much. Even the second team of Rivers United they will stand as first team for many clubs in the NPFL.
Yeah,
Talk about the man from Watanga. Yes, I may not want to praise him so much, but he also had a good account of himself when he played against Rangers International of Enugu. There was a new striker that I saw. I don't know him, but he had one gold hair like that. I don't know where Eguma got him from. I think they will surely have some points sometimes to rotate, but when we talk about them having continental games, I think it's not really in their power when you talk about how to even schedule their travel or the way the games go down. That's why the IMC also look into their power and tell them this game is rescheduled for you, because we can't compare them with the Europeans. Our mode of travels is never the same. We know how these players go. We can't even charter a plane. If you used to do that, even the Guinea-Bissau that came to play Nigeria yesterday, they didn't come with that. They didn't come with a chartered flight. They entered normal public flights. Queen Mostep was part of that flight, and she wasn't, because it's not easy. These things take a whole lot of money, and you don't expect the state government to, because they are going to play in CAF Confederation. How much are we going to be paid if we want to make it that easier and seamless for the team? So they've been able to show that they can manage these two sides. Whether we are playing the continent or we are playing the NPFL league, we can surely grind out the results.
Okay, a brief rundown of all the matches that we will be expecting tomorrow. We've got Imba against Vendel Insurance, Remo Stars against Nasarawa United, Kwara United against El Kanemi Warriors, Plateau United against Gombe United, and Akwa United against Shooting Stars. That's in Group A. And in Group B, Dakar is already taking on Niger Tornadoes, and they are losing right there at home. We've got for tomorrow Enugu Rangers against Bayelsa United, Rivers United against Abia Warriors, Doma United against Lobby Stars, and Wiki Tourists against Sunshine Stars. Okay, we'll move straight to discuss some of the transfers that we've gotten from the MPFL.
If you try me, you go chop breakfast. You go chop breakfast.
Okay, we start with Gombe United, where Gombe United have boosted their squad with 5 new players ahead of the second round fixture of the season. Top on the list is the midfielder Matthias Samuel, who arrived from Lobby Stars Football Club of Makurdi. Dozie Ume joined from another Nigerian professional or Premier Football League club, Abia Warriors. Winger Paul Obata and striker Ibudu Ibada joined from El Kanemi Warriors of Maiduguri, while Wasiu Mahmoud, a winger, moved to the club from Kwara United. Now, the Savannah Scorpions will be guests to Plateau United at the new Just Stadium on Sunday. Also, former Nigerian Premier Football League top scorer Chijuke Akuneto has penned a short-term contract with the Aba Giants Eyimba. Now, at his unveiling, Akuneto was quoted as saying that Eyimba is the most successful club in Nigeria, and I want to play my part in ensuring we continue on that path. There is enough quality in this team. Together we can make history this season. Akuneto will look to make his debut against Vendel Insurance this weekend. Now to you, Ival, Akuneto's departure, how would this affect Rivers United?
Well, the man has gone and they've moved on pretty well. If there's anything that Rivers United know how to do, it has been their recruitment. They've had fantastic recruitment for the last 3 or 4 seasons. There was a time where they relied on the likes of Sonda Detunji for the goals. That season came and passed. They had a season where they relied on a certain Godwin Aguda for goals. He also left the team and the team moved on. Fortunately, Monowari was also carrying the team at some point, and these days they've changed. They've gone for they had Ishak Rafiu and Chijoka Puneto, and they also moved on because they have Malakia Houme and what's his name again, Iman Wagwa
this day
doing
the
the business for them.
Bedru also scores for this.
So they've always moved on because their recruitment for replacement have always been fantastic. They are one of the best teams I have seen for the last 3 seasons. Players rarely come there and flop. There are teams that acquire players, they come in and they fail to perform. But in Rivers United, they always hit that height, except you come in and you're plagued by injury. If not, nearly all the players have been at Rivers United for the last 2 or 3 seasons that have brought in as replacement have slotted into the first team and they've made their mark. They've earned their money. So I feel they have really moved on from Chijoke Akuneto. Now the thing is, can he slot into that Eyimba side? There was a way Rivers United played, will they play the same way at Yimba that will afford him the opportunity to run into the box late or early to get the tap-ins and also get the finishes? That is what we have to, look at. I just hope, he gets into the manager's team list tomorrow when they take on Bendel Insurance. But fantastic deals here, for the transfers that have happened so far. My only grudge about this transfer is that I think about 60% of the transfers are returnees to the MPFL, which is always my grudge. How do you go abroad, fine form, sterling performance in the outgone season, you go abroad and you fail to cut it? Must it happen to everybody? We've not heard anything else from Ishak Rafiu from NK Maribor. He doesn't even get to start for his team. What's his name? Nelson Esau of Rivers United, who left to Simba after the first 2 or 3 matches. He's been ostracized, loaned out, to another team. Victor Mbaoma, I've not heard anything from him. Possibly, maybe Orok Gabriel is peppering us with the pictures on Facebook with Mehalan winning the player of the month. Maybe that's the only player that's doing so well right now for the players who just left the last 2 or 3, 1 or 2 seasons. So I don't understand why our players fail to cut it. When they leave the shores of the country. Lokosa has gone in and out like 3 or 4 times. He returns and still fails to cut it. So my problem with the transfers is the returnees. What happened? What happened? And that's why we're talking. We had some of the players here. What's his name? Temple Mekai was saying he was playing where? Was it Vietnam?
I'm trying to remember, but I think it's towards
Sri Lanka.
Yes.
He mentioned Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he mentioned Sri Lanka.
And it shocked me to my bones because you want to play football, it's not everywhere. What's his name? Ubong Friday, the captain of Aqua United. I spoke to him once when he left the country for, I think, Armenia or so. When he returned, I had a parley with him and I asked what happened, how was the adventure. He said, my brother, everywhere we go, just give me 2 slices of bread and tea every morning. And this guy is used to, loading up. So it was more like he's suffering. No, it was more like he's suffering.
Yes, now there's no fufu now.
So, no, when you give somebody 2 slices of bread, he's down punishment, he's greed.
You can give someone, but you have faith that in the night you eat fufu.
Okay. So sometimes it's not always green at the other end. Ifeanyi Anamena left to the Middle East, and I'm seeing him return about now to Remo Stars. I was also to the Middle East. I was also surprised to see that Kelly Kester, who was in is it Thailand or so,
he's back.
He's back with Shooting Stars of Ibadan. I watched him play in the Mobosi Super 4 tournament. So how are players going out and failing to cut it? Salas Nwankwo, we've not heard anything about him. Charles Achimene, the same thing, joint top scorer for Aqua United the season that they won the league. So it goes on and on and on. And the question is, why? Why can't they cut it?
No, but I don't think it's just about maybe let's talk about maybe the dieting or what. We ask yourself, what are we even really shipping out? Is it the best of the quality? Because if you are good enough wherever you go to at some certain level, you should be able to cut it. But we've not been able to see that happen for our players. So I think we do not have much of the quality for what our league produces, because we've not had a shining like what we used to see the other years. Then we see our greats, even the size of Emmanuel Menike, leave the side for Julius Berger out of the shores of the country, and they still dominated. So until able to fix this league where we have players, not just players, but players that are also young. They're also young. Quality, they need to be young, because we can't forget when Salas one call left and they put 17 years and everyone was looking at it. Because you can't, you don't, there's some things that you can't teach. As somebody, you cannot cheat nature.
Some dieting will even bring it out.
Yeah, it will even bring it out when you are not getting as much, because there are some of our food they can even be like a natural supplement. And then before you can acclimatize to that new place and get it run, the clubs already feel that they have wasted money signing you, and they will not look back at making you a fringe player to make sure that they succeed and win their games.
We've been talking about the MPFL. It's back. And some games, a particular game is already on the run. Remember that the show is built to be interactive, so we expect your reactions as they come in first from the text message and WhatsApp portal. Remember that the numbers to send your text message or WhatsApp message to 081700000951. Okay, remember you send your text to 07019339962. We're expecting your reactions as they come in handy. Now to you, Chukwusitem. Remo Stars acquiring Junior Lokosa. How far do you think this will take Remo Stars? Already they are 5th on the log. How far do you see this going for Remo Stars?
And if they are able to drop forms, and I don't think them adding any player to their rank. Yeah, he has a lot of experience from Kano players and out of the country, and yeah, his goal scoring prowess is nice and fantastic. Winning the Golden Boot of I think last 3 seasons. So it's a good addition to the Remo Stars. They are not good in scoring goals, and I think there are five goals difference in just match the 9, and so it's a good buy. It's how they introduce the guy into the team, how he's able to. It's not about buying the player; it's about how the player can progress into the main team and give you the same performance as giving the other clubs.
Okay, isn't it? Gombe United picked 5 players. Do you think this is a rejig? Are we expecting magic from Gombe United?
There's one player you pronounce his name Igbudu Agbada. Please pronounce that name again. That name look like a name that's supposed to make the headlines. You know, when he scores, I think I saw a name.
Yes,
it's
certain Igbudu Igbada, not Agbada.
Okay.
Igbudu Igbada.
It's not to just make it Agbada. But I'm even surprised to see that one club had not done like 19 signings. I think at least one should have been able to do up to 19 because that 5 is too small compared to what we see in the other season. But first of starting with Junior Lokosa, I don't see anything positive from that, except it has to be for the marketing aspect of it because this man has dropped in form. He was even he was in South African League. His last club was Super Sports United, and he couldn't cut it there. He's back again to the MPFL. What do you really have to offer to the league? Because if you can't cut it out and you come to this side where for me I think Remo Stars, I don't know if that will really be a good addition to the side because yes, they want to score the goals, but how hungry would Junior Lokosa be for him to bring what is required for Daniel Gumedede's Remo Stars, knowing that they are in a very tough group, a group that has Bendel Insurance, you have Eyimba, you have Remo, you have
Plateau United,
you have Rangers International too, you have Plateau United. That is a group of death. So you need players, not just the experience, because they might have gathered this experience when they played in the league, but will it still be the same? Your experience counts for nothing if your legs are weak, except you want to be a player coach for the players in that team. So yes, for me, I feel it's more of a marketing situation where you sign a Junior Lokosa and you also sign Anifa Yanemena. That is more of a marketing strategy for Remo Stars because we've always seen them. They do not joke with their marketing strategies, what they want to do. They have even been invited for a world tournament where you have 40 teams playing in the world stage, and that's the under 13 under 13 tournament, a tournament that also have Manchester United feeder team part of it. That shows you that this club understand what it means to be sports business. But for when it comes to what the input of Junior Lokosa will be for Remo Stars, I want to see what he will do before I even comment the buy for him for Junior Lokosa. I feel for them because this is a league where would not even people buy shirts. Because you have to ask yourself, because most times you sign these big players when they make a return because you also want to make profit. Rivers United, I don't know when the players, most times players will just give you their shirt for you to support them and come and switch, because we've not gotten to some certain level where we now see where we embrace sports as we feel that we're a sports loving nation. We always say we're a sport loving nation, but when we have tournaments, people barely travel.
Yeah.
Because when you're sport loving, Abuja should not be empty. In Ghana played against was they not Angola. You want to tell them those people did not pay transport to the state? They did. Some people left a far distance
cash
to come.
crunch.
So it's not easy. Forget about the cash crunch. It's just that when it comes to some things, we just better that we just sit down and watch it on TV. So that's the kind of fans we can be. So for Gombe, I'm not expecting so much for the side. They kind of struggled in the first stanza. Yes, they won Rivers United at home, but can they make it out of this that group to the Super 6? It will be a difficult task for them. But I think they also got the former Rivers United player too, which is that was on loan on Rivers United, Daniel Barnabas and all. They added more to their forward, their attacking front. So if they can now start scoring, that will do them a lot of good. But I do not expect something extraordinary from Gombe United.
I think for me, I won't agree with this. When we talk about form is temporary and class is permanent, I always said it. Right, you can't get the golden boot for being just maybe experience or other thing. You have the techniques, you have the experience, you have the permanent class. So I think you can't try
that's
to
for one
experience.
When you say
class is permanent.
No,
please.
see,
You have Ronaldo 38 years old. It's
stop
in the
this
bank.
thing. I don't like when
Don't talk about that.
Don't call those two names together. No, don't do it.
Lokosa had half season with Kanu Pillars. You know, he joined from a Nigerian National League side, First Bank FC of Lagos. That half season where he moved from the NNL to the MPFL to play for Kanu Pillars, I think he scored around 9 goals that season. The next season was his full campaign with Kanu Pillars. He got 19 goals and got a deal out of the country. In fact, Nigerians clamored for him. He had a stint with the Super Eagles. And he did so well in that friendly match. Even albeit he played from the wings. We're so happy to see him perform. And it was here in Port Harcourt against DR Congo, if my memory serves me right. He played so well in that particular fixture. He left the shores of this country, went to Simba in Tanzania. Before I knew, he went to Copper Bullet. And, you know, he just started moving. His contract was even terminated at some point by one of the clubs he went to. He has gone to... Oh, no, he went to Esperance. Sorry, that was the first deal. Esperance of Tunisia, that was the first deal. He failed to make it count there. He now went to Tanzania. Before you know, South Africa. He's made a return to the country like 2 times.
So he's not... Simba, you're right at first
Simba.
time.
Okay, he moved to Simba. Then he moved to...
He even came back and went to Kwara United.
So... He's been made. It's not players like Lokosa you put in the context of form is temporal, class is permanent. You don't had one season, one breathtaking season, and that's what they tend to do in Nigeria. We tend to see one stellar season and for players who are outstanding. Maybe we need to give the likes of Fonudo, you know, a round of applause because he played time and time again and kept on performing on the big stage. Even went to Aqua United, and even though he didn't score as many goals as he would have loved, I think he got about 6 or 7 goals that season. He helped them win the league as captain of the side. So Lokosa is not in that category or bracket of form is face temporal, class is permanent. No. Let's just hope he can even break into the team. And I don't understand why Coach Benga Gumbote,
Daniel
Ogumodede wants to change the philosophy of Remo Stars. They are a team of basically young players, basically not too known players, but the players come out, give a good account of themselves and make the headlines. We didn't know Kayode Bankole before this season. We didn't know the tall striker Andy Okwe.
Sikiri Alimi.
Andy Okwe, Alimi has been a household name. He's been in Sunshine Stars. He's been walking around. So Andy Okwe, not many of us knew him. The captain of the side, Junior Nduka, not many of us knew him. But these are players that were already with the Rebel Stars set up from the NNL, and they have distinguished themselves in the top flight. So I don't know why he's going for players who are already established and have made a name, played their best, and left the shores of this country. So I don't understand why he's trying to change the philosophy of the team. What they achieved last season, they achieved it with little or no so-called big names. So just the boys who played out their heart, you know, to get them that continental slot, albeit they failed to qualify for the group phase of the CAF Confederations Cup.
Okay, we've talked a lot about the MPFL, the Nigerian Premier Football League, and at this point in time, we will be moving forward and we get to talk about the Olympic Eagles, the under-23. Okay, for the under-23, the junior slides of Guinea are intensifying preparations for the Olympic Eagles, all to have a better outing against the Nigerian under-23 side in the second leg of the under-23 African Cup of Nations. Now, the Guinean side recorded a valuable goalless draw against the Olympic Eagles on Wednesday at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja. The Molayeti States boys arrived in Rabat, Morocco, the venue for the second leg, on Friday evening, and had their first training session in the early hours of this morning. The newly invited AJ All States striker Madios Keita has joined the team, and he was also part of the training. In the first leg, the Nigerian side struggled a whole lot in stringing meaningful passes together, while the Guineans were relatively at home, combining beautifully in the middle of the park and going past the Nigerians easily. Now, the best chance of the game came from Oguniyi Omojesu Timilehin, through a free kick which went off the woodworks minutes before the half-hour mark. Aside from that, both keepers were largely untested through the game. Ivar, what would be your expectations on Tuesday?
Do I have any? Already, we are in... I said it here, before this particular encounter. I think that was on Wednesday when I was on the analysis side of the show. I said I don't have faith in the team because I've suffered lots of heartbreak from these same Olympic Eagles. Not this particular squad, though, the previous squad. Even in the African Nations Championship, back-to-back heartbreak. Olympic Games, back-to-back heartbreaks. So I wasn't expecting anything significant from the team. The game they won Tanzania after that 1-0 draw, or after the draw away from home, it was a labored victory. They had to wait up to the 70th plus minute before they got that 2 goals that they did score at the end of the day. So it wasn't as if they distinguished themselves, played so well, and got their goals. No, it was a hard-fought victory, a labored one. They scored late on in that game, and if their opponents had taken their chances, possibly the stadium would go cold and they start making mistakes because of anxiety. So watching them play against Guinea, the Guineans came with a game plan. They said they came here to win, and it ended up in a goalless draw. What did the coach say returning to Morocco for the reverse fixture? He said they'll use the remaining days to perfect finishing, meaning his team got chances that they would have buried but failed to do so. And I'm scared for this Nigerian team. At this level, we're inviting players from Latvia, inviting players from Andorra, inviting players. No. At least at under 23 level, we should be good enough to pick players inwards.
But the Guineans are also having players from.
Nigeria is a country with talented pool of players. If we are to do the right things, have a system that works, there's a just like Henry used to say, for countries like England, countries like France. Their best, let's say people will get first class. They choose the first class for every department. They come camp. So they go to camp. Those outstanding players go to camp from different regions. Those outstanding players scouted by the team's national team or the team HQ national team, they go to camp and play together. If we had that kind of a pool where we can just go and dip our hands and always pick out players from, we'll not be in this. Now you're bringing a player from Latvia to come and try to understand a player that came from Azerbaijan, to understand the one that came from Yom FC. So you have a whole lot of work.
A language barrier at some certain level. Because
so you have a whole lot to do with these particular players. And look at who is managing the team. Salisu Yusuf. How many more times are we going to fail with Yusuf to make the NFF change their mind on who should lead our home-based team and our Olympic team? I think he has failed twice to qualify for both Olympic Games and the African Nations Championship. But we're still trusting with the job, still giving him assistant manager to the likes of Genedro and Jose Pesero, and it's laughable. It's laughable. So I don't understand where he's getting it right and Nigerians are not seeing, or the results are not showing. Because if you ask me, this game in Morocco, possibly the Guineans keep the game around 7 p.m. It becomes colder. They play around, get their fans into the stadium to make some noise. Nigeria will lose. And that's the end of the road for us for the Olympic Games. Once again.
Wow. Okay, Izine, if Salisu Yusuf was actually listening to you now, what would be your advice to him? Yes, we just cannot all say we are not going to make it into the AFCON for the under-23. What would be your advice amongst every dim light you're seeing? What can you say?
There's nothing to advise him. I'm being very sincere. Like, what do I want to tell him? Like,
I said, in case he's listening to you, should he go all out and attack, or should he play the mind game? Should he play midfield, whatever?
First off, he has already done his that's his call up. We've had the last time we played with Salisu completely home base that was for the Chang qualifiers. We lost. We lost. We did not qualify for that one, and then we brought him again now to the for the Olympic team. And the first in this game now against Guinea, that's the most important of it all, and it doesn't look rosy. Not forget that if you look at how the players that we have, almost 98% foreign based. How did Coach Salisu even get to know these players? What were the parameters that he used? Did he judge them based on their? Yeah, you could. Sometimes I can just show you one of my best clip. Because sometimes some players just have one fine game and that's done for them for life, and they just go on and they continue their life. So how were those players selected? But those stage already passed, and now we have to play the Guineans. I want them to go out because we do not really have a solid defense. Let's not forget that same defense had a red card. The captain of the side, right, was red carded on that game. So you also have to be good when it comes to your solidity in the defense angle. But we surely need to go out to score the goals. We need to get a goal. If not, we need to get a goal because when it comes to CAF, the away goal rules still stand. So we need to get a goal. That's the most important thing. Whether it's a draw, if you get a 1-0 draw, we qualify. So for the team, the paramount thing is in the first 20 minutes. If you have to change your game, it's the first 20 minutes. It's the way you come into that game. Don't come in looking very lethargic like you were not ready. Don't wait till the second half before you want to get the goal, because that's what we saw from the Super Eagles yesterday. In second half, everyone was then confused. They knew that Nigerians were surely going to come on their head, and we then lost the rhythm in the game. You have to get the goal very early, knowing that an away goal rule still stands. We're not talking about the Champions League where I think just one goal might not be enough. So that's the thing that Coach Salisu Yusuf needs to do. What is happening in the attack? I barely know most of the players, so I cannot even talk about their qualities. So it's something you know about. It was in the MPFL we had some of the players. We can talk about them and say this one can do what he can do best. So what should they do? Make sure you score a goal at least in the first half, because if you not score in the first half, what the Guinea-Bissau team did to the Super Eagles yesterday will still be the same thing, because Jose Mourinho has told you that all you need to win a game is a good defense. Once you score one, is enough for you. A goal is enough for you, because it's not the number of goals that will count, except your opponent has scored against you. So score in the first half. That's what I have to tell him. But if there's any other thing, I don't think there's any sound there to Coach Salisu Yusuf. Come on, he's very experienced. He's not today started this job. He has done it with Kano Pillars. He has done it with Rangers. Even though you are poor, you can look at me. Oh no, that's it. Like what's the percent on the CV now? Do you know how many clubs and
the way you have to sit up?
Because we've always stayed there and people tell me about how experience can help you. Clarice has experience.
Positive experience. Wait now, you cannot be coaching Venezuela, Venezuela, Myanmar, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. You don't get paid after 6 months. You move. But is there your CV? Does it really? Is there anything significant about the CV?
Experience.
Maybe your biggest payday was the time you coached Sporting Lisbon at 19, and that
was where they qualified to the finals of the Cup.
And that's your biggest achievement. That's not experience. It's experience in a bad way, because
it's experience in the job.
Because when you repeatedly fail in the next job, it simply means you learned nothing from the previous experience.
Yeah.
Because it's now back to back. But in fact, the last time that Coach Salisu Yusuf delivered anything good for Nigeria, he has to be at the 2018 African Nations Championship. I can recall that Nigeria lost it to Morocco in the final. 4 goals to nothing. That was the last time. And since then, he's been able to take charge of 2 Olympic teams, 2 CHAN teams, and all have not been able to qualify.
No, the last one now, we are waiting for him. I think it's on Tuesday. When are they going to play?
On Tuesday.
Okay,
Tuesday.
Imama took one.
So this is the second one now that's for the Olympic Games. So for Olympic Eagles. So it's like, no, what I mean that there's nothing I can tell him, because my own job is different. He's a coach. He's a licensed coach. So he should have been able to understand all of this. I think what we need to learn, in all of these things we said, until we get it right in the system, as long as we don't have a process where we can get this pool of talent, because we walk around the street, I'm not talking about those ones that have reached 40 years and still playing for academy. No, I'm talking about when you move around the street and you see young players, young football. How did they scout? How did we get JJ coach? How did we get Kano one coach? Then there was nothing about. It was very difficult to get players, but we still, out of the strenuous acts, we still saw our officials find this best of talent. So until we start doing those things, getting them young, because football is not about, at some certain level, there's some things you cannot learn. You see, James Ward-Prowse can take a dead ball specialist. He didn't learn it at 20. So that was something that he perfected. So until we start getting our players at the right time, not just basing, because this foreign base is now creeping even into our domestic system, whereby when we talk about CHAN, we are supposed to be bringing these players.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with players abroad. allow these ones that are here to have that opportunity. Once they are refined enough, I don't see any team that we cannot be able to defeat in the continent of Africa.
Okay, we've talked a lot, starting with the MPFL, the return of the second half of the season, as well as transfer talks coming from the various MPFL teams. And right now we just talked about the Olympic Eagles, call it the under-23, as they look to go over this very, very high hurdle that has come in front of them on Tuesday. I don't want it to be a double heartbreak from the same name, Guinea. It's going to be a strong one then. All right, it's now time for us to get to the phone lines to hear from you, to get your thoughts as they come in handy. The numbers you get to call are 0817000951, as well as 0810951091. Hello. Today 95.1. Good evening.
Yeah,
Welcome.
good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Desire.
Okay, Desire.
Please, let me contribute. Number one, Super Eagle yesterday. Super Eagle yesterday is something I can never forget in my life.
Okay.
Because with the squad that Super Eagle have, Nigeria have such a squad. Not that Nigeria will win Champions League now. Eh? We have the goal machine, Victor Osimhen. We have Chukwueze. We have Ademola Lookman. Which those people, they are authentic players. Yesterday I was in my area at Delta State, and I bet with one of these Guinea, but I don't really know the part of it from, but it's from Guinea. He's working. He's building a house in Delta State. So I bet with him about 20,000 naira that Guinea cannot come to Nigeria and win. These people say that they will come to Nigeria and win us, and they will go and nothing will happen, and they finally do it. So I'm pleading to FPFS to bring a new coach, because this thing is my brother. It's something I cannot take. It's something I cannot manage.
So sorry.
If it happened that Super Eagle is my girlfriend from yesterday, we know they do again.
Oh.
We know they do again. Bye.
Oh, a fan there going through the heartbreak. Okay, we move straight into the stories from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Okay, we return with the Super Eagles, and it is no longer news that the Super Eagles of Nigeria were beaten 1-0 by Guinea-Bissau in match day 3 of the 2023 African Cup of Nations qualifiers played at the Moshood Abiola Stadium in Abuja. Now, the Eagles lost in front of their fans in Abuja on Friday thanks to a first-half goal from Mama Balde. The win took the Jotals, talking about Guinea-Bissau, to the top of Group A with 7 points, while Pesiero's men dropped to second place with 6 points. Now, a lot of reactions after the game as Pesiero, as well as a member of the team, Alex Iwobi, were put through some questioning. When asked what went wrong in the game, Pesiero had this to say.
For Guinea-Bissau. Second, I want to tell you is you miss many goals. I think it is much more. We could have been here for another 1 hour and not scored. Sometimes it's happening in football. I am not happy, of course. I am sad, like my team, but they do the maximum. They did the maximum. You create many opportunities, clear opportunities. It was the bad day, because if you play in the way like you play today, you beat Guinea. Very good luck for Guinea. Very good luck for Guinea, and very bad luck for us.
Very bad luck for us. Ival, what do you make of Pesiero's reply?
I feel he was being honest, because he said even if you play for the next 1 hour, we will not score. We will not score. The way the Super Eagles played yesterday, for another 1 hour, Nigeria will not score. That's because there was no game plan, there was no proper planning, there was no coordination. Nobody took that game by the scruff of the neck. The player that came closest to take that game by the scruff of the neck was Samuel Chukwueze. He was the most lively Nigerian player on the field of play. But keep him aside, and it was a very, very flat performance. Where do we start from? Is it defense? Samuel Osayi had a great showing against Portugal. Nigerians hailed him. And yesterday, I felt there were times whereby his judgment making or decision making was quite poor. Because there were periods where he needed to just whip the ball across the face of goal for Victor Osimhen to tap in like he does for Napoli. But he dilly-dallied, and that chance went begging. That's why we had Victor Osimhen quarreling and shouting and complaining all through the game. Let's go to Calvin Bassey. He looked flat. In fact, it's a testament of this. That's why I say your national team is a reflection of what your players are doing week in, week out. Why are the Senegalese up there now? Why are they up there? Why are the Egyptians, in spite of having just home-based, majority of players being home-based, dominating Africa? Because the players who are even home-based are playing for Al Ahly. They are playing for Esperance, who are dominating Africa. So when you add Salah to them, it's like you've put the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Because those ones are already good on their own in their own category. Look at Senegal. You can pick out players who are performing so well for the various national team. From Edouard Mendy, goalkeeper, Sadio Mane, you go Napoli Mendy, and so on and so forth. You look at our team. Calvin Bassey has had a poor start to the season for Ajax. In fact, he's fallen out of the first team. He's down on the bench. You could see how heavy he was, how slow he was, how unreactive he was yesterday. Look at Ndidi with the captain's armband. Nigeria changed 3 captains yesterday and nothing still happened. 3 world captain armband, nothing happened. What's happening to Ndidi? Injury worries. Came back to Leicester City, the likes of Napoli Mendy and another player there. Have taken over that midfield position, and you could see that he couldn't really offer much to break play, help us build attack, sloppy passes all through. See, it was a very, very poor performance. It would have been better if we played that game without a coach. I don't want to talk about Jose Pesero just yet.
To you, Izini, who takes the major fraction of the blame?
The coach first. Coach Jose Pesero takes the blame first, because when this list was brought in, we asked ourselves, most of those players who were brought in here were fringe players in their team, or let's say they've fallen out of favor from their club side, and that's one thing. The match rustiness showed, starting from the defense line. We could see that even Calvin Bassey, yes, being it's brought back to the highest team gradually, but you could still see a sloppiness on his own side. That also led to us conceding our first goal. Him and Kevin Apogoma not reacting quite on time for them to avoid that goal being conceded by the side.
Okay, let's go back to the phone lines. Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes. I'm not happy. Yes. Yes, I'm not happy. Imagine if Nigeria cannot just win Guinea-Bissau 3-0. Okay. Let me be frank now.
Okay, first your name and where you're calling from, please.
All right, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you imagine if it happened that Nigeria win Guinea-Bissau 3-0? At least. Even if I the vex, I for no vex much. I for just know say okay, at least no harm. Next time we will make a 7. But imagine Guinea-Bissau prepare from far Guinea and say they will win Nigeria, they will retaliate, and it was obviously that they retaliate. And see, the problem is that we should go home, Mourinho. Mourinho is the person that asked us to employ what is that? Pochettino, a big Corobesino. Now everybody be the shout pursue Genaro. They are not said it though. That the day he will learn. Everything we show. Now look at it. My own money that I suffer for, so I cannot impose on my country. And They are telling me that I should not be angry, that I should come and watch ball on Monday. Watch which ball? My dear, we go to my office and read my book. They should play and watch by themselves. Because Nigeria are disappointed us. Super Eagles it's not a laughing matter because it's telling me, if you know how it pains me, you could have, there's nothing on earth. The only thing I want them to do is on Monday they should win 7-0.
Okay. Hopefully we look to that.
If they win 7-0, I forgive them.
Okay. Hopefully we look to that.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good evening, 95.1. Yes, your name and where you're calling from.
Apostle of Love, calling from Aba.
Okay, Apostle of Love, welcome.
Thank you. Eva and Izina, great teacher.
Good evening.
You see, Eva, you remember vividly I told you this yesterday when you were anchoring the program.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no faith. I blame people who are breaking their hearts and heads for Nigerian superheroes or even Nigerian football. I've been saying this over and over again. We are not doing the right thing. Who is Sanusi to continue to be recycling in our football? What pedigree does he have? A man that was sanctioned, a man that should go to prison, to jail, and they are still using him because we can say and that's what has been killing our football. When you see the way we run our football, you will know that we are not going anywhere. I said it. Pesero, what is his credentials? Where has he worked? What has he won as a coach? And you are bringing him to Nigeria. Amaju Panic should also be arrested if somebody should be penalized for what is happening to our football. These things. And we are still running around Amaju Panic blunders in our football. So we have quality players. Even though they brought players that were not playing week in, week out in their various clubs. Guinea-Bissau. What is it? For the first time they are winning Nigeria, not even away, but in our own land. With coach. Like Eva said, even if we have played that match without a coach, even with street coaches, we win that game. You are losing again, and you are bringing in Onacho, removing a midfielder, and you are putting an attacker. Who will throw the pass to them? Ndidi was nowhere in that game. I know people like us, we are not worried because already I know that's going to happen.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Along the line, Pesero was also quizzed if he will be surprised if he gets fired following the loss to Guinea-Bissau, and the man had a more confident reply that would have done what we would have expected. So let's hear him.
Why? I don't understand. You think in qualification? No, I don't understand. Why you suck? Why? You stay in the position for qualification for play AFCON. You don't play bad. In the first 30 minutes, you create many opportunities. Of course, today, Ozyman and other and Moses and Ndidi and Samuel could not score. But I believe this team but very much better than for this result. Freeze, if you're joking.
Ivo, was the man right?
Well, I don't know where Jose Pesero is getting his confidence from, because Nigerians are vexed. The first caller has told us already how Nigerians feel, about the game. And in fact, it was even a very, very raucous atmosphere yesterday at the press conference. In fact, Pesero's voice is not even always audible. This is the first time I could hear him speak out loudly, because it was the tension there at the press conference. Everybody got emotional, and so he had to also raise his voice to step up. I don't know where he's getting his confidence from. Firstly, he was given just a year contract, and it's running out. You recall that he said when he lost to the likes of Mexico, Algeria, Portugal, he kept on saying that those were inconsequential matches, and was playing those other big games to test where his team is, right? or where they are at the moment. Now you've now lost a game that matters, because as far as I'm concerned, if it were to be the period where just a team qualifies from the group to the Nations Cup, then we are in trouble, because you go away from home, Guinea-Bissau will play for a draw, and surely they will beat Sao Tome and Principe as well as Sierra Leone if they can beat Nigeria here in Nigeria, and qualify and pick that sole ticket. So where is he getting his confidence from? He's not even tied to a long-term contract. His contract will be running out any moment from now. I think in April or May it's gone, and there's no talks of contract extension. And you're not even, this is Nigeria's 5th straight defeat. If I'm not mistaken, 5th straight defeat or so.
Yeah, 5th.
And you're losing to a team ranked 118 in Nigeria. Not with one man down, not with two men down. You had 11 players, foreign-based players for that matter. You lose to a team ranked 118 in the world. I don't know where he's getting his confidence from. But I'll be so surprised if he's given a contract extension. I think also Pesero is gone. Otilo.
I don't think Pesero is gone. I don't think he's gone.
Would they give him a contract extension?
I think
he needs more time.
We are I'm not talking about him. I'm saying if you look at the look of things, you talk about who is going to give him. First off, before he was giving that job, people already clamored that this man doesn't live the standards of what is expected of a Super Eagles coach, because the CV doesn't really tell much good about him. But we've seen him come to the Super Eagles team, and he has felt very relaxed. You look at him, even for the World Cup, he was sponsored. He went to the World Cup and he saw the game. What did he say? They wanted to learn from other teams. He used Morocco as a key figure. How you can use that, how you can replicate that with Nigeria. How Morocco were good when it comes to their defense and their transition play. He's back with his side, and we're having 2 teams that will qualify. Nigeria is also in contention. The only problem we're looking at, we expected ourselves to come out top in that group. On the fact that the countries in that group, you have a Sao Tome and Principe, in which we defeated. You have a Sierra Leone. You have the Guinea-Bissau, and then Nigeria. In that context, you expect Nigeria to come out as group leaders, but it might not happen, and we'll still qualify. And the man has already qualified you. And you look at the AFCON is next year, and from the look of things, from the body movement of the NFF, it doesn't seem likely that we are going to sack this man. So I don't think that's going to happen. If you want to sack him, this is the same NFF that is crying that they do not have money to pay a big coach. If you sack Pesero, who are you going to bring in? Because Pesero can let you owe him. And Pesero, we are owing Pesero how many months now? Then it was like 4 months, later 6 months. They paid him 3 months, and then we know that the NFF is owing him. Are you going to bring which of the big coaches are going to bring that will let us owe him in that regard? So it is not the same. I think he's very comfortable in his job. If you look at how he answered that question, that means he has a good communication with the members of the NFF. And who employed him is the NFF, although the sports ministry are the one footing the bills for the services of Jose Pesero. I think his contract will be extended by 1 year. It doesn't matter whether we cry or not. But Nigeria will not. No, I'm not saying I want him to stay, but we have seen it from the writings on the wall.
There's no way.
No, you are saying that
you were contract by 1 year.
I'm not saying no. You are saying I will. No, I am saying NFF will still extend his contract.
Are we talking about progressing forward or going backward?
You are the ones.
For the past 7 matches,
that doesn't change the decision.
And 2 matches we are supposed to win them.
No, in the fifth, out of that fight that he lost, the one to Costa Rica, he was not the one in charge. So you call that
he lost
7 matches he has played.
He lost to Portugal. Call it a big side. Yes, call it a big side.
See, let's pick the truth.
Some excuses for the man.
On what basis are you giving Kwekese a contract extension? Except the only way I see Pesero getting a contract extension is if he's hidden from the media. That's one. He's hidden away from the media. That's a contract discussion period. Hidden away from the media. That's one. Then secondly, if he's given a pay cut and he still goes ahead to take the job.
Even from we had the report.
He's on a $70,000 right now.
You don't pay him. The $70,000. You don't pay him.
No. He's going to be paid. He's on a $70,000.
You don't pay raw
right now.
You don't pay raw. You say going to be paid. You don't pay raw.
Ross stayed for 5 years in Nigeria.
No, now
how many months are they owing in the 5 years?
No,
let's be serious. Raw stayed for 5 years in Nigeria. How many months are they owing Raw in the 5 years?
It was 10 months. 10 months of owing.
No, it's less than 6 or around 6. That's what is being owed to Raw. So if you stay for 5 years and they owe you 6 months, then it's towards your end because of maybe relationship fell apart. We know how vindictive Nigerians are. We can do it to you. But I don't see the premise where we'll give Jose Pesero a contract extension. If he had a long-term deal, I say we cannot sack him now. But he has a deal that is running out, meaning that he will be at our mercy.
But
if we want to even offer him a job.
But the same mistake we made with Gennett Raw, very close to a tournament or within qualifiers, we had to let the man go and bring in Pesero. Don't you think that is still going to plague the country?
As it stands now, I don't think we have a coach.
We have a coach. We have a coach.
Sorry, just get me right. I'm not saying that he merits the extension.
So why are you giving him?
No, I'm not giving. He asked me, would his contract be extended? And I'm saying that it will, not because I'm not the one that extends that's his contract. It's going to be the NFF.
Yeah.
And if you listen from his reaction when he was asked, is your job on the line? He said, for what? On what grounds?
Okay.
Because if you qualify. No, I'm speaking for. I'm telling you now because we're looking at. See, you cry. We always we have an outcry what we want, but this same NFF will do what they want. Coach Salisu we know has been a failure when he's giving his job. He's still been brought in, even with the bribery charges against him. He was still brought back to that role. Did your cry?
After his service, is fine. By the way,
after fine. No, he has served his.
And he still remained the best challenge coach we've had.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
No, it matters.
I'm coming. There's some things that you do that dents your image. It kind of takes you out of the scenario for a while. But after that, he was still brought back. He became a coach. I think that was Rangers. He was a coach of Kano. I'm saying that we have had issues where we cry out that this person does not deserve this role, but they are still giving back that role. They are still giving that trust to continue that job. I think Coach Pesero is still going to be part of it. A coach that allows you to owe him and doesn't complain. He said he would discuss his salary with his wife. Anybody's okay with that? Remember when we had that interview where I'm trying to remember the coach then that he said. When he wanted to become a coach of Nigeria, they're trying to find a way to share his salary.
Yes.
You know, if Pesero has a slot that's even being shared too, the man is comfortable with his job. NFF, the man, have we had any outcry from the part of the NFF?
But they collect it.
They will not. NFF.
Reliance, let's get to hear you. You just stepped into the studio.
Yeah, and NFF will not make an outcry. Unless somebody asks the NFF or any member of the NFF a question regarding Ross' contract. I have attempted to ask that before. I discussed it with Demola Olajire, who is the director of communications. He didn't give me a direct answer. The only thing he said, he debunked that there could be an extension or a contract could be terminated. He only debunked that the termination of the contract, but he wasn't clear enough. So when Gennett Raw was fired and Ose Pesero, I'm directing this question to you, Chukwuzite. Ose Pesero was employed. Were we going backward or forward?
We're going backward.
Okay.
Now,
what way?
Are you prophesying that we'll go more backward? No, I don't understand.
Now, on what grounds was Gennett Raw fired? Why was Gennett Raw fired?
We're talking about performances.
Yeah.
The Eagles are not playing better.
What kind of performance?
No,
hold on. What kind of performance?
I think he gave us the result. Yes.
Okay.
We are okay with the result.
Okay.
But
So
Super Eagles fans needed more.
Okay. They need tantalizing football.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. So that was the ground at which Pesero was fired. Raw ticked the boxes in front of him, but he was let go due to the outcry of Nigerians. He was given a target to the semi-finals of the AFCON, and he took Nigeria to the semi-finals of the AFCON. Unfortunately, he couldn't progress, but he finished third place. He qualified Nigeria, with games to play, qualified to the World Cup and all of that. He was let go. All right, he was fired. On what grounds? They were not knocking the ball around. Let me put it like that. Nigeria did knock ball around. Now come back to Ose Pesero. Why would you fire him? Tell me why Ose Pesero. Now, under Gennett Raw,
he will not be fired, but his contract will not be extended.
They will extend it.
Now, I'm telling you that the NFL will extend Pesero's contract.
On what ground?
Now, here's the thing. I will tell you the grounds. Here's the thing. Gennett Raw lost to CAR.
Yes.
Where was CAR ranked?
What's that? I think 180.
But a loss. We've seen losses in football where you even ask yourself. Recall Germany.
Yeah.
There have been losses of this nature. The only difference here is that Nigeria seems to be a little bit too consistent, making it's not just out of the blue. That means something is wrong. Accepted. But at this point now, why are you not extending Pesero's contract?
Three things
You gave him The target for Pesero right now is to do what?
AFCON.
Qualify for the AFCON. And the man is on the brink of qualifying for the AFCon. So why would you extend the contract? The NFF I know, which is always the problem I've always had with the NFF and people that talk about it. Because that's why I said tomorrow I'll tell you that letting Genoro go was a wrong decision to bring OCP, because I know the NFF. They will not let Genoro go and employ Jurgen Klopp. So instead of Nakuma allow the man to be there, the NFF I know, it will shock you. They will extend this man's contract on the basis that what was put in front of him
was achieved.
All right, Chukwuzetem,
let's couldn't achieve it.
Let's hear you, coach now in the MPF will not qualify from that group. Please, we'll talk about Pochettino. Pochettino got sacked from PSG not because he did not win. The team did not played well, because they did not win a trophy that was bet right to PSG. That was the reason he got sacked. You getting the job at your front does not merit you to get fired.
No, that was his target. If that was a target set in front of Pochettino, understood. He didn't achieve it. He did not achieve it. What do you think is the primary target?
Reliance. I think you're trying to make a case here for Jose Pesero and why the NFF should give him a contract extension. And I'm telling you
why they will. I am one of the most the biggest critic of Jose Pesero. But I am telling you why they should
give him a contract extension.
I'm telling you why they will.
Okay, guys. Let's just hold it and get to hear this. Then we'll continue with our analysis and argument. Okay. Also, Pesero casted some aspersions on the officiating for the day, basically faulting some decisions made by the referee. Let's get to hear the man also.
Even normal in Europe, when guy do the other, receive red card. This referee put yellow card. Even we have two possibilities for penalty, nothing. More, he give 5 minutes, 3 minutes, only for our players stay and go out. Normally must put 10 minutes. I don't know that this Egyptian referee come here and try to, I don't know. Even normal in Europe, when guy do the other, receive red card. This referee put yellow card. Even we have two possibilities for penalty, nothing. More, he give 5 minutes, 3 minutes, only for our players stay and go out. Normally must put 10 minutes. I don't know that this Egyptian referee come here and try to, I don't know.
Okay, what caught my fancy was the fact that Oro was asking for 10 minutes. Jose Pesero was asking for 10 minutes of added time that the referee from Egypt actually did so many things, didn't give us 10 minutes. Maybe the goal would have, the equalizer and the winning goal would have come between the 6th and the 10th minute, I guess. We've seen this type of things happen. Within 2 minutes of added time, you have an equalizer and a goal. Most likely. That was when he wanted to score.
Let me say something.
Ival, first of all, let me start with you. Was it a valid point from the man?
I could recall when I began shouting from the 50th to 60th minute. I was shouting already. Why are we putting long balls into the air? We are becoming scared. Anxiety is creeping us. I told it in the recall AFC Bournemouth versus Arsenal. One of the pundits in the studio said, as at 96 minutes, Arsenal were still building. Because teams will get nervous and start floating the ball into the box because there's no time. Let's see whether something will come out for money of the ball in the box. From 50th minute when Paul Onuachu came in, Nigeria were floating balls into the box that were even not good enough.
Coach,
not quality enough. Ball in the box. Now, Jose Pesero himself has said, even if you add another 1 hour, we will not score. They were not building. They were not creating. The pitch should not even help matter. See, the least I will say about the pitch, the better. Because I don't want to see football played again at the MK Abiola Stadium. The NFF, the sport ministry, they should stop this politics. The best ground to play football in Nigeria is the Nest of Champions in Uyo. That ground holds Aqua United, holds Takada, week in, week out, midweek in, midweek out, holds Rivers United, hosted the CAF Confederations Cup final. Last weekend, I was in that ground, a quality stadium. Why are we playing on a bubbly pitch?
Champions League, CAF Super League.
Why are we playing on a bubbly pitch in Nigeria?
Good enough you brought it in. It's exactly what will be going. Okay, but Henry just stepped into the studio and I guess it's a very topical issue. Everybody wants.
I wasted my time, my data. It's just because of it's my job. At a point, I got so pissed off with what I saw last night, with what I saw yesterday evening. Because you're looking at the pitch itself. The pitch is an eyesore. Like, how much does it cost?
Okay, Henry, let me just cut you. I want to play something. Talking to Alex Iwobi, the man was asked about the state of the turf, just like how you yourself and Ival actually complained in the studio, and he was asked if it also affected the team, and this is what the man had to say.
My name is President Chidoka. Are you comfortable with the turf of play? The turf, the pitch itself. That's about the pitch.
Okay, Henry, back to you.
Look, the pitch, everything. We want to blame Pesero also, as much as we feel that tactically I've always had my issues with Jose Pesero. But the truth of the matter is that, let's start from the pitch. That pitch is bad. It's an eyesore. League 1, League 2 sides with little or no budget are able to put their pitches in conditions where footballers will be able to play the ball and move the ball comfortably. I mean, I remember that was last season when Forest Green Rovers were saying League 2. I was watching a Forest Green Rovers game before I just came to the studio, and the pitch was in pristine condition. The ball was flowing and it was moving. It made football so easy and pleasing to the eye. But what I saw in Abuja, that's not a field. That's not a pitch. That's a field. That's a field.
We've
complained about Adokie stuff, that the grass looks too high and the ball doesn't flow comfortably on it. But the Adokie stuff is better than that.
Okay,
and that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. You're talking about floating the ball. Maybe Jose, as much as I question Jose Pesero for the changes, we're looking for a goal. You're bringing on Paul Orachi. You have a Terry Murphy on the bench. You're taking off Samuel Chukwueze, who was one of our best players yesterday, and bringing on Ahmed Musa, that has been ineffective for a long time in a football game, both in Nigeria and in Turkey. And those changes, and even playing a traditional 4-4-2 currently war football, I have my doubts and question marks over that.
But that played 4-2-2-2.
Whatever, anything. But apart from that 4-4-2. But
you mean
you can't build up play on
4-4-2?
No. If I was talking about look, the midfield, every time they were about to hit us on the counter attack, it looked like they were going to score. We were so successful. It was so open in our midfield. We needed a third body because we're a big country. We're Nigeria. We told you, yes, Guinea-Bissau was big, but we are Nigeria. We should assert ourselves on a game. We should impose ourselves on a game. Guinea-Bissau should not have the amount of leverage they had in that game, because look, there was a lot of space to actually hurt Guinea-Bissau. No, they almost hurt us, and there was a lot of space to actually hurt Guinea-Bissau on our own part, but we couldn't assert ourselves on the game. And how will you build up play when the pitch is that bad? Who remembers Bright Osayi Samuel's tackle? There was a tackle that Guinea-Bissau were about to break. Osayi Samuel, and I was watching the ball with the match with my brother, and I was like, Osayi Samuel don't wound. You know, injured, because that's how bad the pitch was. I expected Osayi Samuel to be stretched off, but luckily it was just a minor injury, was able to continue. But the pitch was so bad, passes could not flow. How will you break down a team when the ball cannot move well? It's bouncing. Even the shots you're about to shoot, it bounces, it goes up, you balloon your shot, and you play to the advantage of the Guinea-Bissau side, because they came to sit back and hit on the counter attack. They're looking for the long balls over the top. So it's easier. Even playing on that sort of stuff, it makes it easy for them to defend and makes it easy for them to also hit you on the break.
Yes, it's actually obvious because Alex Iwobi in that particular interview actually said I guess for some reasons he said he has nothing to comment on the case, meaning it was actually bad, because if it was good he would have talked about it. I want to ask a question now to Izine. I thought these pitches were actually checked by CAF.
No, yes. First of all, the stadium it has always been accredited for a while. That's where we've been having most of our games. That's where we had the World Cup qualifiers, which we did not qualify to. Even the Chan Eagles played at the same turf. I think what we have to look at, we've always complained about our maintenance culture. it's very poor. It feels like when you give us an institution, let's say you give us somewhere to use, we lack that maintenance culture for us to improve on the existing structures there. What stops the NFL? Because it's not even the NFL, because I know that this the Abuja Stadium was renovated by the Dangote Group. And then they had a 2 years agreement plan where they were still going to be the one to take charge of that stadium. After 2 years, it's now in the hands of the NFF for them to maintenance. So what is happening? What is going on there? Because we complain about the under 23 not winning their game. That means this pitch too would have also been another issue because they did not also score. But why I would not use that as an excuse for the Super Eagles that the Guinea-Bissau team scored?
They scored, and moreover, in the return leg, I don't think you'll be expecting a better pitch. And I think we're going to be exempting their poor quality on the pitch of play that day. Yesterday, yes, Victor Osimhen had chances that the players did not give him ball quite early, but I think he complained too much. He was Bruno Fernandes Pro Max. There was a ball that was close to his leg, just that he was complaining. Players were looking for the ball. It was close to Victor Osimhen's leg. All he had to do was turn and put the ball at the back of the net. But he was complaining. I don't know why he was complaining at that scenario. I'm not saying the pitch was not bad, but a player, we had Samuel Chukwueze, 11 goals, 11 assists. Victor Osimhen, 23 goals, I think, in all competition. How many assists?
23 goals.
9 assists. 9 assists.
4 assists.
We have
Adama
Lukman,
14 goals, 7 assists.
Nothing. Shishi, we know see. And we are coming to come and see. I know that a lot of our players did not play. We have a lot of foreign players that base that started with us. Apart from likes of Victor Osimhen that we know that started here, and some few others started in bigger countries where they have a good footballing system. Maybe they do not play in this kind of battle, but typical Nigeria. If you can't use one go, even Choba, I know they get Choba United. They will play well. See, I think we are giving our players did not live up to the party. I have to say I was disappointed. Chukwueze, yes, he was the life part of that game, but sometimes the touches were too much. There are simple things that he needed to just do that would have led to a goal for national team.
All right, guys, we will be going back to take the phone calls, but I would just like to ask one more question across everyone here. What would be your expectation on Monday? I'll start with you, Reliance.
Go and win, even if not 1-0 or 2-1. I think what matters.
What would suit this Spain now will definitely be a win against Guinea-Bissau.
They need to win. They just need to win.
But if they draw,
in as much as you criticize Pesero, I have my problem with him, but you know, look at that play, the team. Apart from maybe Victor Osimhen and maybe what's the other guy's name? Ademola Lookman. You know, just look at that team and look at how they've been performing before they came here. You know, so I didn't even expect so much. So all you need to do just go there and win. However you want to win, even if it's 1-0 or half goal.
All right, isn't it to you?
They just have to win. They don't win. No, they watch their match again.
I don't even watch their match again. I'll wash my hand off to Spagus. I beg.
All right, Harry.
I don't know if they'll win, but they won't get beaten.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. We head straight to the phone lines now.
My life, if you try me, you will chop me fast.
Hello. Today 95.1. Good evening and welcome. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Coming from Greater.
Okay, welcome.
All right. It's so funny that everybody now has to start complaining because I almost went to Abuja yesterday, but unfortunately I changed my mind. And that was because the weather was not friendly day before yesterday against yesterday also. And I even have to enter the arena yesterday just to go and watch the match. Only for me to just see, immediately I entered the hall, I observed that the field was not what I was expected. And I just feel like maybe if the Super Eagles lose the match, the field will be one of the factors they will, hang off on. I mean, this is not the first time we are playing in this field. We play in this field against Ghana that we lost, and it was also how poor Nigerian Super Eagles have been, and also how poor the field has been. Just the problem we are having in this our country and footballing world of this part of our side in this country is that we take politics in everything. Nigeria has we are opportunity to have a very good standard stadium that will be able to give us match based on our quality, which is the gospel according to in Akwa Ibom. But then we ignored it. That was because we saw that using that stadium, I don't know for reason best known to the NFF or the Football Federation in Nigeria. But from the first time that Pesero was appointed, I was not a fan of Pesero, and I will never be a fan of Pesero. I mean, when I remember when we played Algeria second 11, people like Reliance there who are now castigating Pesero were telling us that it's just a friendly game. We shouldn't take it serious. And I was saying, man, it could be a friendly game, but then if you can't win Algeria second 11, is it Guinea-Bissau? Even if Guinea-Bissau are bottom relegation when it comes to world ranking, Nigerian Super Eagles should have won this people with that excuse, no matter how poor the field should
but it's actually football. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen, and we just have to accept it. Because for me, Pesero, I can see him yesterday. When this man came in, the first thing he started doing was to be coming on social media how he will win the AFCON and how he will make the Nigeria to be the next winner of the AFCON. Since this man has not won any competitive match against anything since he came to Super Eagles.
He has won two competitive matches.
That Reliance gave him the
he has actually won two competitive games, that of Sierra Leone and Sao Tome and Principe.
I know what I'm saying now, that the Sierra Leone that Reliance gave him 100%, how is even better than comparing him how General brought to Sierra Leone. I remember General brought to Sierra Leone. My problem is how Reliance overhyped this man. Reliance is not the person that is supposed to be complaining for.
Which of the Reliance are vex? No vex.
You.
Which of the Reliance? Because he showed me saying no one with this studio.
You're not supposed to complain for this man.
He showed me saying no one with this studio. Which of the Reliance are vex? No vex.
Okay.
The only thing is that since you are not ready to thank the man, if Nigeria did not qualify for the AFCON, then we come back and also play friendly again. Portugal said that they will plug us 10-0. And the other way they did that. Watch other people play the American score. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your call. Hello. Good evening. Today 95.1.
Good evening.
Lawson. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. Your name and where are you calling from?
Okay, my name is Desire, calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Desire, welcome. Not Lawson.
Reliance and Evaluate, I want to ask a question. Let us be frank now. If we happen to Guinea-Bissau play with Rivers United, are you not? I hope there's. Let us be frank now. Just guess how many goals Rivers United for win them. This is South now. If you happen to Rivers United or Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Bissau should be nothing less than 3-0. Because I know what Imawagwa can do and the rest.
Abina, upon ourselves.
A whole Super Eagle cannot win other than Guinea-Bissau. Other than Guinea-Bissau, the Rivers United can win 5-0, 10-0, 20-0. I'm not happy at all. I just want to pour my hand out so that people will understand. They're asking me to come and watch on Monday. In again, they will come watch it. I'm not watching anything. I tell my rest my case, I better remain Desire from Port Harcourt. Thank you very much. Go
All
ahead.
right, Desire, thank you so much. Hello. Today 95.1, good evening.
Good evening. I call back again, Apostle of Love.
Okay, Apostle of Love, welcome.
Thank you. Reliance, classical gentleman.
Adeye.
I know you did there. Huh? Why do you compare Pesero with Genetro? The man that have qualified us with student spare. You are comparing him with a man that have nothing to show for him.
But no one say me they sack him. You don't follow for people who talk say me they sack Genetro.
I don't follow.
Okay.
Don't watch that.
All right. Hello. Okay, Reliance, We've got some messages on the SNS and WhatsApp portal.
Yeah, this one says, greetings guys. Why you guys worrying ourselves? Nigeria got what their money could afford for them. Cheap coach Nigeria, please take heart. Eric. Thank you very much, Eric. Let me switch to the WhatsApp portal and see the reactions that I equally have from that platform.
Okay, we'll take this call. Good evening, Today 95.1.
Brother, my name is Yusuf, calling from Port.
Okay, welcome.
Yes, sir. Please, what happened to Nigerian coach? Does it mean that we don't have coach again? We don't prefer anything that is white is the best. Do you know that some of these whites that don't go to university in their area? Maybe they will go to just this technical school and other things. They come here, we'll give them army and the police and other things. Why not to use our own coach then? And let's leave issue of now you want to get this big money, you'll come the booger for us and other things. Manage our own, manage what you have.
We've actually given our own some opportunities and
give them the chance. How many Nigeria coach will give the kind of chance to give our former coach the one that just get a role? Yes. How many are we giving any of our coach 5 years contract?
No.
Not we just go qualify maybe 1 or 2 matches. If you didn't meet over, they start you and look for white and another where they will go and play their wire and other things. They should give our own coach the chance. Even if it takes us 10 years, they should give our own coach to master to train these guys and also pay money for them to go and learn more course about coaching. So that we will help ourselves. Leave this issue of paying dollars and other things. It will help us. Let's manage what you have. It will help us. This issue of taking this, can you imagine? We just left frying pan and enter fire. We see the same place. It's not good. It pain me, honestly. It pain me. At the drive, I use my phone to see the watch this match. At the listen for Wazobia.
I beg, no do it next time. When you drive, I beg, no do it next time.
No, like I connected this to my. In fact, my head is scattered. In fact,
that's why you didn't have to do it while driving. It's dangerous, please.
Yes, you see the kind of things that Nigeria put us through. Upon that, they will still mess us up and another thing. It's very, very painful. Because when I saw the group, I say, hey, this country don't die. You can imagine the sport we have till they don't finish. You can imagine, and this issue of pitch, they should forget about this pitch. The fault is from the coach, because the Guinea people, yes, they don't even play with this our own pitch, but they come here, Kenya, manage our pitch and also score goals. So this is not issue of pitch and other things. It's just coach.
Okay.
It's just coach, and this issue of putting maybe to change, they will put other 85 minutes to go. They will put some players. Okay. What would the player do for just 5 minutes or maybe 10 minutes? Someone was saying maybe he was complaining that they should give you like 10 minutes. You know, if you manage 90 minutes, but 10 minutes you will use. Okay. You will manage.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Our own coach.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. You've made your thoughts. Thank you. Yes. Good evening. 95.1.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Walter. I'm calling from Abaros.
All right, Walter. Welcome.
Yes, you are media officers. I mean, you should help us. One, our problem now. Now we never get bad. Move from this daytime start to the Pochuam. We'll change pitch now. For now, we will change pitch. We'll go walk up in Abuja. See the first people who never win Nigeria. We won 18 for FIFA ranked. To compete us here. So more just change pitch. More just go reverse United pitch at Bible. I'm telling you, more just go there to be winning our match. And besides that game, I do not blame the coach well. The coach knows that you, but I don't blame her. Did be sad score goal first half. The players were for Nations Cup. 9 days there. Our coach no good though. Osimhen and all the rest they there. So they will find coach, make coach come score. They will find coach, make coach come equalize. They put our coach change all the way our players. So no one can ever come there and my grandmother will come there up there. So one will go blame coach. So let us our coach get red card.
Okay.
Let us our coach get red card. So Osimhen and all the rest where they there, where flag come, cannot score one goal in Abuja.
Okay.
You are telling me our boss is dead down. Look at Ndidi. They are not playing ball again in the club side. They are down. So for me, don't blame coach well. Blame our boys. They are not serious.
All right.
They are not serious. I want to ask you before I go. I want to ask you a question. What of Anayiwola is better than all these people now. They should be invited that
whenever they see ball play for some times now.
He's not
he don't come out.
No, he's in
Esperance.
He
went
on
loan
to CRB.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. We've actually been talking a lot right from the MPFL down to the under-23 as well as the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But the talk point right here is the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So we head back to the phone lines. Hello. Hello. Good evening. 95.1. Welcome.
Good evening.
Your name and where you're calling from?
Chris.
All right, Chris. Welcome.
My own take is this. Yesterday in the pitch, I don't know, the pitch is empty. Let's start with that one. And we know that our nation they play ball again. See, it's not ordinary. This is not ordinary. Sports will not be doing better. Why education sector is not doing better? Other sectors are not doing better. This is general disease. It's not only sports. Just imagine that Nigeria is playing ball. Nobody is at the pitch. I can remember about some years ago when Nigeria is playing ball, the Kwere Road, the Aba Road will be deserted. Nobody will be on the street. And after the match, maybe the Nigeria won, you will see mighty celebration. Unlike those days.
Okay.
So, the stadium was empty. It's not ordinary. It's not ordinary.
Okay.
That is my own take.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Today 95.1. Good evening. Okay, you're going to make it snappy because we're trying to round off.
All right, just for the Nigeria Premier League, let me just talk about the Rangers. And for me, I think the Rangers, they are the one holding themselves back. Because for me, I see the Rangers, I mean, they have all the quality to even win the MPFL.
Okay.
But for some reasons, I don't know, they've not been able to win the MPFL.
Right.
For me, I see them as an orphanage club. I don't know.
You have a few seconds to round off.
Yeah, do you people know that Rangers have been using one jersey, that their jersey they have been using it for 3 years without changing it.
Okay.
And so for me, I think
how do you know? How you know say they use jersey 3 years and never change it?
We will be sorry if I may have to drop you, but we will be rounding off here at this particular moment. Okay, before we go, I would like to let you know that the match between Dakar FC and Niger Tornadoes has actually ended, and Tornadoes took that 1-2 goals to 1.
Let me just. Okay, so this person wants to know, Timoni from Meneka wants to know how much is the gate fee for Rivers United match against Abia Warriors. If you're talking about Adoke Messi Marcus Stadium, the gate fee is free.
The gate is wide open.
Okay. All right. We have actually come to the end. This is where we call it a wrap on today's episode of Today's Sports Live. We will be here tomorrow to bring to you amazing stories coming from the world of football and sports, as the case may be. So I want to say a very big thank you to the guys in the studio, Ezineoti, Chukwuzitim, Ival, as well as Reliable Reliance and Henry at some point in time. Tomorrow we definitely will be bringing you a great show. So until then, stay lifted and stay blessed.